Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は271日目。It is day 271. Today is our second half of our level 26th. We do have this group back here. I don't think we're going to get to that group. I was half debating on flipping the HanziHero lesson to grab this, but then this would become way too late. I gotta keep long days. I underestimated how long it is to juggle the three. We'll keep that. It's still tentative whether I'm gonna maybe like lighten the load a little bit here. On the other hand, 3 days and counting until WaniKani's update. I am gonna try to squeeze in like so WaniKani's new update is gonna go live on the 8th. I want to do like a short brief bit before the 8th update, because it'll be kind of entertaining or fun to see what is it that Koichi and company decided to do for the backend and the end user experience on the dashboard. It would I get to reflect on maybe how little or how it's usually a very sobering experience to review, think about things like what things do I seem to want per se, or maybe other people that I hear want in terms of functionality, layouts. I most definitely can anticipate some things, and in the email some particular things were teased, so we'll go over that. And genuinely they're excited and they want to keep it under wraps, right? So having like a pre-event kind of fun powwow, unplanned, it's very unplanned, but I feel like I want to do something about that. Let's just see what it's like. It helps me reflect on how little I understand about, or maybe not necessarily how much the lack of depth of that I understood, but perhaps maybe how less important or prioritized certain things are. Like, it can help me appreciate, like, turns out the UI and the dashboard not that important, but convenience and normalization made it so that it is very difficult to do without it. So for example, a modernization that Koichi teased is modular drop-in, like a scaffold drop-in system where you can effectively use Windows, right? Like not necessarily Microsoft Windows. I don't know if there's a patent or anything, whoever it is, but the idea is these modular sets have 3 or 4 snapping sizes, like widgets, right? And then you can modularly move and shuffle things around in the dashboard. That has become a normalized standard when it comes to website, interface between websites and app design, right? So that is definitely one that my first thought was, it's so conveniently partitioned, like all these things are separate elements technically. So it is teased in the email that stuff is modular, so we'll go over that a little bit. How am I going to make time for that? That'll be an interesting thought. Something's going to give a little bit. I think the first 2 days made it quite clear that I have to quote unquote cut some corners. And what I mean by cut some corners, for myself, I need to reprioritize investing in specific things that are try not to get too far away from my original vision of 2026. Oh, 2025, sorry. Alright, let's get into it. We had about 100 items, right? Maybe exactly 100 items for the current month. So we have something else, like 30 of something else. And also 7 new things that are rotating because of the weekly addition and moving that WaniKani does. Which in my opinion is incredibly exciting because I kind of love that they're shuffling things and adding things. Maybe a very unpopular opinion, I don't know. What? Oh, I had a typo. I might have typed Kishosho instead of Kishocho. Sometimes I go for the S instead of the C. It's not necessarily a bad habit per se. It's definitely a typing error, but the idea of ts and ts, but t and s, things like that can be. I'm thinking more sound than I'm thinking typing, so that has its pros and cons, but it does happen quite a bit. Also, Q and G is like I'm thinking more from sometimes I type like this instead of this, and that's not because I'm producing this typing, right? I'm outputting this typing. It's more I'm practicing visualizing in my head what I'm looking for, as opposed to thinking. So, you know, not necessarily, this is not, what did you call it? People who have problem visualizing. Sorry to those folks, but sometimes I practice different modes of prioritizing how I'm trying to grab the information first, and that's an exercise that demonstrates that there are places that are weak. So clearly my sound resolution meeting my typing output is a little weird. They're like funny spots. So it produces things other than saying things like key. If I'm looking at key, is like if you're thinking, oh, key is KI, how do you get to KI in roaming characters? You could picture the letters key. You could, you know, using your visual, right, your mind's eye, or you can say key to yourself. So that's one of the parts that I think is underutilized, possibly underutilized in other people. I would say even a great majority. For myself, sound is, I might make an argument that sound is heavier than I've practiced more with sound than I've practiced with my eyes. I mean, my vision is kind of pretty unreliable with the glasses and all, but lots of times things I actually do with my mind's eye and not my actual eyes. So I tend to like close and try not to focus. My eyes get really tired very quickly now. So that's kind of one of those interesting things that I've discovered about myself, right? Or like for whatever reason, numbers 1 2 3 4, 1 and 4 gets mixed up a lot, and then 2 and 3 are typos because they're next to each other. And then if I have to reach for 5, sometimes I type 4. So those are like your classic ones, right? Your hand, muscular hand input, like, oh yeah, it just missed it by that, despite the keys being gigantic. Really, I have I don't have fat fingers. I always joke about having wide fingers. Obviously wide fingers and great surface area lead to like physical things, but the keys are gigantic. Like it's not my Not like my finger can hit both keys at the same time. Rarely they can, but it happens. I don't know why. Oh well, I know what happens, but not necessarily why. It's interesting. I mean, you tell yourself, you type like you spend half your day typing, right? And you're like, oh yeah, practice makes perfect. Like, oh, not on the keyboard. Oh there, brain. I'm doing pretty well today. Getting a little running behind schedule. Losing a little bit of sleep discipline, as Gecko said yesterday. How are you doing? How are you doing? What are you up to?
Sashiageru.
Ageru. Okay. We're gonna try to be a bit more diligent and disciplined for a day or two to catch up with things. Is what's on my mind right now.
効率
You're working on anything lately, Bree?
聞く
It's that time of month. I should redub. My October month is encourage other people to do something creative month, I suppose. Doing alright, a bit tired, but okay overall. Not up too much, to be honest. Can't seem to find any show and games that grab your attention, Jones. So honestly, been pretty bored lately. Ooh, bored is a you said the B word. Not great with the B word. I've been watching King of the Hill nonstop, so whenever I need to brainstorm something, I just throw up King of the Hill. We're on season 12, and the newest season 14. So season 13 was the original run. Up to season 13 is the original run of King of the Hill. I have learned quite a lot about old back in the day. Man, there are some stuff that I totally forgot about when there was one episode that really hit home, and it was about changing school programs. Like when programs started, like new wave social media powered programs started hitting high school, and Bobby, Hank's son, there was a new program that started about counseling. So peer-to-peer counseling, or technically peer-peer relations, right? And it is taking out a place out of time, but in the context of today's age, that's an interesting thought experiment. So an upperclassman was responsible for like managing, and basically Bobby applied to this program, like joined this class, and the act of the class was to listen in confidence to other peers. Well, actually it's not in confidence, it's just meeting people. So people who believe they can be good listeners are join the class, and then they would listen to those classmates that reach out to them, right? But one of the stipulations is that they can only listen and affirm and acknowledge. They cannot provide advice because, you know, there are legal matters and other problems. And sure enough, right, Bobby ended up violating this. He ended up offering advice, and he noticed how powerful listening and then providing advice through gaslighting and he got himself like, he started dating his patients, his clients, and he double dipped and stuff. That's kind of like a really interesting, out of time, out of place piece on the many things, like the power of listening, the power of finding the exposure and the potential exploitation of people who reach out through weakness, right? And the grand responsibility of the individuals who are trusted, almost blind trusted, to offer a listening hand. There are so many things in that episode that was pretty wild, and in the context of King of the Hill, it was reasonable. And if it was like placed in a context of, I don't know, streaming or social media, content creator, viewership, relationships, it has a lot of ramifications. And there was also a counterexample. Hank often offers the pragmatic old age response, and he said this one statement that was pretty funny, but also incredibly scary at the same time. And I think this episode aired like over 10 years ago. So to put into context of this year, he said like after Bobby started screwing up and people realizing this is not a great idea, he said, yeah, how could you ever expect anything good to happen with kids providing guidance to kids? Like something along those lines. Like, what did you expect? You think kids guiding kids will produce some good results? Like that type of thing. He obviously said it in his like facsimile of Texan speak, and I'm like, yeah. See, there's a threshold with that. There's no vetting process, right? When that happens, so you start thinking, and then why is this important that I bring up? Because I start thinking about where's the cutoff. Like, when is it that one can rely on support, those people who are close to them or the people that are are trusted, and how much experience or background is necessary before the cutoff turns into an overall chance of failure and exploitation versus professionalism, pragmatic meets empathy, right? Or sympathy or sympathetic application of that. Crazy. And then the most recent season, there was an episode on introducing video games as an extended program for computer literacy. That was interesting too. I don't know when that episode was dated, but it's quite edgy. The whole video games and computer literacy, trying to develop future exploration and computer literacy in high school, wasn't that too far off. Like, it was less than 10 years ago, right? Or it was still, okay, it's getting close to 10 years ago, so it could happen during that time. Yeah, watching King of the Hill kind of is basically like those things. They talked about Ponzi schemes, pyramid schemes, delegation, human resources, a couple controversial topics, and interesting. I'm sharing this because you're saying you can't seem to find any shows or games that grab your attention. I figure I share something maybe could be a little bit inspirational on finding an angle. Maybe perhaps finding an angle or a motivation to find a show or game that fulfills some of your interest or reflection or something can be a different approach than possibly. I'm not entirely sure how it would be interesting to ask you, Bree, how do you go about finding shows and games? Most of the time for me, my interest is wild. So oftentimes I spend time internalizing and expressing and deliberately and intentionally looking for shows and games to be interested in, as opposed to the other way around, where I let something, I go around swimming the desert and hoping to get inspired. That's usually a lot, quote unquote, easier for me. However, for others, I feel that's the default. So when that is the default, oftentimes boredom can be potentially balanced or offset by a different approach to finding interest, like developing an interest and finding something for the purpose of that interest, as opposed to wandering the desert. Oftentimes wandering the desert in an algorithm-based situation, you wander the desert, but the options you're looking at are within your umbrella, and then it's within the network's umbrella or whatever your dispenser's umbrella is. So that umbrella, when it becomes stagnant and complacent, most things seem like they're kind of samey, or either samey or they're slightly out of your comfort zone in the sense that it can't be interesting. That kind of thing happens quite a lot with, in my opinion, with boredom. Like one shock to someone's system is if a game doesn't grab your attention. A fun exercise would be to ask yourself, or play the game for the very reason that it's disinteresting. So ask yourself, how is it disinteresting? Try to find out. So whenever I find like I'm really weak at this thing, well, oftentimes when you're not great or weak at something, you tend to find it disinteresting, or you attempt to avoid it. Alternatively, you can ask yourself, well, are there interesting things? And the weak things, you can head on the weak things and say, well, maybe I can be stronger at that thing. So that would be an alternative way to find interest where there may not be interest. And then obviously you can leave it up to alternative sources and talk with other people and become inspired that way. I feel that is probably the most default. You either have a system allow you to discover something, which is passive, and then or interact with other people and hope that something inspires you, which is passive as well. I was offering an antidote in which it can be active, as in it's hard to convey. However, when you choose and come up with an idea of being interested in something, ultimately it does become interesting, or most of the time it does end up becoming interesting. So what was disinteresting can become interesting based on an active process as opposed to a passive one. Not that I know what those specifics are, right? Since I can't read minds. Let's see.
燃える
That is. Let's see. 株式市場
株式市場
過ごす
どうす What? Oh, typo.
バス停
Mm-hmm. What? Oh, that's a typo. What? What's going on here? What's happening? Oh, I'm typing.
絶景
I was typing the wrong thing. It, oh, it's gone. Old. Alright. I don't remember why it's tall. Oh, right. What? Oh. What? Oh. Wait.
模型
It's the one. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Oops.
規模
People. Hold on. Foreman. What? Hold up. I thought the foreman was the. Oh no, it's not. That's the. So this is.
効果
Okay. That's a new edition. Oh, that's not it. Heck.
任せる
Makaseru. Yep.
補う
You know. Um. Or I guess you could say like. Oh no, I think this is just to supplement, not to be supplement. Transit. Oops.
Hoang
Oh my.
閉める
Hey. Dang it. Sorry, I'm being distracted by a different thing, different sound in the back.
所属
お誕生日おめでと
お誕生日おめでとう。 Heck. Dang it, it's gone. What happened? Oh wait. It's fine.
大違い
Koichi. Heck. Oh. Whoops.
違反
On.
「提案する
Aeon Suru. Aeon Suru. Drawing a blank. Like to bring up and press. What does on work? Somehow I lost it. Move it to the end or whatever.
気違い
Right. Wonder why that occurred.
Keishiki
Ski. Oh, no, wait, that's not how that works.
"嫌い
Yay.
金属
Insult. Something like that. Left is definitely ka. Middle is chi. And then right. Oh, it's ken. Alright. What was another way to say sign? Indication.
肥満
差別する
Habit.
口笛
Ue.
乗せる
南国輸入株式会社
Kabushiki. Oh, yeah, kabushiki. Kabus.
模様
抜く
影響
Eikyo. Oops. Hmm.
間違い
Chigai. Or wait. Chigai. Imagine shouting out, it's when someone says an answer, it's like different as opposed to a mistake. But I feel like you can still make that leap of logic.
輸出する
Yusutsusuru. Tsusuru.
満足
Mansuk.
景況
Eikyo.
涼む
Umu.
栄える
What? Hold.
届ける
Idiot.
満点
Content.
限定
Gente.
後継
Okay. Rip.
担う
Nina. Whoops.
辛い
Alright. My gut feeling is not great. Very unreliable on that one.
人差し指
Hitosashiyubi.
候補者
Ohosha. Ohosha.
満月
Mangetsu. Mangetsu.
考察
That's
参加者
Lancashire. Whoops. Oh.
飛ぶ
Tofu.
人違い
Ochigai. Oh.
Keisatskan
Keisatsukan. Oh boy. Keisatsukan. No, wait. I mean, it's a national police. Okay. YOLO? Okay. Huh. What are my choices? I have Jitsu. Minori.
実り 結構
Oh. Ekko. Everything's tied and set up. Okay. What in the world? Oh. Or how is it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what this. Okay. That's no resin. How does this work? Maybe YOLO? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's a radical or not. Something with the scooter. Scooter. Guessing that's supposed to be a tree. Oh no. That's supposed to be an angel. I think that's supposed to be an angel. And then drop, right? How does that work? Angel and drop. Don't quite remember a vocabulary word either. It has something to do with the scribe, right? Skip this. Back.
説得する
説得する。説得する。Oh, no, wait. Is this to explain? What? Acquire. Oh, wait. Convince or persuade.
燃え尽く
It's not. It's not that. I can't seem to recall like what it's not. I mean, yeah, like I know what it is not. I can't seem to recall what it is because of what it's not. That sounds very complicated. I'm like negating my own thing. What it's not is drawing more attention. I draw it from the onyomi. What is the onyomi? Shoku. Nope. Yeah, shoku is attached to what it's not. So I might need to Deru might not be. Yeah, I need to rewrite this. Or make an adjustment of some sort. Not work. Makes me focus immediately on what it is not.
Ureru.
Yeah, shoku needs to attach to Hmm. I think that could work. A shock bug. Shock bug.
"捕まる」
Or oh wait. Dang it. Wait. Oh no. This is how do you control? uh mm, sure. No. We got cow, towel, and saber. Say? Hmm. Hmm. Kinda weak. Kinda weak. Whoops. Committee? What? Okay.
震災
Insight.
満員
Money.
渡す
Watasu. What? Oh. Fine. What happened?
応援する
Owen Suru. Same difference.
Kage.
Okay. Oops.
構う
Kamau.
Yomi 読み違い
Chingai.
右腕
You did.
「朝寝坊
Unable.
逮捕
Aiho. Okay. Dang it. It's gone. How does that work? Oh,
給与
Yuyo. Oops. Oh, wait. Hmm. Um. Ken? Pretty sure the left is Ken. Is there anything that changes in Cole? Yes. Yaku? This is like, what, honored guest or something? Huh. Come back. Oh, whoops. That's it's not an antique. I don't know what it is now. It's called something that's non-antique. It's a mohawk or something. Ugh. Yikes.
管理人
Andini. Man, I'm not sure how long that's gonna stand. That one's rough too.
変わる
What is
南アフリカ
Africa?
自販機
Ihanki.
構成
Ose. Um. I still don't quite remember. Composition. Composition. Oops. Oh wait. That's Baku. Bakudai.
莫大
Bakudai. And this is Ka.
Shiboru
Iboru.
Suzushii
Sushi. Nah, YOLO, that's soul art.
お祝い
Right. Heck.
狭める
If I made it. Alright. So we skip 4. No. I'm still kinda lost on what happened here. I don't quite know. else do I skip? This was values. Huh. I come to the same conclusion again. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how I'm messing up one of them. I thought those are all the onyomis. It's definitely correct. Chi, I'm pretty sure it's correct. So did I change up the last? Kachi. It's definitely rights. Oh no, maybe it's not rights. How is this different from rights? Is this more like detail? Kachikan. I have the right thing incorrect. Views, merit. Right, I already knew that, but did I get? Oh, it's view. That's what I got it mixed up with. Okay, and how did I mix this up? It's probably because the left radical is shared between the two. Pretty sure. What was I looking for? Right. Oh, it's, yeah, okay, it's tree. Oh, I got Khan mixed up with Ken. Okay. Because of the larger that in mind. Oh, is this jutsu? Well, that's off itself. It's a. I don't know what they describe. Jutsu. Not jutsu. That's not Hanzi. Another way to express, like, describe. I immediately thought jutsu the second time I saw it. Don't quite remember. It's not describe. So what is it? Don't remember you. Mention. Yeah, and it's using angel and drop. Not the greatest. Oh, and then there's this kanko. Oh, makes sense now. Kanko kyaku.
観光客
I made the same mistake here too. Kanko kyaku. Yeah. So that solves that. Now, what happened here? So, guess we're gonna write down, right? Let's see. We have, I think the worst is probably the con mix-up. Con or view. So we should write that down. And then this is Heiansuru. We have mention, and I'm not quite sure what the second thing is anymore. So we have, and pretty sure this is still mention. Or what is it? Raise? Maybe like bring up? It's probably like bring up. I genuinely, I don't know. I don't think those are the words that they use. woman and oh no, that's cheap. That's cheap. Cheap tree. Which means it's plan. Right? So we have like cheap plus tree plus plan. So that's definitely plan. Now bring up plan. This is definitely to propose or to suggest, to mention. Okay. And I don't know what happened with present. Ugh, present. How does present work? And submit. As opposed to show, mention, and bring up. Wow. Finger point, okay. That's definitely easily the weakest. So present. I couldn't even figure out present plus. If it wasn't for plan, right, plan really came through. Present plus plan, which is propose. Okay. This one was rough. I think that easily the worst is con, like messing up con, and then we'll save those. Let's do our lessons. We have a whole host of lessons to do. Hopefully it's I'm thinking like 80, and hope I doubt this is Shin.
針
Hadi. This needle is incredibly hadi. Does that work? Okay. The needle hit your hadi shin. Right, that banks off the metal cross-shaped needle in your shin. That banks off the stuff. All I have to do is think of hedi shin. To wipe, that's fine. Good. It's involving cleaning. Okay.
服
Good. That's fine. Create. That's fine too. For the meaning, now we have a scooter and an announcement. What do we have? Zol. The scooter has been created before. What is different about yours? The scooter you will create is specifically designed to keep zombies busy. Maybe more so to keep away from zombie. That's helpful to be related to. Maku want to pop in to ask your thoughts on the mid-season Hearthstone update if you played it. I haven't played Battlegrounds in a while. Largely because they've been aggressively doing like standard quests, seasonal quests, so I haven't really actually done any Battlegrounds this season. I'm just playing standard. Why? What? I don't have any thoughts because I have no reference anymore for this season. If you're talking about Battlegrounds, usually the seasonal stuff has been keeping me busy with different archetypes in the current standard. Do you not like the quests? I do like the quests. That's why I do them. Unless you're talking about the mid-season trick-or-treat things, there's no mid-season change. Unless you're talking about the trick-or-treating quests. Because you don't often... We already discussed this about how you're indifferent to standards and you don't do quests. I thought you said you haven't played in a while due to the aggressive seasonal quests. I haven't played Battlegrounds in a while. That's different. The Battlegrounds don't have quests. So there's no seasonal quests for Battlegrounds. There are only tasks for Battlegrounds. Like, Battlegrounds have no seasonal things. Well, it hasn't in a while. I was playing Standard. But when you're asking me about mid-season Hearthstone update, I imagine you're talking about Battlegrounds, because Standard doesn't have mid-season. I don't know if you completely misheard you, but you said aggressive seasonal quests? Yes. The seasonal quests are aggressive. As in, like, you have to play Standard a lot. So there's no... I don't have time for Battlegrounds. You didn't mishear. I did say that, but you skipped over what I said because of it. You heard the first part, but you didn't hear the second part. The second part is because of the aggressive seasonal quests, I have not played Battlegrounds in a very long time. I've been playing Standard. And I've been getting used to the Standard meta, which is the standard as in the standard format, not Battlegrounds. So I have no idea what the mid-season update is, and I wouldn't have any thoughts because I didn't play the first season, like the beginning season Battlegrounds. Because at least that's what I think you're referring to. Since you're indifferent, right? Last time we talked, we had a very similar discussion. I've been playing Standard because I do quests in Hearthstone. Battlegrounds do not have quests. Okay, you misunderstood what you said to mean you haven't played Hearthstone altogether due to aggressive season, but you understand now. Again, right? I understand how you misunderstood, but I think the misunderstanding comes even closer to the idea that Battlegrounds don't have quests. They are not seasonal quests. And I use the word standard to mean not Hearthstone in its entirety. So it's very important to clarify for future. When I use standard, I'm talking about standard and wild and stuff. Well, Battlegrounds, I don't consider those as seasonal quests. They are battleground quests. So even then, there are no seasonal quests for that. And I usually refer to them as tasks because that's a way to distinguish between quests and quests. But the most important word that is missing from this conversation is I said standard. I played a lot of standard, which is different from Battlegrounds. And I also made a very long comment about not playing Battlegrounds, not playing Hearthstone. I don't think anywhere in my comment did I say anything about not playing Hearthstone. So that's probably a big leap right there. So I've been playing Standard the last month and a half, something like that, because now they have rolling seasonal quests for Standard, and I usually play Battlegrounds because some of the seasonal quests can be completed in Battlegrounds, but usually Battlegrounds are less aggressively changing than the standard format. Standard format changes a lot more, or a lot regularly, and they're also quicker. They're quicker sessions. I don't necessarily think there's a incredibly big confusion. This battleground season, the mechanics were quest rewards until the mid-season patch, which is now buddies. Okay, that sounds about right. I mean, there's a chance they'll rotate in anomalies again. I don't know. Is anomaly still active for it? And then maybe they'll go back to rotating again. They have a staggered rotation, and I don't think it's a patch. It's more like a rotation of mechanics. So maybe I'm being a little contrarian here, but they have started implementing that. There's a bit of roadmaps to the Blizzard rotation. So crest rewards, then mid-season, then trinkets, right? Then trinkets, and then they're gonna continue to rotate until they rotate in a new rotation mechanic. So they have, like, categorically, they have your base format. You have your base, like, base properties. Then you have your like support properties. And support properties get changed within a season, while the base property is dictated by the season. And usually base properties deal with things like type, right? Type, maybe even mechanical properties. But the support thing is what we're referring to, which is the cycle between, like, trinkets. It's the layered system, right? We have trinkets, quests, and buddies. I feel like I'm missing one. Is there one more? I feel like there's another support, another system. Well, anomalies is a support system, but anomalies are random. So anomalies are a separate system. It's like it's a supplemental system. I know I mentioned it, but I'm talking about in this case, anomalies are not guaranteed. Anomalies tend to be like, oh, actually, maybe there was a season, right? There was a season where anomalies are guaranteed. Or were they always guaranteed? Huh. Actually don't remember if they're always guaranteed, like trinkets, quests, and buddies. There was one oh no, that was a theme. So themes are part of the baseline. So there are themes like mech type, there's like duo type, right? There are other themes around where it affects the base. It's a base mechanic. So it's a base mechanic when it's rotated within the season. The reason why I'm getting a mix-up is in standard, anomalies happen randomly. As in, sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't. They're not guaranteed mechanics. Like this, a supplemental system is you have a wild card. So this would be the wild card factor. It's not guaranteed. As in, there's no guarantee that the anomaly is part of the game. But there was a season I remember where no matter what, when you queue in, an anomaly occurs. There were other seasons where the anomalies occurred randomly to support these mechanics. As in, like, supplement these mechanics. And I don't remember if it was in Battlegrounds or somewhere else. I might be thinking of standard. So sometimes standard anomalies can occur. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, I'm getting them mixed up. So it might be true. like I remember anomalies is a support system, but now I don't remember when anomalies were random. It could have been because it was in standard. So that's where I'm getting the confusion. But yeah, these are the support systems, and I think they're gonna rotate. So what happens is then they're developing support systems, which is great. I like this idea. They're developing support systems. That's one module. And then they have the base module, right? Yeah, I think it was when it was in standard. Yeah, that's probably it. So this is the support. This is what they're using. They're taking base and support, and then they're breaking up base into tribal, right? The type, tribal, spells, the new hero. So like whenever there's a new hero, it's the new support, the introduction of new support theme, and then maybe a class, but that class is very like, this is very small. So they go between tribal spells and support, and all tribal spell and support are broken up into, right, creatures and the thematic spells. So the base mechanic gets varied based on the tribal, so how creatures blend together, right? So like how elementals interact, how demons interact, and then they can introduce a mechanic in which is the store, right? Stores. And then support is what happens when they introduce a new base season that occasionally. So I would include support and class together, because this doesn't happen as often. This is when a new support system is introduced. So when the new support system is introduced, they go back to refining tribal and spells based on creature and spells, like permanents that they have. And then this gets cycled into a support system. And then that's where all the support systems come from. Right? So you have trinkets. There was a time when trinkets was new. There was a new class, quote unquote class archetype, as in a new hero, right? Hero. And then a support system built off of that. It doesn't happen all the time though, because like for example, the duo property, the team play property didn't properly become a support role. This was more the introduction of duos, right? It was a consequence of the duo system. So not all of the support and hero class that's being showcased ends up becoming a support system. But usually this is what seasonal changes are. And then during the season, it's a rotation of the support module. I think that's how I picture the people are. There were loads of hero powers being completely changed in mid-season. I see. Yeah, the tribal element is one of your most important in your opinion. Yeah, tribal is their seasonal change. Did they change tribal in this mid-season patch? That would be interesting. That would be uncharacteristic. Typically tribal changes are every season. Tribal changes and or store/spell changes are like really, really big. The mid-season stuff tends to be the support system, because the support system can rotate out and rotate in without impacting the tribals and the spells. At least that's what I think they're. So they have like 2 sets of development tiers. No, the most recent tribal change was the start of season, namely, okay, rallies and bounties. Okay, yeah. I feel like there are they have like 2 separate teams. At least 2 separate teams that are dedicated to the base and the support system. And then there might be like I'm not saying I work at Blizzard or something, and I know this stuff for certain, but what it feels like is often, and then there's a bridging team. So you have like a base team who makes the really large game-changing like fundamentals, the fundamental stuff. And then you have a support team which works on stacking on top of the fundamentals. And then there's a bridge team, which I usually refer to the bridge team as a team that transitions. Like they take whatever the base model has and pass it on to the support team. At least that's how I think of it. So then they churn, and it's pretty good. So you'll have a team that's working on moving the mid-season changes, while the other team works on the big season, like having to negotiate the fundamental changes. So now they went from, and there was a lot of hero power changes. Can you give me a reason? Can you not a reason? Can you give me a example of hero power changes? Are these like tweaks, or do those hero powers just don't do the same thing anymore? Like, is it a mechanical hero power change, or is it a scaling change for hero powers? That would be interesting. The new season was okay. I played like 1 or 2 games, but I read patch notes most. Do you know the 2 avenge heroes, the ones that increase your minions attack? Yeah, sure. Right. Do they have a proc now or something? There's a plus health and plus attack one. Right. The dwarf and the orc character, I've got their names, like Rashaki or something like that, and maybe Manaforge or whatever his name is. They both have change. You never guess what do they do now. I never guess what they do now. That's interesting. I mean, do they keep the same theme? Like maybe now it's on active. You can tap it to add +1, and maybe like it's kind of like more the pyramid thing. With each turn, it increases by 1. Your hero powers are now unlock on turn 7. Okay, when you have space in combat, summon a copy of the highest. Oh, that's good. That's pretty neat, because there isn't a hero power for that yet. Interesting. That's pretty good. That's a good adjustment. I think the current format that they had, it's not active. So I think lots of passive ones, especially early scaling passive ones, are very difficult to manage. Like manage in terms of creative liberties. So unlock 7's good. In your opinion, they buffed the load of the underperforming heroes. Like Cho'Gath? Not Cho'Gath. I'm not talking about Cho'Gath. Who's that guy? Zujin? Did Zujin change at all? The one that changes stats? Swap stats? Because I think the current format, like most of the current format, doesn't really suit him, but occasionally when you get a very specialized, it's like, I think his name was like Zujin, where he swaps target minion's health and attack with another minion health and attack. A hero that was choose a minion at the end, frozen minion. Sure. Minions cost 2. You have 1 less minion, and it freezes the tavern at the end. Oh, that's good. How do you spell that? I have no idea. I think it's something like this. There might be an I. Oh no, it might be Zoljin. There might be an L or an I. The problem with lowercase is it's like that. So it's something like that, I think. Oh no, Vol'jin. Sorry, Vol'jin. It's Vol'jin or something like that. It could be either Zujin or Vol'jin, and there might be an L here, and this might be a U. I'm terrible with like troll names. Like he's a troll, so I think it might be Vol'jin. It's either a U or an O. Something like that. That might be the character I'm thinking of. He's a troll. Like the troll fictional fantasy, not a troll. He didn't get changed as far as you know. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'll have to look at the patch notes. That's interesting. I didn't think about it. Basically, I didn't have time. I have too much other things going on at the moment. I drop in and I do my dailies, my seasonal dailies. You're going to have to go in a minute as your friend's coming online to play Power World. That's fine. I can't really, like, I have to keep on task. So the answer is no. I don't have any thoughts because I didn't even look at the patch notes. No, I don't choose to do negative things, obviously. Negative things are things that will not be available, or I wouldn't say I do them then. I don't. Reopening. Again, open. Koichi.
再開
Oh, Saikai. Oh, they use Saikai. Oh, wait. I was gonna say Saishi. Oh, no, that's Japanese. That's Chinese. Zai. Saikai. Let's see. Oh, no, that's not. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of clothes. Saikai works. Reopening. Fair enough. Again, and open. You can't really, you have to keep on task. That's the closest you've come to telling me to stop chatting so far. I'm not sure if I completed that idea. Alright, you meant anything negative that happened that you need to deal with. You didn't think you choose to do something. I hope none of the too many things going on at the moment. Oh, I'm talking about this though. I think my thought wasn't complete. I'm talking about I have many things to do. So it's not anything that is negative. Like, what I mean is I have a lot of things going on running right now, but they're all things I choose. Like I wouldn't be sharing. I haven't shared anything that has gone on. That is an interesting thought when people say they have too many things going on at the moment. Yeah, like we're talking about the stream stuff, right? We're keeping it close. I have a lot of things going on today, as in the things I choose to do, which we got to keep on schedule to some extent. Yeah, it takes a lot of while to draw stuff. So 3 hours, it's 8-hour days. Or longer. I'm trying to find. So it's right now the challenge is I don't have enough spare time to do the minimum requirement of doing something additionally. So the quest I have now is to try to find where I can liberate enough time to throw in a fourth thing at least 7 times before the month's over. So like I need to do one extra thing 7 times through this month. But the spare time I have, which is for discussion and stuff, is not quite long enough to accommodate that while still having extra time. So basically it's one of those things like, yeah, this takes 2 hours, right? This takes 2 hours, and these are pretty set in stone, like, we can fill this out. But then there's the extra stuff that's like, oh yeah, this is fine, right? So that's 7 hours, right? But then the next minimal thing that I need to squeeze in is about 3 hours long. And that takes me over the hump. Usually I have 2 hours of spare time. So I don't start things without having spare time. Generally, this is the spare time. So what we're using right now is spare time, right? That's why it's rarely ever negative, because the time is generous. I give myself spare time. So there's 2 hours spare time. But if I need to try to figure out where I can liberate a little bit more time, and I only have to do this 7 out of the 31 days. So I need to find 7 out of 31. Ideally, if I'm able to, like, I don't know, do some trimming and some efficiency, I could do it like 31 days out of 31 days. So then that means all the extra time is that some days I'll have 3 hours of spare time, and then some days I won't. And that would be the ideal situation. I don't know where I'm cutting. It's only for this month though. I found that my prompts that I'm drawing for Inktober takes an average of 3 hours to meet like a satisfactory stopping point. It would take a little bit longer to explain where the satisfactory is, but you can imagine there's a bunch of checklists that I have, right? I have about like 5 things. If your dad was watching the last minute of stream, he would download it and play it on repeat to you. He constantly nags you about making sure you have buffers. Yeah, that's basically how I plan it. Like, I hear me out. I lie. I'm technically lying, or people might misinterpret me when they say, why, when someone says like, oh, I hope nothing bad comes up, or I hope like you don't overwork. Like yesterday, Gecko and I was talking about burnout, like the perception of burnout, right? And I compared it with like IRL stuff, like obligations, which is what we're talking about here. Like obligations, things you need to do, they come up, right? They come up, things that come up, as opposed to things that you choose to do. And oftentimes people think of it this way, where when something comes up, it can become negative because there are things going on that you are not ready for. When it comes to IRL things, I always set buffers for IRL things. So that's fine. And then when I'm talking about online things, the things that are going on online, I always set up a buffer as well. But this would be a different buffer. And the reason why I say I lie sometimes, or what I mean by that is people can misunderstand me sometimes, is this is what I'm referring to as doing 200%. But that wouldn't be true for someone who thinks of time differently. What they typically think of is this is 100%. So then when I say 200%, they mean I'm doing twice as much as my max, right? 2x max. That is burnout. And that is anything will be negative if it happens unpredictably. So when you suddenly start ranting, or when you suddenly meet someone you haven't talked to in a while and it comes up, then anything beyond that will be negative. So technically, when I'm saying this can be misconstrued as I'm always at max, like I'm always doing max. The difference of what I'm saying as 200% is I'm always doing my best, or trying to do my best. And my best is that no matter how long we talk, usually the buffer is sufficient to meet the average needs. So for us, like there's a buffer time, and then there's OT. We also have OT, and my OT is 3 hours. And then that's why do I have OT? It's because of like Gecko, you, and other people like Bree and stuff. So OT happens less than 50% of my stream time. So OT doesn't require burnout. It requires pushing to a extent, but easily recoverable because it's not chronic. So this is outside of the life cycle. So I actually have a 5-hour maximum stamina cycle, but usually what I have going on, when I say what I have going on, is set for 2 hours. And then this is the classic life cycle. And this is an average because WaniKani, sometimes it's 4 hours long and sometimes it's 30 minutes long, right? That's where you get the 2-hour buffer from, because WaniKani's schedule is up and down. So there's a 2-hour buffer for any single day. And that's how the schedule is. And in IRL gets a default 6-hour buffer. And if you add all these times up, you'll probably figure out what my sleep schedule is, which is approximately 8 hours. Because there's 10 hours in here. Or roughly 10 hours in here. OT cuts into sleep by 1 hour. So all this number, if you add them all up, the number should check out. It's like 614 plus 7, 21, plus 2 is 23 hours, plus 3 is 26 hours, right? That's 2 hours cut into my sleeping schedule. But I said approximately 8 hours, so it's 7 to 8 hours of sleep. And there you have it. And what is in the 6 hours? 6 hours can be broken up to like run, eat, right? Journaling, etc. So yeah, all of this is planned out. It would be kind of interesting to write this out, like in a form, but this is my management. This is my internal system. So, I don't know if this stuff is interesting to anyone, but when it comes to like productivity and time management and stuff, I legitimately, all of this is in the back of my head. I don't like look at my phone. Right? I don't look at my phone and say, oh, now it's time to do my studying, or now it's time. This seems like it's possibly too anal or something like that, like too analytical, right? But you have to remember that there's no details here. It doesn't say what I do for those 2 hours, what I do for that 3 hours, what constitutes as 3-hour overtime, there's a lot of flexibility. The idea is that I have a skeleton, a framework that keeps me in line with perceiving negativity and positivity. I don't work at max. I work at my best. This is my best. So a lot of times people would say like, oh, okay, so something unexpected come up. It's like, it's all right. It's all right. I usually make myself ready for these things. So when things come up, like a conversation and stuff, it doesn't actually interfere with my schedules. And that's why I typically emphasize pro call whenever you say, oh yeah, I'm gonna stop talking now, because there is a stopping point. It's not right now, but there is a stopping point. Like we could go 2 hours into another discussion and it would still be within my range of preparation. and I forgot to mention one thing, right? We do not discount the idea that if you have a 2-2-3 schedule, right, with a 2-hour overtime or a 2-hour buffer time and maybe a 3-hour overtime, you can shift these. So there's an alternative skill. You can shift, right? You can cut corners. If you're already running 3 hours in, you can adjust this to 1 hour. Or you can do 1.5 hours and then do 2.5 hours. And there are ways that I compensate for this as well. So where I'm like, oh, okay, here's a good stopping point. I'll stop here in order to save half an hour and move to and reprioritize. So this stuff is more like working, when you're working and doing doing like research and stuff, right? Things that have to get done. This is a different type of time management. These are the micro stuff. So I told you the macro stuff. This is macro, but there are micro skills involved. Micromanagement, right? This is macro management, and then this is micromanagement. So most of the time, people think of micromanagement because they're working at their max. If you're working at your max, everything feels like it can fall apart at any time. In my opinion, like for someone's mental health, if you're constantly thinking that the only way you can have buffer zones and management, like not being rushed and positive and stuff, and you constantly refer to it as specific types of micromanagement, like, oh yeah, I better stay on the clock, and then you know you have a watch, right? You're like 30 minutes, okay, I only have 5 minutes to do this. Then you're rushing, but it can help, it can drive you to do this. Micromanagement is a great way to drive performance. Macro management preserves the mental health. It leaves for flexibility, right? So this I haven't talked about yet because it's very it's kind of complicated. I don't think this is very approachable. Like even me saying what I macro manage, like on macro level, this might seem like micromanagement to people. And my TLDR about this is, at first this seems very daunting, but practice and habit formation, we can make an allusion back to the what is hard, what's hard and easy to a person. This is easy to me. Saying you're going to spend 8 hours to do something, and then you're going to spend 8 hours trying to sleep. This is hard because I have no idea what you mean. Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like, there's nothing there. There's no active balance of conscious, intentional planning versus saving yourself enough flexibility. There's no balance here, right? When someone says, I'm gonna go hard, this is hard. Like, I don't know what you mean. How do you know when you're going hard? How do you know when you're going soft? How do you even know when you're slacking? Or being, these words get thrown around. How do you know when you're non-productive? I can tell you how I know because I have intent of when I am non-productive. And because I have intent, that non-productive is a positive signal. It's not a negative signal. I choose when to provide the flexibility of being non-productive. As opposed to I'm being non-productive, it's out of my control because I'm lazy and I'm slacking and I don't like to do work. So when I'm on stream, all of that is planned. Nearly most of the stuff is planned, unless I suddenly get someone who is deliberately trying to take my time away from me and my livelihood away from me. Even though I planned it, they pushed it to such a hard extent, then I will put the stop, right? I have a stop routine in case that happens. I don't use it very often, so it's not very good, but typically I do say stop when possible. Hear me out, Brokaw. I think my buffer, and the reason why I don't need to use my stop routine is I've set my buffer to accommodate the highest range. So what I mean by that is, if we spent the entire time talking to each other right now, the odds are you will probably stop before me. So the odds are you're going, because, and I'm not saying it's a bad or good thing, I think we operate differently. The way I set up my buffer is on the presumption presumption and stats of that someone else's time management lacks buffer. Not in the sense of lacking buffer as in it's absent, but the buffer space and range is less than mine. So I work on that type of thing. So how can I improvise without ever feeling like I'm giving up attention on someone? So like, as far as you go, I can meet it, at least in my opinion. When I can't meet it, that's when it gets interesting. But we haven't crossed that road yet, where like I met my other self, right? Like I met someone who as precariously reflective of myself in terms of management. Then in my opinion, if you wanted to see a hypothetical situation, it's probably a game of chicken. So we're probably going to end up playing a game of chicken. We're both going to lose sleep, right? Because of the game of chicken. How many people have I met that have no priorities in the sense of obligations, right? Like things that can come up like sleep and diet. Not a lot of people, right? So I would have to meet a particular subset, a very selective property like myself, in order to get into a problem, like a really, really big problem. And the nice thing about this presumption is I don't usually want people to be exactly like me. I don't think people should be exactly like each other. The reason why is it allows for proper buffering. In my opinion, one of the assets of being human is that the buffer zone is for the unpredictability of humans. So for me, I hope I don't meet my clone. It's still possible. It's very possible to meet someone who's like, oh yeah, I have a buffer zone. And so I have a buffer zone. So now we're playing a game of chicken where whoever's less polite is the person to give up first. That's a problem. You might be thinking, do you think that's possible? Yes, it's very possible. They're my best friends. And still, we play this game of politeness and management and burden, taking on burden. One of us gives up because we physically cannot do it anymore. As in, one of us falls asleep, basically. One of us is so tired that we would fall asleep in the spot that we are at. Or some other obligation comes up. So it's a game of chicken based on who has an prior obligation all the time. That's my buffer zone. So the way I buffer my stream is to understand, get to know as many people as possible when I have the chance, ascertain what their schedules are like, what's bothering them, provided they share those things, what's bothering them, what they have going on in their life. This is all motivation for me to understand the other person. So because the more I understand about the other person's schedule, their conflicts, their mental, I know this is like a little bit privacy, but it's voluntary, right? You have to volunteer this information. I don't try to push it out of you, but through that I can make a like mental estimate of, okay, well, I want to be available and I want to be accommodating. What type of schedule setup can I be to be reliable and available? So I typically set the range high enough that on any consistent amount of days, I would have met 90% of the time you might think you want from me, and I would be able to reciprocate, or I would be able to condense the engagement, not necessarily like YouTube engagement, the connection, the communication connection, to meet a satisfactory end. I do not like the idea of choosing to do something and failing to make it meaningful. Right. Oh, you're playing Power World? Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, go and play. Play Power World now. So there's your obligation, right, Procall? And that's what I'm relying on. I'm relying, the TLDR is I'm relying on the idea that my buffer zones for online things is that the other person will one day be productive, happy if they aren't already, and their obligations will exceed mine, like the obligation to have to talk and stuff. So then that would be a natural place to go on and do your thing, which is what you're doing now. And if I had a hot take, usually I would probably say in this situation, I try to always make time for things I intentionally choose to do. Now things can come up, obviously, there are other things going on, but we do set time for that. I haven't really done it before. Maybe one day I'll record like a 6 to 8 hour piece on how I manage time, just as a fun exercise. But I doubt people will see it as the difference between micro and macro management. Life is a balance between flexibility and being disciplined, and I typically have quite a lot that's not really communicated, because I'm wondering if one day people are going to be interested in that. And no, I don't use like Google calendars or things like that. Not to the extent that some person might think, seeing a 2223, like a 2234 schedule. That's to block things off, like to make blocks, and those blocks are entirely flexible within them. It could be due to not assigning enough time into productivity instead of a poor buffer. That's fair. That can be a thing, Procall. I think I was trying to voice this to Bree about like being bored, because Bree seems to be bored right now, and boredom comes in many forms, and oftentimes I still typically lean on the similar things about being intentful. Like boredom can be counteracted a lot. I would say it's not a panacea, but a vast majority of things, when there is intent, oftentimes it change words like poor, negative, unexpectedly bad, inauspicious into predictable, controllable, daijoubu desu, fine, right? Like it's okay. I built myself up for this. That type of thing. It becomes positive things. So when a negative thing comes up, it's a positive thing that you fix it, or you're able to do it. So oftentimes when you have problems that come up, you're also well equipped or adjusted to fix it, and it ultimately becomes a positive thing and a rewarding thing in the end. So like calling customer service for my father to make an insurance claim on an item. It's negative at first, but I made time for it. Because I made time for it, I approached it in the best way I can, and ultimately I fixed the problem. And then I had time to process and learn how I can manage to do it better next time, or something like that. It gives me room and time, right? So it's a balance of expecting the unexpected. You probably heard that before, the idiom, expect the unexpected. But it's not to predict the unexpected. That is, like, I understand expected the unexpected would be the same. Like some people would say there's no nuance between predict the unexpected versus expect the unexpected. For me, my expectations is that there will be unknowns in my future. That's expecting the expected to me. To predict it is another way people would think of expect the unexpected, as in you're practicing because you practice to prepare for things you know will happen in the future, like getting old, having IBS, having to go to the bathroom more. That's fair. But within that umbrella, there's also preparing yourself for things that you know you cannot expect because you don't know. And that's on top of it. So it goes to both of those. And I typically prep for that. I prep for the unexpected. I understand that I can't predict the future. I understand that there are a lot of things that can come up. So with that in mind, I choose to work on myself every single day to tackle those things. But those things don't come up as often as the things you choose to do. And oftentimes the things you choose to do, especially online and being privileged, right? Getting to go to school, going to university, choosing a creative career. A lot of those things are choices. And those choices come with unexpected problems. And that is the buffer zone that I was referring to. That can make it deceptive. Because I do leave at least a 20 to 30% headroom for any unexpected things. By the end of the day, though, I consume that headroom. So as the odds of things coming up creeps down closer to my sleep, that's when we got into the conversation protocol about sleep hygiene. I go hard, but I leave headroom. But near the end of as the sleep approaches, the odds of something coming up is less and less. So then I cash out. I cash out all the energy so then I can go to sleep, right? Because if you leave too much in the tank, that's probably where the sleep hygiene problem can come up. Restless nights can also be associated with having too much energy at the end of the day. Like, your day wasn't productive enough as well. It sounds, every time I speak about this problem, it requires like writing down like a proper diagram, because without saying too much, obviously most people prefer why life can just be intuitive. You can just feel it out and vibe it out. And because the vibing and the feeling is because when you take from one, lots of other things react to it, and it can become really complicated. And trying to distill what is fundamentally important are the things that I'm talking about here. Where, yes, it's not a panacea. The structure has weak points and stuff. The idea is that you're trying to constantly minimizing weak points while trying to balance flexibility and discipline at the same time. And they always take from each other. So one of the counter arguments to my schedule about buffering is you can have sleepless nights. Because if you're always waiting for the worst to happen and you think that you never can predict the future, then you spend a lot of time not using your resources. That's kind of like constantly saving for a rainy day, but you never know if that rainy day is going to happen. So how much of your rainy day energy are you going to use? Do you use all of it? Do you time it? What do you do? For me, about 3 hours before sleeping, all of that goes out the window. So if you do want to see me in a compromised state, since I'm revealing my schedule and stuff, talk to me right before I sleep is probably the weakest I can be. The thing is, people that I'm with and around, they're cognizant of that. So it's not like every day someone's like, oh yeah, let's try to catch my friend at his weakest state, because that's exactly what friends do for fun, right? That's probably why this stuff doesn't happen. I am, in the way I lay out my schedule and stuff, I am most compromised near the end of things. So if someone really wanted to, I don't know, challenge me in a way that where my mental state is not at the A game, it's at the end. And that makes sense. I try to finish strong, but it's definitely often not as strong as how I start. I tend to strong start and finish, quote unquote, finish strong, but it's not my strongest. Like, that would be, I think that's kind of oxymoronic in terms of the human condition. Like, the idea of finishing strong is the idea that you're not finishing the weakest, not you're at your strongest at the end. That leaves room for needing to micromanage what's your strongest to the finish, and that is not great in my opinion. That's a whole different discussion where you're trying to like I'll leave like a rhetoric for fun for anyone who's interested. What is misinterpreting, in my opinion, misrepresenting finishing strong? It's called procrastination. This would be a rhetoric. When you think of the idealism, the ideal cases, and the motivation, the excuses, the coping mechanisms, look into think about like identifying the properties of procrastination. That's the idea of finishing strong, in my opinion. Many of the pros and cons and motivations behind procrastination is the idea of finishing strong. It also shares, like, it's paralleled with finishing strong. I'm saying finishing stronger than your weakest. And my weakest is a little before it hits the procrastination zone. So my weakest is right here, the moment I hit into procrastination. My strongest is usually when I warm up, after I warm up, and it's in the middle of the zone. This is my strongest zone, and that's when I stream. So you could argue that there is a weak spot in the beginning, but I'm getting stronger over time. This is when I'm getting weaker over time. So like here, right? Here during the stream, I'm weakest at the end of my stream. But I haven't cut in to the time that I have OT for. Our OT is when I try to finish strong regardless, right? And then when I finish strong, then there's a huge decline to the end where my end day is. And that's what the procrastination thing does. Why do I think it's like procrastination? Because when procrastination is difficult to know how much you could have done. Because there's a deadline. And when it's difficult to know how much you could have done, you may ultimately it requires a lot of excess mental energy. Mental energy and micromanagement. Because it has to reach an ideal case in order to maximize your procrastination. Meanwhile, if you have a structure like this, you've already dumped and used up a lot of your energy. So you lose less at the end. So you have less to, like, quote unquote could have done. Your maximum potential is already used in the day before it hits, so it requires less micromanagement. You do not have to wait for an ideal case to procrastinate the best. You can still optimize procrastination. It's all to you. I often counter argue that it takes a lot of extra energy to constantly operate in ideal situations. That is and that will tie back all the way to the beginning of constantly thinking you're working at your max. not your best at any one time. I'm usually working at my best, not my max. Max is different. When you think of things as max, you leave no room. Max means there is no room. There is no room because everything is ideal. You need to finish your, like, oh, at 2 o'clock, I must finish this. It's not, okay, well, when I get to 2 hours, if I'm still not finished, can I do 30 more minutes? Because I'm not at my max yet. If I finish early, can I stop now because I can use that energy for something else instead of maxing it out, right? So whenever the internet's best, in my opinion, the internet's best equals max. My best is not max. It's near max. Or it's more like near max but safe. And that's the balance. It's a balance. When things come up, it's not a problem. It's a positive thing. When things come up, it's an opportunity, not a crutch, right? When you're constantly operating at your max and your ideal, then anything that puts a wrench in it becomes negative because you're no longer at your quote-unquote best max. So when someone says, oh, I just don't feel that great today, like here's a way to identify if you're internet, or like when someone flags this person has a different perspective than I do on how to do your best. When someone says, oh yeah, today I woke up late, so I decided not to do artwork because I woke up late and I really need to have exactly 8 hours or else I won't be in a great headspace, then I won't make my best art. So if I don't make my best art, then it's not worth it. So I'll just push it off till tomorrow to make sure that I sleep and micromanage everything in order to have that perfect sleep, in order to also make my perfect art and my ideal art tomorrow. So what happens if tomorrow is the same thing? Well, you push it off some more. That's procrastination. And I'm not saying it's exactly procrastination. I'm suggesting that there is a behavioral correlation between the rationale that presents itself as procrastination. Pushing things off is also an idealism, because when you have ideals, you only work in ideal cases. You only work in max cases. You only produce art when it's worth money. You only stream when you're feeling at the top of the world. You only stream more if you're making more money. You only stream more if you get more viewers, if you get more subscribers. If your YouTube channel suddenly goes negative, it's the end of the world. And you can't macro manage that problem, or even micromanage that problem anymore. When you have an off day, you might as well start all over again, because you shouldn't have off days while you're working on your skill. This is the min-max internet hustle normalization. You're always at your max, your best. You always use the best tools. The moment you find out it's not the best tool, you wasted your time, because you wasted your time using something that isn't the best. And I feel, in my opinion, it's worth mentioning this, because this is one of the to me, this is one of the fundamental roots normalized behavior online. You spend enough time online, that's how you rationalize things. You talk about ideal case. And obviously, protocol, to go back to your thing about the negative thing, right? The negative thing. When I see a negative thing, I also think of it as an opportunity to be positive about it. So, in no way, if I mention something like, "Oh, there's a lot going on, we should hurry and skedaddle," I don't usually see them as plainly negative. So, hopefully, that this stuff makes it a little bit more obvious, or have some clarity on how to try to communicate how I feel about times and things. It's rarely ever not like it's generally always a privilege to have someone's time. So time is precious, and I try to spend my time not creating excess energy for negativity. So you don't have to worry about it. That is probably the longest way of saying daijoubu desu I can offer, as in it's okay. Most things are okay. You won't have to worry about me. It's very I appreciate the concern. I would say I forgot to say that I really appreciate the concern. I think I spend more time trying to think about things I can do than all the things that could throw me off, largely because it feels like I have enough time to do that. I think I rarely meet people who feel that way. They often give me many converging flags on this idea that they are inflexible, and that's kind of it's a little disappointing, and disappointing in a way for myself personally. It is more of a selfish disappointment, because with the utmost humility, I often think that if I were a little bit better, like this is a little bit narcissistic, if I were a little bit better at teaching, or maybe more inclined to want to help, or more inclined to do things, I might be able to make a larger contribution to people's inability to manage time and cope and do things that can bring them closer to my perspective. But that's not the case most of the time. I think I often feel I don't feel loneliness in that same way when I say this, but genuinely when I talk to people, I think 90% of the time I genuinely do not empathize with them. And it used to be not empathizing because I was inexperienced and ignorant and a little kid who lacked life experience. Nowadays, there was a time I caressed where I empathize with most people about feeling overwhelmed, getting negative, being temperamental, feeling terrible about procrastination, not feeling terrible about being non-productive. But since then, in the last 7 to 10 years of my life, it's transitioned past a different point now. Now I'm disappointed because I don't see happy people anymore. Now, and I don't see happy people as often anymore. And it's not that those people aren't happy or they haven't changed or something like that. It's that happiness looks different now. Happiness, intellectual stimulation, aspirations, people's motivations, how they solve problems, they no longer look the same to me anymore. And that's where that selfish disappointment is coming from. The selfish disappointment is a bit narcissistically, like me, arrogantly, is a disappointment in not seeing signs of people some signs of my own characteristics in other people. So like, it's not my place to tell a person where, wow, their situation sucks, but I can see 14 or 15 different things you can do about it right now. You should do it. You try to do it. Make it your task. That's not it, because you can't convince a person to just magically embrace and be gaslit, willingly be gaslit by another person. And I feel like that's ethically and morally concerning. So the disappointment is the idea that I can't see I can't see the joy of how exciting things are, how interesting things are in other people, because they're not there anymore. In a younger self, I saw interest in enjoyment, problem solving and stuff through the lens that was very similar to the people that I speak to online most of the time. Like crushing out that late night project in the last 3 hours and feeling good about it because you pushed it off all to the end, but you made it through. I can't feel that. Like, I don't see it as the same thing anymore. Like, that to me is disappointing now, where, well, you could still do that, but then you can sleep soundly knowing that you did that sooner and you went beyond that because you had more gas in the tank. So you could shift. So like, for example, one could shift, right? We were talking about procrastination, just as a really quick example. Like procrastination, if this is the deadline, right? And someone feels really good doing this, it is not any different, literally, objectively, to take this window and jam it over here. And in fact, it might actually be even a smaller window during your peak and not doing this at all. Obviously, this would then extend, right? This would extend. This wall would disappear and it would extend like this. There's no literal difference between these. There's a mental difference between these. The skills required to do your task in this window versus this window are two different things. And that's where the disappointment comes from. When someone tells me that they have all these excuses, and I have to qualify the difference between excuses and an uncontrollable problem, like a passive problem, an intrinsic problem. When you choose to do things is not necessarily an uncontrollable or intrinsic problem. It's often excuses. Now there's a mix of these, obviously. Like uncontrollable problem, you have a baby, for example, or you have children, you have family, and in a way, even these are a bit of an excuse, or like slightly excuse. So this is where the disappointment comes in, right? And it's not a disappointment in someone else, it's a disappointment in the feeling that I have, like, man, I wonder if they are able to appreciate that moving and shuffling things around can change their life, or is able to change their life if they're willing. How to do that, that's where I'm disappointed in myself, because I typically don't go out of my way to do that. It's not my place to try to restructure someone's life. I think attempting to restructure stuff, it's a diffusion of responsibility, but typically the people closest to me have well-adjusted lives, and they have some semblance of doing this as well. That's largely why we are close and friends, because we have these adjustments already. We can internalize these things. So anything else, when I meet a stranger, it's often what I would say in a very direct way if I was trying to be like impolite about it, you know, like not polite and professional about it, is that the vast majority of people who try to rationalize their productivity, their negative and positive things, they're excuses. Because there's one thing that the internet is great about, is that most of the time, if you bump into me, it's already 90% of the time pre-selected that you have chosen to do these things. You haven't been forced and obligatorily challenged to do these things. So whenever someone comes up to me, which is what I talked with Gecko the other day, they're not actually obligations. They're self-imposed excuses and restrictions. There are many obligations that life throws at you. One of them is not thinking that you need to dislike someone's video because you don't like it. For example, that is conditioning power and agency where I feel is misplaced. The idea now that someone can be crushed morally and crushed, the idea of fragility of one's ability to adapt, take criticism, feedback, that is out the window the moment you spend time internalizing, disliking and liking things, negative and positive things, what's the best and worst things. That's when fragility happens, in my opinion. You muted my stream for a while because you had to log in on game. Are you still talking about what we were? No, yeah, not really. It was leaving. I was leaving like a lasting point. So I wanted to like finish up my talking point, which I coincidentally have just finished up. So not the answer would be no. We're probably not talking about the same thing. I basically just wrapped it up talking about procrastination, or the idea of procrastination, and my internal disappointment in seeing people unable to overcome their excuses, that type of thing. All right, again with that occurrence. Yeah, that's just again. Saido. Oh, I might have to write the difference between Saido and Sa. Are these both Sai? They're both Sai for the time being. Okay. All right. I'm gonna refocus. That's it for today. That's the pocket discussion. That's the pocket discussion for today. No more. Okay. I'm surprised that still means wipe. Hari. Saido. Saikai. I can't get away with again. Start again. How do I start again? Reopen. Fortune telling. Oh, that's interesting. It's not sen. Uranai. Oh my gosh. Uranus. New. Oh no. No. That's gone. That's in the trash can. For especially picking a proper noun that has multiple pronunciations. That is in the back. Okay, you seem to treat the exploration of a topic that a chatter brings up as a separate thing to the act of chatting to a chatter. Cool thing to do in your opinion, useful due to the nature of chatters not always me. Yeah. I distinguish between them. So it's more like this. Really quick. So if this is the entire buffer zone, right? for the digression. The chatter that I talk to is generally less. It takes up less time than my buffer zone. So all this extra buffer zone is to wrap up. So I always finish stronger than my weakest. So even within the buffer zone, if the chatter stops chatting, I have to finish it. And that's what I want to do. I must complete the idea because we're recording things, and leaving abruptly like, oh, hey, he left. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to work now. But the idea is I must complete the idea. Now you have to practice finishing your ideas with or without someone, because the internet makes you dependent on affirmation. You have to balance it out with independence. So wrapping things up is a way that I can practice finishing the idea. If you typically don't ever finish the idea, you might not get practiced and comfortable with finishing the idea. So that's my 2 cents about having those two things. I do things that include other things, inclusive of other things, but the things I choose to do is bigger, not better. I'm not saying the way I'm doing things is more important than yours. I'm saying to be accommodating, right? If you want to be reliable, seen as reliable and accommodating, you have to accommodate. But I don't stop at accommodating other people. I also accommodate myself. Do better. If someone says they're only going to do this, I'm going to do more than what they're going to do, because it helps me feel good about myself. So when you say you want to play this game, I say I'm going to play this game to meet that person's expectations, and I'm going to do more than that for my own self-assurance. So chatting is very similar. I treat nearly all my tasks the same. It might sound arrogant and narcissistic when someone asks me, hey, do you want to play a video game with me? And my first comment is, how long are you going to play the video game? And where your goals are? Because a bit narcissistic for me and presumptuous on me is, I like to think that there's a chance this person has an end goal and I don't. That's the difference in mindset, right? I'm process oriented. I'm very much to a fault process oriented. So if you start a chat, I go through the chat motion and I end the chat motion whenever the end comes up. I don't tell myself I have to stop talking a certain way at a certain time, because I know that the other person is going to stop before me, or presumably. And then again, I already talked about there's a flaw to this. What if I meet myself, or I meet someone who is also like that? Then we have a problem. That hasn't happened at all yet, actually. So, but I know it's possible. It's possible to happen. Like, for example, I don't even think Hank Green, if I sat down with Hank Green, for example, he's a beautiful soul, right? Or John Green, a beautiful soul. They still have families. He runs a company. But despite that, I feel like if there was none of that stuff, which works to my advantage, we probably could talk and sacrifice everything for the talk, at least in my opinion. But even then, other people have more obligations than I do. And they're much, much more important, in my opinion, morally speaking and ethically speaking. They're probably more important than my own obligations. Like having friends. That's kind of a weird thing to say, but I don't have a lot of friend dependencies. You can see it as a bane, you can see it as a drawback, or you could utilize it. What is the advantage of not having friends that constantly like not being reliant on the friend, or having friends that are not always in your life. There are bads, right? You know, like, oh, don't you feel lonely? It's like, well, yeah, that's one way to look at it. Another way is I can have conversations as much as I can, because every person I treat is all the energy I would use devoted to hanging out with my friends. And some people will argue, well, then you're doing your friends a disservice. You can look at it that way. Or you can see myself maximizing my time when otherwise my friends are occupied with responsibilities and obligations. Lots of counterpoints and pros and cons. The difference is I'm turning most things into a positive and being an opportunist with my circumstances, not focusing on all the negatives and cynicism. That's probably why I feel like a contrarian that is falsely represented as optimistic, but more a realistic person, knowing that the negatives are often represented by the people I talk to, and therefore I realistically should introduce the positive side of things, because it's both of those things. Less time with friends equal more time with strangers. Less time with friends mean more time to help strangers. Less time with friends can mean you're not really close with your friends, or it could mean we're more independent from each other. There's got so many ways to look at that. Null hypothesis testing, right? If you're lonely, you really hang out with your friends, right? Let's see. Please don't spend too much time on that comment. You did say you ran out of buffer. Well, yeah, we're gonna keep going.
占い
Uranai, we gotta change the Uranus is not great, or Uranus is going. Or actually, I don't know how they got Urana from Uranus. How do we get Urana? Oh, I can use you are now. So oh, how do I get centaur? The centaur went to a fortune teller. And seek fortune telling. Maybe like the centaur received a fortune telling of what you are, Yura na u. Will change in the future? I don't know. Somehow we needed to fit Sen into this, which is kind of rough. Maybe we'll become centaurs in the future. Who knows? Evolution is wild. Alright, to occupy? Oh no, we gotta write more stuff to account for. Oh, it's the alternative meaning, occupy. Interesting. Occupy. Alright. I'm just gonna have to line it up with occupy. So fortune and occupy.
閉める
Shimeru. Oh, fortune teller. This kanji also means fortune. She was occupied with the centaurs. Centaur's Meru about his fortune telling. That's a way to link both of them. Alright. Shimeru. Seal. That kind of looks like ying, right? Or print? Mark. Interesting. You take this comb, break the handle off. Oh, I see what you did. Interesting. Break the handle off and use it to stamp your... Okay, that's kind of like print. Official seal of approval into a document. Kind of a messy marking process. In. Oh, yeah. In. This is print. You need the seal to stay at the end. Fine. In. Yeah. Like Indu or Indian, but in is print. Like footprint. Like jiao yin. Something like that. A footprint. Okay. Monopoly. Alone fortune. That makes sense. Or alone in what you occupy. That's fine too. Alone fortune is pretty funny though. Alone fortune for Monopoly.
独占
Then round trip. Journey. Restore. I think restore is kind of off topic. I think... Oh, no. Depart. Sorry, depart. I think return. Did I add return to this? Yes, and recover. Like, so journey and return, or alternatively, departure, right? Departure and return, which is a round trip.
往復
Both good. Okay. And it looks like depart is a separate word for journey. Yeah, separate meaning. Okay. All right.
Shimeru
Was it uranai?
占い
I think I've heard uranai because of Persona recently. Okay.
Doksen
And 독sen wa ne? 독sen. Wait, what time is it? Oh, it's still not late enough for the other time. We're good.
往復
Off. Alright. Alright, so we have obey. Makes sense. What was our onyomi for obey? Ju? It's not ju.
従う
Stangao. Stangao. Sta. Got. Oh man. I mean, shita does work that way. It's kind of nice. So let's say. Oh, I forgot to incorporate other things, right? Where's what is the gargoyle? That's can mean but. If you loiter around, not obey the correct aga. Is there a way to okay. If you loiter around and not obey the correct I don't know, horned figure, I guess. You will receive shita for not who? You will not receive. I guess we can try the shitaga or butt. But what? I don't know. This for it. Ga. I don't like this ga. This ga is not great. I can incorporate you. This is awful. Kunyomi, why do you have to? Shita is good though. Ga, I only have gargoyle in my. No jewels and a bruised ga. We're talking about ego here. Maybe we'll use ga for ego as opposed to but. It's a thing. I can see it being useful. We'll try it. Up till now, oh boy. Obey, come. Up to now. Conventional. You'll obey all that has come up to now. That's because it's conventional way. Oh boy, howdy. This word is relatively formal to talk about how things have been up. Okay.
従来
Jurai. Okay. I'll try. Review. Return and study. Yes, review. Fair enough. Return to learn. I don't like restore, but I can kind of see restore what you learn is pretty okay. Good. Good. Then?
復習
Kushu. Oh, right. That's the shoe part. No, I'm thinking of Renshu and I just thought Ren, but it's actually Renshu.
復習
復習
Shu. Recovery, fair enough.
Kaifuku.
Kaifuku. Fine. Characteristics. Wait, actually, what type of recovery was that?
回復
Characteristic.
特徴
Culture. Special indication, yeah.
復習
Kushu.
従う
Sanga. 'What? Oh. Wait.
従来 特徴
Cho.
回復
Safe. Alright, how many items do I have? 55. So 70 total. That's not too bad. Let's go. Symbol indication or sign. An elephant sign. Okay. I wonder if this is just echo instead.
象徴
No, shoucho. Fine. Shoucho is fine. It's normal. Phenomenon of some kind. Not elephant, but phenomenon
象徴
symbol. Interesting. Suspicious. Ain't no
怪
kai.
しい
Ayashi. Just think of our artist Ayashi. Suspicious and shady? Oh boy. It is shady and suspicious to Ayak with it is also shady and suspicious to carry Ya as well as a kettle while kayaking. It's an extension from the other mnemonic. Okay, create. Yeah, as in an arrow. Create. Makes sense. Create or build. Okay. In the warehouse, you use a knife to create. Fair enough. When you create, it's good for your soul. I like that. I don't think anything else is necessary. Strange mystery. Kaiji? Ne? Kaiji mai? Oh no, wait. That's matter. Kaiji Koichi Ken. Yeah. Remember how? Oh, means incident. Well, suspicious also has a string. I see.
怪事件
Koichi Ken. All right, fair enough. Koichi Ken.
怪事件
Okay. Ghost story. Makes sense. Kaidan.
階段階段
Interesting that turns into ghost story. Okay.
怪しい
Let's see. What? Oh, just kidding.
象徴
Gocho. Uh,
怪事件
IG.
階段
Kaidan. Alright, off we go. Alright. Let's just say this is an old-fashioned pronoun and it isn't commonly used outside of set phrases. Okay. I see. So they phased this out, huh?
我
What it? Oh. Oh. That makes sense. So what wait. What interesting. What it? Okay. Where? What? We where? It could also mean I could use like where instead of where. No, but what it okay. They oh, what did I use for ga? Ego? Oh yeah. My ga and I require all the hard wade and soft wade for maximum gaming. There you go. We're using ga for this, right? Already. Selflessness. Oh, is this gonna end up being like muwade? Or is it muga?
無我
Munga. Okay, munga is fine. Hinder. Not sure if I have those combinations for hinder. Standing, sunflower, and hill. I think this might be a first. There's buildings standing in the way of the chapter. Okay, in your life and it hindering you. Oh, okay. Feels like ball all over again. Someone put this building here specifically to hinder you. They knew you were close to the chapter that they wanted, and they were sitting on the throne smirking. It's the shogun. To shake something. That is not shin for sure. This word is also used when you shake someone off in the less physical way, as in to break up with someone. Oh, interesting. It means to shake something, to wave something.
振る
Furu. Furu for fool. Or could use fool. How about the world is filled with fools that want to hold on, weigh you down, hold on to your shins that you must shake off to have a furu life. That sounded a little quite cynical, actually. Vibration makes sense. Vibration. Furu.
振動
Shindo. Oh yeah.
我
あれ。Oh, that explains the ware. Oh, I'm like, why does warewa sound so familiar? In P5X, one of the lines are I art thou and thou art I. Use ware as the I. I see. Right? What is it? It was like ware wa nanji, right? Ware wa nanji wa ware, right? Something like I am thou and thou art I or something. That makes sense why they're using thou and art. Because it's old school. It's an old school thing. Yeah. Makes sense. And there's the ware. I see it now. There aren't Japanese subtitles available. Ware wa nanji wa ware. Interesting. Anyways, I can't unhear it. It happens a lot. Every time you get a new persona or you advance a synergy with someone, that's the idea. Resonating personas.
Munga.
Wait, what's nothing self? What the question mark? Oh, selflessness. That, yeah, no ego. Yes. Ah, selflessness. Okay.
振る 振動
Jindo. Alright. Lessons? Instruct business? Yeah, lessons. Fair enough. Or teachings or class. Yeah. Jugyo. Oh, Jugyo. Right. Jugyo sounds a lot better than Jugyo. Jugyo. Jugyo teaching. Jo. So Joju?
教授
Joju. Oh no. I'm thinking of Jiao. Kyo. Yeah. Joju. Kyoju or Kyoju. Fair enough. Encourage. Oh, wow. That is simplified. That is very simplified. What was it before? In traditional, I think it might have had a foreman. Yeah, two things. I want to say it had like two people. Maybe like foreman and a bear or something. It's Lee, right? It's Lee. This got simplified. That thing took place of the whole thing. Interesting. Ooh, it's a G. Give me G. There. Alright, fine. The cliff of 10,000 power is where you go if you want to be encouraged. When you get there, it does encourage you. The cliff says, hey, I encourage you to buy a ray gun. That's auspicious. Direct. Fixed. Okay. Fixed, adjoin, direct. Interesting. Remember how can also mean direct. Oh. If you direct by adjoining two things, their connection will be direct. That said, isn't limited to physical contact. In fact, it's more often when someone does something without going through a middle step or something, whether it's communicate. Oh, to go directly. I see. We have choku. Choku and jiki. Jiki. Choku. What was that? Would be like. Choku setsu. Chokusetsu is okay.
直接
Chokusetsu. Okay. Let's see. Indirect. That's no na, right? Or going with mon?
関節
Oh, kan. Whoops, not mon. I'm thinking of question. Kansetsu. Okay. Kansetsu. Not direct. Interval time. It will reject. Okay. Okay.
関節
I got you. I got you.
授業
Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh is the standard one. Heck. This one's gonna be a little tough.
教授
Yoji.
関節
Sunset.
直接
Okay. Off we go. Interview. Join face. Okay. Like face to face. Men? Mensetsu. Generally refers to job or oral. Okay. For conversation between media and public. Is used. Oh, interesting.
面接
Mensetsu. Accident. I think this is the one that I'm more used to, right? Jiko. Yeah. Jiko. It's mostly used to refer to physical accident like traffic accidents, yeah.
事故
Jiko. Jiko. Comparison? Iko. Oh, compare contrast.
比較
Kaku. Oh, right. This is Kaku as well. Right. Kaku is probably more primary since they listed it first. Hikaku
比較
makes sense. Hikaku. Sweat. Ase.
汗
Ase. Okay, so it's death. Okay. Or that was a 50-50.
恋
Wait, I didn't cover koi. What could koi be? Let's see. Reason and idea. Still a reason. Dang it. Intentional. Oh, wait. I do have on purpose, no? Oh, maybe it's a different one. What am I thinking of in terms of on purpose? All right, well, let me think about this first. Circumstance was caused by idea. Intentional. I didn't think of this as circumstance. I think of it more as reason. But circumstance idea. We'll see how well this lasts. On purpose. It's something like wazai or something.
Jiko.
I skipped over one.
面接
Fine.
汗
Ase.
比較
Okay. Sweaty smelling. Okay. So we have ase kusai. Ne?
汗臭い
Ase kusai. Okay. River. This was originally referring to the Yellow River. Oh, that kind of makes sense. So usually associated with very big river. A lot common than kawa. Okay.
川
Oh, okay. All right.
Kawa.
Sure, kawa. All right. Kappa. Oh, it got cut off. Interesting. Juvenile. Oh man, this is a special read. A river juvenile. Yeah, kappa.
カッパ
Kappa. It's fine. The reading makes sense. The reading for however is weird since the meaning is kappa. So you can use that to remember. Yeah. We'll just remember river juvenile. Glacier. 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 Kawa. That would be interesting.
氷河
Hyoga. Oh man. Oh man. Wait, this was. Oh yeah, and then it gets a Rendakud. Interesting. Hyoga. Ah man. Technically, it's a car that got Rendakud. I think he and Yo is such weak because it's like it's a pronoun, which is not that great. And then the other way is an expression, heyo, which not that great either. For my use cases. How does coal work? Guess you could lump it in with coal, just a special coal. I'm doing Inktober. Are you doing it to improve my art? No, not necessarily. I'm doing it for fun. For exploration. For tradition. For intellectual pursuit. I think he and Yo are Hmm. Curious. What was the word they used for coal? Ori? Oh my goodness. I guess there was the Ori.
氷河
Okay. Oh. Cody thinks he and Yul are stupid for being in a car on a glacier. Oh. Or near a glacier. Yeah, that's fine. We'll see. Next one, canal. That makes sense. Erie River. Yunhe, right? Yunhe, or Yunhe. So what is that? Kun?
Unga.
Unga. I was thinking might have some shenanigans, but not shenanigans. Unga. Fair enough. No shenanigans. I think we're fine with that. Heck. Did I skip this too? I don't think I oh yeah, right. This is the juvenile, right?
Kappa.
Can use tone. We could use tone as a reminder, as opposed to whatever they wrote about youth. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what the I didn't write anything for Dole, did I? Yeah, because it's special. Oh, that's how special is it? I wonder if this is gonna come up again. Like, we're gonna write something. The is a juvenile, so juvenile. What is that? Hometown and stand. And like one, often enjoys donuts on. Oh, is this the roof thing? And standing on roofs. On roofs in their hometowns. Near the river. Okay. Heck. Did I write anything for this? I'm not even sure if I wrote anything for this. Oh, it's because it's just kawa.
kawa
That's fine.
汗臭い
Ready smell or okay.
氷河
Hoang.
運河
Unga. Fugu. Fugu. Probably fugu.
フグ
Fugu. Yep, river pig. The river pig. Alright. Fugu. Fine, it's fugu. Oh, that ain't no Jew. Something else. What do we have? Right? Yeah. Oh no, that's Gek. Oh, it's no Geki either. It's not Geki.
激しい
Hageshi. Hage? Oh, hey. Hage is pretty good actually. Yeah. Okay. So our friend, our fierce gecko friend, the Geki, is not afraid of some swamp hage. Probably use it. Okay. Alright, next one. Alone? I doubt that's gonna retain Doku. While Hidari simply means one person. This one carries a stronger sense of being alone connotation. Is it Hidari?
一人
I mean Hitori, not Hitari. What am I doing? Hitari is Hitari. Hitori. Okay, alright, that's fine. More sense. Alright, now we got like kanji mix up. Nice. Alone, somebody, single, unmarried. Oh, that now this stuff checks out. Dokshin.
独身
Dokshin. Unique. I don't think it's Toku. It sounds weird. Dokutoku sounds weird.
独特
Dokutoku. Oh my gosh. Dokutoku is, and it doesn't even rendaku. To make it Dokutoku. Dokutoku. Interesting. Didn't think that was gonna be the way, but way.
激しい
Angeshi.
Hitori
Hori.
Fugu
I might have to write something for Fugu though. I mean, I guess we can go off River Pig. We'll see how long River Pig lasts. It's kind of a meme at this point. River Pig. Pig in general.
Doktoku
Dokutoku.
Dokushin
Dokshin. All right, independence. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Checks out with the other. It implies both being autonomous and independent. Oh, they didn't draw a contrast with the other way of saying independent, like independent in thought.
独立
Dokuritsu. Makes sense. It's also a ritsu. Something like jiritsu is a good one. You recommend playing Power if you have a friend to play, you're really enjoying it? That's fair. That sounds good. Yeah, Power World is sounds like a fun thing. Have you played Core? What is it? Something. Have you played Core Keeper? It's still in early access. Do you remember you mentioning something about early access games? Yeah, I'm familiar with Power World. Power World was part of a lot of controversies like a year ago. I actually spoke about Power World. It might be before we met though. Wow, has it been that long? Yeah, it has been that long. Yeah, we talked about Power World a couple of times. With Pokemon, a lot of things. With a lot of things, but Power World was brought up because it was trending. That's why it was brought up, the controversy. But it was controversially trending. Yeah, Power World is a very common conversation a long time ago. We might have talked about this? Okay. I figured. Yeah, most of the time when we're playing games like that, it would be like an indie game, like Core Keeper or something. Core Keeper is a good example of that type of thing, but without the baked in heavy reliance on third person interaction like that. Yeah. But more or less is the works out that way too. Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock Galactic is another one that is fairly trendy that has that cycle as well. Outside of the whole Pokemon thing. But Deep Rock Galactic. I'm trying to think of there. I mean, there are new ones in the horizon. MiHoYo's releasing something as well, so you might be interested in that in the future. Usually MiHoYo are free to play things, but there is a gacha component to them. But hey, if you are the founding group, usually you can check your boxes on those because it's banner based. MiHoYo is releasing something like that too. Not with the pew pews, but the creature collection with micromanagement. Creature collection and micromanagement is the thing. Crafts micromanagement. That's kind of the talk of the thing. MiHoYo's next thing. Dokuritsu. Okay, Dokuritsu. Self-study. 独学。
独学
Dokugaku ne? You are alone in your study. Fair enough. Beast. I doubt it's Jew. Wait, is Jew? No, Jew don't really stand alone very often.
獣
Kemono. Do I know this? Kemono. Wait, why do this? Wait, where have I? Huh. Possibly. I think possibly. Oh, I know what this looks like. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Let's see. A beast, what do you think of when you think of it? How about a thing? Mono full of fur? Oh, that's actually a great one. I like it. I don't think Kemono is good. I think Kemono is fine. I haven't. Wow, that's good. All right, we'll just move along for now. Giant monster. Okay, this is a little weird. Suspicious beast. I guess a kaiju. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So it combines
怪獣
kaiju. Kaiju. Okay. Kaiju check. Off the list. That's kind of self-explanatory. No. A veterinarian. A beast medicine. Veterinarian. Really. 獣医
獣医
Alright, that's fine. Ooh. You're gaming late. Prokar. Is it the weekend? Oh, it's the week. Quote unquote weekend. I'm like, ooh, that's a late gaming session. I miss those days. You want to hear a weird double edge that's related to something that was mentioned earlier? I did kind of allude to this, but you were probably still in Pal World, doing the whole like mute thing, right? One of the double edges about the whole idea of buffer zones and micromanagement and macro management is that when it comes to this is to a fault, right? So when it comes to video games, generally, in order to make all of that happen and still continue to enjoy everything I do, I typically don't play video games with other people. And it's one of the trade-offs. So like I talked about this before about collaborations. Collaborations are dealing with open generosity from someone else. I don't typically request open generosity from others. Not that I don't like it. It's kind of like the whole streaming thing, right? And collaborations. The idea is because of how I believe that most people I meet online and friends and whatnot, how our dynamics work. My close friends think of this as their dynamic as well. Those opportunities do not happen unless societal things change about the internet. Largely because it's a win-win with or without someone when I'm playing something because of time management, great time management, macros and micromanagements and macro managements. You quote unquote run out of time to do things. Gecko, I talked to Gecko about this yesterday. Most of the time is the concern about not having enough time to do interesting things. So it's more of a win harder or win even more situation. And opportunities, I think playing games with friends come with like serendipity. There's quite a lot of happenstance that happens in order for that to happen. And I remember we had this discussion before about Subnautica and this other person. Well, guess what? That person has different priorities now. So there is no the person that I would have rapport with, probably not, because their commitments are very loose. And also it's related to the earlier topic about how I think most people think of max and what they have to gain from playing the game, not what they can discover and doing it anyways situation. So they don't make time for it. They often think about what they're getting from it. And that's where me and most people, we don't see eye to eye on that. And that's usually where it ends. So like when you say you're having I'm glad you guys are enjoying a long late night gaming session. it would be a very long gaming session if people thought like me. So that usually then the onerous is often on the other one. You're still happy to play Sona at some point. You can't guarantee committing to long sessions or anything though. Yeah, it would be very tricky. It would definitely be very tricky considering when I would be playing them. Right, Subnautica 2 would then be at the end of the session, right? We don't start with Subnautica 2. So that would ultimately mean you would have to, like, this would conflict with sleep discipline, right? So that's kind of a tough thing. Geography and all. It's one of those things that is a barrier. Like, I don't play with someone in Germany that I know, despite I feel like it's been a while now and Borderlands 4 came out. Lining up, that would be very irresponsible to encourage sacrificing your sleep discipline because of time gap differences. Yeah, it's very much true about still playing Neverwinter online, since the vast majority of people are European. Same dealy. Like, it's slap dead. Time difference. Too shrunk.
Dokuritsu.
That particular friend has the opposite, the other way around. So it's like kind of ideal. Basically, they're on the West Coast, so they're 3 hours later than me. So that lines up in the other direction. So I'm the one that has the later schedule. But other things happened, which was already tough because this person characteristically behaves like someone that can be very difficult to maintain a regular intended schedule to play something. Because they don't find things interesting actively. They find things interesting passively. Which is, I would say 9 out of 10 times, that's why it's difficult for me to collaborate with people. They don't find interest because it's expected of them. They find interest if it pleases them passively. So when I'm collaborating with someone, I'm always serious about it. And yes, you can seriously have fun. One of the things that make fun very fun is also having an active interest in it. Most of the time, though, that's not the case. And that makes sense. It's very pragmatic to be entertained as opposed to entertained. Like, do the entertaining or being responsible for the entertaining. It requires more effort. But sometimes people aren't looking to use effort to play things, right? That's the whole point. Escapism. So I can respect that. That I can respect. I like when Jazz asked me I'm doing Inktober and they asked me if I'm doing it to improve my art. Well, my art could improve. Yeah, you know, my art could improve from using Inktober, doing Inktober. But and that's a good intent, to be interested, right? Interested. But improving my art means that there's a goal, specifically based on performance. What if my art didn't improve at all? I mean, like, the way I'm going about it, it would be very difficult to determine if I improved at art in general, since I'm not actually standardizing anything, or haven't really standardized anything, and I have no intention to standardize anything. So if the art does improve, that's a little bit of a bonus. That's kind of like saying you've enjoyed the game more than you expected, but you also was interested in the game because you were actively trying to be interested in it. I feel that's one thing that encapsulates the difference in opinion. A lot of times when someone plays a game and they're waiting to be interested in the game, right? I'm interested in the game because we're playing a game together. The interest is already there. Whether the game makes me even more interested is still available. It's still available to do. Right. Like, it's great when you have a game that passively interests you in return. But I do not go in determined to wait to see if it's a good thing. Time spent with people is time spent with people. You try to make it your best. Cue the friendship cliche where, well, if the movie sucks, at least we spend time enjoying how much it sucked together. As opposed to, if the movie sucks, man, that was a waste of time for both of us. That kind of thing. Very difficult to empathize with that. People have my sympathies though. Like, man, we went out and our night was spoiled because our ideal situation didn't happen. And then, you bring down everything. Either both parties are negative about it because they can't see that they're spending time together. Because it's overshadowed, it's ruined by the passive nature of needing to be satisfied. Those are the things I worry about, honestly. Because it's a lot more, I would say, normal online to think about that. Those are the things I'm more concerned about. The last time I collaborated was because that person hoped that it would be fruitful, but they didn't see that having a conflict of interest is a opportunity to grow and learn from each other. So instead, that person decided to project anger and dissatisfaction because they weren't entertained, or they weren't maybe they had some sort of expectation that it's always about it's always going to work out or something. But that's usually how that happens. Like, oh yeah, I thought this game was really great. It turns out it's not great. Shaken beliefs, I suppose.
Dokugaku.
It's kind of like the meme, in my opinion, the meme of the internet now. Hype leads to expectations, which requires passive satisfaction. And if it hits, you're a hero. If it doesn't hit, you're the enemy. Feels like a very simple way. It's a very simplified, straightforward way. So pretty easy to determine. Not quite the world I live in at the moment. Not quite the world.
Kemono.
獣医
Oh, I don't know how to. Veterinarian? Is that how you spell veterinarian? Oh my gosh, that's not how you spell veterinarian. Oh my, I missed the entire syllable, didn't I? Veterinarian? Veterinarian. Where did they are? Oh, wow, that's really short. Huh. Interesting.
Kaiju.
Beast. Beast, like beast kind, beast type. Refers to 4-footed mammals with fur. Wow. Four-footed mammals with fur, huh? Judio?
獣類
Oh, Jurui. Oh no, not Ryo. Why did I say Ryo? Rui. Jurui. Yes. Stimulation. Yep, it still uses stab, and fierce. You have all these little stabs that are fierce on you. Ugh. Okay. Stimulation. Poke the bear. Pokey. Pokey to make fierce. Poke the bear. Sa? Oh no, this could be weird.
刺激
Shingeki. Okay, so we take the shi from I so dislike whenever they do that. Let's see. It's not the same shi, so just because you know ri doesn't mean it's the primary one. So meshi, yeah, see, like it's a non-traditional read. So meshi, it's like a very particular one that they're, and then sashimi is even more particular. So sashimi and meshi are different despite having shi. And then sa is being introduced as, or actually, se. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Sa. Yeah. Sa is being introduced as the primary, but the primary is actually the minor. And it's actually not even sa because, oh, okay. There is sashimi. You could make an argument sa. There's two here, but sasaru is also different from the sa and the shi. I really do not like the way they go about this.
刺激
And then what geki is still fine. So shikeki, because she is, yeah, meshi.
刺激
Okay. The sheep were quite stimulated by the fierce quite an unexpected stimulation from the fierce sighing that Geki was doing. Okay. Next one. Wild beast. How the field? I don't remember field. Are those two separate things, or is that, no, that's not a mace. There are no maces. So that's Chol, hometown, and elbow. Is that supposed to be Chol still? Why do I feel like Yo or Ri is also a thing here? Let's just say Chol Geki. Yaju! Oh, yeah. Field is, yeah, that's right, the Yankee Stadium, right? Yeah, on the field the Yankees used to play. What other examples do we have? Oh, it's just Yaku, of course, the Yankee Stadium. Man. Beforehand. Oof. Okay. That's a weak one. We've only had Yakyu until now. Wait, and something else. The other one? Oh no, it's just Yakyu. Yakyu is the only. Okay.
野獣
Yaju. Okay, wild beast. Okay, the field beast. Wild beast.
野獣
Alright. Is this just gonna go into Enpitsu or something?
筆
Fude. Oh yeah, I do know that. Dang, Fude. Oh no. Totally forgot about Fude. Alright. Feud. Kinda sounds like food as well. How do we Fude this? The bloody Fude started by someone Itsu by one member throwing and hitsuing another member with a writing brush. It's fine. Oh wait, yes, it's fine. Pencil and pizza.
鉛筆
And pizza. Are we okay with this? And pizza. Okay, yeah. Move along.
獣類
Beauty. Beast type, go.
野獣
Yaju. I wonder if that's what that game is called. Yaju. It is a Japanese game, right? Yeah, I think so. Simulation. Stabby.
刺激
Yucky.
鉛筆
And pizza. Fude.
筆
Fude. Okay. We're getting close. Still on track. Okashi. This is Okashi. Is it still ka? Is this still she? Yes.
お菓子
Okashi. Interesting that this uses the because this is honorific. That's
お
why.
菓子
Okashi. To examine. Ken? Ne? Ken what? Kento. Kento suru. Generally implies thoroughly examining something to consider its pros. Okay.
検討する
Kento suru. We're fine. Debate. That's fine. Too. Toron. Okay, Toron. Savings. Okay.
貯金
Chokin. Second hand. Oh, that's second. I think it's Sho. Shoshin.
秒針
Byoshin. Oh no, I don't remember Byo. How does Byo work? Oops. Oh no. I just doubled. Okay. How does Byo work? I don't remember this. Oh, BO after the final second. Ooh. I think Byoshin is wild. Second hand for second needle. The second needle is the thin hand that indicates seconds on your clock. That's the second hand of a...
秒針
Oh, is that what that's referring to? Hold up. Oh, the second hand. Oh, that
Byoshin.
makes sense. Byoshin.
秒針
I was using Chinese. Bio is not it. Miao zheng. But I don't even think it's miao zheng. Maybe. Miao zheng. Huh. That doesn't sound correct.
討論
Toblerone. Kinda sounds like Toblerone. The chocolate thing. Or the caramel chocolate thing. Toblerone. Dispute and Dispade are very similar.
検討する
Impulse.
お菓子
Let's see.
貯金
Joaquin.
秒針
Yoshin. What are the chances this is N?
鉛
Namadi. Oh my gosh. Nam Adi? What does that mean? That's what it's like in Nam Adi. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're not doing that. We did have Madi as a pronoun, so I could do like there is lead at the end of the hallway in the store now, Mari. Now, Mari. Okay, next one.
円環
Enkan. Lead pipe. Makes sense. Endo. Ne? Oh no, Endoku.
塩毒
Endoku. Makes sense. Lead toxicity or lead poisoning. Okay. Male. Was this like Byoin? No. You. Yuben. Ne? Originally refers to postal stamp, but eventually also referred to
郵便
U-beam. U-beam. Wait. Wait. I screwed up. Oh, it's an alternative. Oh yeah, that's right. Beam. There's probably gonna be airmail and like airmail and ship mail and stuff. Sea mail.
郵便
Okay. Secondary read. U-beam. The use don't often don't care for junk mail. Use like then don't care for junk mail and throws posts right into the beam, waste beam. I don't think I need any other thing. That's fine. U-beam. Reason. What was this for a reason? Coal? There's a chance it could stay coal. Nah.
ゆえ
Yue. It's Yue fault. It's Yue fault. Oh my god. I don't want to use pronouns. Like, or not pronouns, but I guess sort of. Or second person. When thinking about the circumstances or your current situation, the reason you okay. You another way to substitute you. Not great. What was this? Coal? The coal wanted to know about the old winter the old winter story about the yurt with the elephant. Elephant. Oh boy, we're really hitting the digging deep.
Namari
Amari.
円環
Inkan.
遠読
Intoku.
郵便
Yubi.
ゆえ
Yue. Alright, last batch. Obedience. Obey order. This word is relatively formal and somewhat literary. Okay. Jujun?
従順
Jujun. Okay, Jujun. Why? Nanko? That sounds interesting. What's the circumstance?
なぜ
Naze. I was about to say. The only why that I remember is naze. And then oftentimes naze is just written in kana. No one knows how or why that big zeppelins. We're just gonna stick with naze. That's the only
Naze.
naze that I am aware of. So let's just keep it with naze. A monster. Aimon?
怪物
Kaibutsu. Interesting. Now we have Kaibutsu. Bit of an overlap. Dictatorship. A lone judge. Fair enough. Dokusai.
独裁
Dokusai. Okay. Fountain pen. 10,000 year writing brush. Wow. Okay. So mannen bitsu? Oh, this has got to have a weird name.
万年筆
Manenhitsu. Oh, no rendaku either. Oh, interesting. And it's relatively tame. Yeah, naze.
なぜ
That's what naze looks like. 怪物。
怪物
従順
Fusion.
独裁
Right.
万年筆
Manenhitsu. All right, we did it. All before 10. Oh no, it's 9 minutes before 10. No, we're not gonna do those. That's fine. They'll move together. 65 seems like a whole level together. Okie dokie. Let's go over our stuff and call it a day. Or WaniKani. 4 hours? That's okay. Okay. Mnemonics. We have announced 10,000 comb warehouse chapter. Mnemonics of these new ones. We have zombie. Seal. Wait, not seal. That's the word. In or the translation. Soul. Shogun. And heck. Yeah, this one's gonna be tough. Encourage to do something. Encourage 10,000. Too long. Yeah, the heckin' ray gun. This one is rough. Ray is awful. Too far. We'll see if it sticks for tomorrow. Yeah, food. Zol. Zol. Ju. In. So. Gu. O. Kaku. Itsu. En. Cho. Ko. Sho. Check for sure. Okay. Okay. Do. Geki. Re. O. Yu. Shin. Cho. Ai. E. Geki. Ga. Ai. Ka. Shin. Ase. Ai. Sa. Setsu. Doku. And Sen. Alright. That's a wrap for our WaniKani session. Oh, no, not yet. We actually have two from the review that was rough. And that was, one of them was Kun. And Kun because we had the right, because of Kan, this Kan, the turkey and stuff. So Kan for review versus Ken for rights. Right? That was a bit of a mix-up on my part. And then we had Teon Suru. Was rough until plan came into being, but Te was present, right? Heck, how do I Te this? It's true. True was what I was looking for. True. Right, yeah, true. What was it? This on. Yeah, Te on. Propose. Here we go. Now that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right, as always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a try. More than welcome to come on by, share some experiences. We yap. We talk about things. We share ideas, perspectives. Whether perspectives are better or good or right or wrong, that's an interesting discussion. Usually it's more like how many ways can we think about the situations and experiences that we have, right? Kind of being like actively aware and expressing that, engaging in those things comes with a lot of clarity, possibly comfort and discomfort, but we focus on the comfort through understanding. Keep each other motivated. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Ite kurete arigato. Right, thanks for watching. I want to get up, bathroom break, walk around a little bit, stretch, and I'll be back for my HanziHero session. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第264天 is day 264. Got a couple things to go over. We have 折 kinda did a TLC on 折. Right. Or choose. 中 did a TLC on 中 as well. Total or sum up. And dual. Dual needed reinforcement. Take by force. Fun needed reinforcement. Maybe a little bit of change. Not sure if it had metal. Was it metal? I don't think it was metal. Droppings. So yeah, droppings. And something else. I don't remember the something else. Dropping something in feathers. Was it rice field? Dang it. I think the rice field gets lost in a little bit. Fun is a turnover. Okay. Then we have Feng Jian. Oh, which Feng? This Feng. Feng Jian. I just started. Just started. Feudal. And then Chai Yao. Oh, that's okay as usual so far. Chai Yao. You still gaming? And this is summary. Oh, who did you go to? Oh yeah, you meant to ask ago. Who did you go to Otakon with? Just wrapping up. So, I didn't go with anyone yet. I go alone. We drive down alone. Next year there's a chance. Next year we made a promise to go together. Someone I met online. Over 6 years ago. I mentioned a roommate though, like when I went to Otakon. That's like unless you're talking about somehow I mentioned something my best friends, that was over 10 years ago. The very first Otakons went with my roommates. Your roommate is transporting a small... Oh, yeah, they're my random roommates. I didn't go with them to Otakon. Yeah, I have random roommates. I like imagine going to the university and spending a weekend with random strangers. They just happen to be working at the Otakon. So I have random roommates every year. Yeah. Oh, so that is one of the roommates. We have only become acquainted on that day, on that weekend. That's a wheel of wild card, you know. How well did it go? It went pretty well. Usually we end up exchanging contacts and whatnot, and then promptly the common thing is never hear from each other again. But we do see each other every year. I think the last 2 or 3 years of roommates, on average it's like 2 or 3 roommates each year, and we see I mean I see them every year, like they're still so, but we don't talk, we work, like most of the time we work. So it's not quite the same deal, like we don't work in the same place, but the limited amount of time makes for a great way to practice IRL communications. It really does show that, hear me out, I have a TLDR here, one hot take. If people are concerned, right, if they say, oh yeah, IRL conversations are not the same as online conversations, again the big phrase "it depends" comes up, but hear me out. When you set yourself in a situation in which the large majority of society has shifted to a way of conversation online, actually most of the time, in order to keep the person talking and investing in stuff, you skip to the more impressionable stuff that I still talk to people online. So it's not this, obviously this is not the same for other people, but for myself, the way I converse is adapted from the conversations we have, like you and I have right now, Procol. So I use a lot of those topics and those things that I've learned from online speak and maintained my conversational skills IRL. Obviously, the one thing about being like sharing a room immediately and whatnot is we're self-selected to be able to speak in that way. So you basically almost forced or obligated to pass by pleasantries, right? Immediately out of the pleasantries, and then we spend all day talking. So every night, 2 to 3 hours of conversation, much like this, not too different, other than, you know, literally physically occupying the room from my perspective. But the difference here is, what I'm suggesting is conversations bridge. You learn how to communicate in many different ways, and that's how one can become prepared to communicate with other people. Whether you decide to treat it as different or not, or sufficiently different, that will be the thing that you accept as your consequence, or your limitations, or your opportunities, or what have you, you know, to a fault. And I think each time I go and interact with strangers, and you know, there are conflicts of interest, schedules and whatnot, and impersonal things, or things people don't care about, talking over people, etc. That all that stuff happens in RL. the difference here, in my opinion, from my perspective, not from most people's perspective, I would say that I've met online, is that you have more information. And here's the catch for me, in my opinion, as humbly as possible, which I mentioned before, right? This is the previous Otakon 2025 conversation. When I go out and I interact with people IRL, it's not because it gets harder, because IRL is harder or something like that. It's harder because there's more information. But because there's more information, it's actually easier to be more consistent. And then we talked about, how people can behave. They have like tics and observations. If you spend a lot of time reading text and you don't see people's faces, hear people's faces, and maybe you've never heard them or not frequently enough, that's not the same as thinking and trying to correlate and imagine what the person sounds like, what they're doing with their words. Because our long conversations, it was two people lying in bed trying to rest, right, or something, or just chill, and you hear their voices, but their voices are also the words they may type. And it's interesting how close or dissimilar, you still be able to appreciate the nuances. However, it does not restrict you from understanding those relationships when the time comes. So that's kind of like one of the fun things. I talk about people as though I know them well enough, largely because a lot of the whatever waking time we had left, we talked a lot. We played some games, shared a meal together. It was fairly quick. And I like to think that this could be a social norm, but I like to believe, excuse my hubris here, I like to believe that those who actually meet me and talk with me in IRL, most of the time I do believe them when they say not the interaction they have with me is very different from their normal interactions, IRL and online. But that's largely because I genuinely feel like people do not understand how to connect with people anymore. And they use excuses, in my opinion. They use excuses online despite having all of the technological advances for you to either imitate, learn. The idea, the excuse is disinterest. And that's acceptable. As long as you don't blame your disinterest and excuse in communication as a reason to complain about other people or things you can't control, because it is really within your control. Quite a lot of it is within your control. If you're doing nothing about it, it doesn't necessarily entitle you to complain about it. So when someone says, like, there's no way you can learn to make connections, it's like, what do you think you're learning a language for? Right? Like, do you believe in the deeper meaning and the subtextual nature of written language and spoken language and listening, music, art? Those things can be internalized and kind of bridged in a way. It's not a perfect facsimile. You're looking for ideal cases, right? If you're looking for ideal cases, then it makes everything else seem moot, a moot point. With someone without hearing their voice can be useful if you track how the words alone are received instead of the words and all the implications from how the words are said. Yeah, so you get distracted, right? So there's a maximum volume, right? So the question is, a lot of times, Procol, the thing that I often worry about when it comes to idealism is, whenever you're talking about idealism, you're talking about potential, right? You're talking about the potential of a medium. Well, what if the range of the medium on the words, like on the internet, right? Represented by the internet, and then spoken, for example, like in IRL, like maybe IRL is more predominant, but this is the potential. People talk about potential a lot, like, oh, there's a greater range of emoting and subtext and stuff. Yeah, we can talk about range, But if your operating proficiency is down here, it doesn't matter what the potential is. You haven't even maxed out your available information. So when you think of it this way, then your point that you're making about focusing is that, well, if you're trying to focus on this and you have both at the same time, what are the chances that your attention is divided? And then it cuts your potential in half, or like it hinders recognizing the potential. So oftentimes when people talk about, oh, text can't capture the full weight of your expression, it's like, well, that's true. But are you operating like it? Are you maxing it out already? Like you're saying as though you understand everything about messages and writing and emojis and gifs and memes and stuff. You speak as though you have mastered at your potential. So when you're at the max, that's when you make a comment like, oh, IRL is more complicated because it offers more things. Like, well, that's provided that you have maximized the potential of the current medium you're using. And for me, I don't think I've ever done that before. When I'm in IRL, when I interact with something, I'm seeking to learn something. And then when someone's texting to me online, I'm still seeking to learn something. It's a lifelong pursuit. Communication is a lifelong pursuit. It's not a skill you just randomly master. That's my personal bias, because I think one of the skills that I decided is very important to specialize in, as one of the couple of skills you have chance to choose, one of them is communication. And communication is written, emotional, visual, it's all those things. And because of that, I rarely even think people are able to type well in any language most of the time. Not because they can't, they don't have to, and they don't want to. So if you're choosing to be sufficient and you keep talking about maximum potential, that, in my opinion, is one of the biggest cognitive dissonance between something that's approachable and something unachievable. So people talk about maximum potential when they talk about communication and make excuses because it somehow requires some level of mastery. So because of that level of mastery is so high, you decide it's not worth your time because you might as well be okay with being a social, closed in person and be a loner and find any possible way to avoid communication. That is your choice. I hope you're happy with it. It's a different story when using that as an excuse to harm the relationship of other people and relationship with yourself and your self-esteem. If you harm your self-esteem, that is harming yourself. It is deleterious and detrimental to your own well-being, right? In another case, approachable is the idea that no matter what you're doing in terms of communication, there's still something to be looked at on there. So yes, in IRL, I think an appreciation for what IRL can offer in potential is also assuming that you're operating at a high competence in those components already. Otherwise, what are the feelings you get when you're not competent or not competent enough? The word I would use is overwhelm. You become overwhelmed because there's a lot of information that you're not familiar with. One way to reduce the overwhelm thing is know the things you know well or better so that it becomes less overwhelming. So your focus is elsewhere. You've spent a lot of time focused on people's word order, word diction, like text patterns, and you can make that bridge, right? That means that this becomes less overwhelming. So when you start talking to someone, you can focus on other things. You can focus on tracking the tenor of their voice, the speed of their voice. Find things to focus on because you're actually having high potential. You're reaching a high potential of a medium. But to me, oftentimes the overwhelming process is being overwhelmed by new information, largely because, in my opinion, the competence that they thought they had was even less than they expect. Like, can you express your ideas in writing? If you can't express your ideas in writing in your ideal situation, stacking more information and doing that expression again, IRL, that's even more overwhelming. Not only did you not practice how you evaluate and express yourself to yourself, even like go to the mirror and ask yourself, what are you going to do today? How are you going to make yourself happier and better today than tomorrow? Pick up a journal and write those things down. Those things become a bridge, right? Like, and it makes other people be able to tell you to actualize those things. Like, okay, so what did you write in your journal today? Tell that to the person you're going to meet next time. They could tell you if it's interesting or not, and that's something, but what you don't have to focus on then is telling them how your day was, or what's interesting in your day. What did you do in the day? If you go through life drifting, forgetting everything, not being meaningful about what you're doing, rarely ever recording or making anything of it, the moment you talk to someone, you have to think about all those things again. It's like, oh, no, that person's talking about their day. What did I do yesterday? So you're quickly fixated on that while that person is talking about their day. So these, in my opinion, are one of the bridges that I focus on when it comes to online interactions. If you want to be surrounded with people who care about you, who tries to relate to you, you also are required to be able to express those things so that they can know if they can relate to you or talk to you in those things. If you are not practicing it in any medium, you are not going to be able to do it in a more difficult situation. So there are relationships. And I think one of the classic, almost memeable concepts, in my opinion, nowadays online, is that somehow when you practice or take seriously your communication skills online, it has nothing to do with offline or like IRL conversations, because it's just that more complicated and dynamic. Like, but that's an excuse to do nothing about it. It's an excuse to easily write off saying, well, that doesn't matter because I'm more comfortable online. So if it helps me IRL, it doesn't really matter because I don't care about it, you know. Like, okay, that's fair enough. As long as you're happy, right? That's my final underlying tone. That's not the same as someone who comes up to you and say, well, like it must feel good to be able to talk IRL, since you like didn't grow up with all the problems I have about not being able to talk with IRL and online. It's like, I don't think so. I grew up with the very, very similar, like, granted my environment was different, but that is not because I didn't work on it. That's not because I got lucky. Like, those are borderline excuses. So when you project those excuses, that's a different situation. That is warping reality. The reality is you practice. Practice. Communication skills are one of those things that, unfortunately, if you want patterns, behavioral patterns and stuff, I still use those, right? It very much is also bolstered by experience. So if online you lurk all the time and you don't ever say anything about yourself, never type anything, never share anything, don't create anything, always say that you're not good enough to do something, right? And then if you do something, you're always afraid other people don't say anything and you need to say something. Those are all the barriers. Those barriers do not magically go away when you talk to someone IRL. So yeah, I do practice most of that right now. That's what we're doing. IRL interactions have the added component body language, specific facial, which is something extra to learn. Yeah, which can be overwhelming. Online interactions not having that aspect may seem like one less thing to learn towards becoming master. However, it means you have to come up with a replacement. Yes. So alternatives. Hear me out. Here, like, I'll give you a great example from a channel protocol. So right now, there's a content creator, or a pair of content creators. And the whole point of their communication with their body language is that they make faces like GIFs. You know, like your memes, like your Chad face, like your, your Sigma face, right? You know, that type of thing. If you do that IRL with the pre-selected groups, like based on understanding of what they say, if you understand those things, which you should if you're expressing and exchanging ideas online, making those faces are ways to imitate what is absent in IRL that is present in online. So those faces become a form of communication. They seem awkward and out of place when you're generationally separated, but let me say this, it's not unique to that. Generational gaps are always going to be generational gaps. Cultural gaps are cultural gaps. So when you're within your peers, like for example, some people, one of the most classic examples is someone would say, well, I'm really nervous. Like, you know, what happens if I'm nervous and I forget what to say? I'm sure if you're with your peers, the other person is thinking the same thing. Try talking about that. If you spend a lot of time making excuses, talk about those excuses with someone who likely will also have those same excuses, right? That is what brings humans together. Empathy. And it's shocking, in my opinion, when someone asks, isn't there like a secret to becoming charismatic or a secret to forming connections? Yeah, understand who you're talking to. And then you're like, but how do you do that? It always feels like I don't understand the other person. It's like, what if the other person is also saying that about themselves? Doesn't that mean you are two people who have similar place to start? Like, what is an icebreaker? I find some of this incredibly archaic and reductive when people who are in a power of position and influence to prescribe something like, oh, here's the best icebreaker. You start with talking about the weather. And I'm like, okay, yes, that's good. That's a great start. But I got one a little bit better for if you're integrated in it. If you think the weather really, really sucks, when you interact with someone who occupies the same space, start with that. Say the weather really, really sucks. There's a high chance that other person, if matching, you know, placing yourself in that same environment, like on an internet environment, you're self-selecting, right? You like anime, so you went to an anime convention. And then you say the weather is hot because this venue is really hot. That's probably going to be a great icebreaker. I'm not saying it's foolproof. The idea is the icebreaker is something that you probably are doing really well communicating with yourself, but not in an explicit way. So like, you know what you're thinking, you know what you're feeling, Have you tried expressing and trying to demonstrate that in any way, shape, or form? In writing, speaking, face making, looking in the mirror, telling yourself things? Like, if you have done none of these things, not even close, right? That whole like potential cap of words and learning alone, like being alone in your own head, so like your potential cap is like down here. Like your operating potential is down here. It's rarely even close to the cap. And that's where I find I feel quite a lot of disappointment. And not in the sense that I want to blame the victim. The idea is there are people who are happy with this. They're fine. But the loudest individuals I interact with are individuals who think they're up here. And then complain that they do everything possible but it's purely because of the limitations of the spoken voice or non-verbal communication or the absence of non-verbal communication. Or like when you're upset, what does your face look like? I mean, do you know? Like, have you drawn what your face look like? Have you taken a picture of yourself when you're upset? What do your face look like? And I'm not saying go online and look for an example of an angry face. I'm genuinely curious. How do you communicate? And you don't have to be in IRL to answer this question. Go to the mirror and tell me, what does your face look like? Can you even describe it to me? Like, I know what my face looks like when I'm upset. Actually, I can probably tell you some key things. And these are patterns that my friends will understand because I do them consistently, right? When am I upset? I stop talking. But it's not isolated. You can't just say, oh, he stopped talking, he must be upset. It's he stopped talking, he could be upset, among other things. And then you start stacking the cues, right? He stopped talking and his face is stoic. There's no reaction in my face. I'm looking elsewhere. Right, these are body languages. There's a chance I'm using negative language. Whatever that is. Argumentative, right? Changing the subject. Right? It keeps stacking. So you're looking for these things. And this is how you start, in my opinion, increasing your potential in things. So the question is, how often do you do that when you're reading someone's text? How often do you do that when you write text to someone else? Like, do you explain things? Like, I can tell you now, I speak and I explain things even more when I'm typing, not less. Like, so what is my preferred form of communication? It's not this. This is not my preferred form of communication. My preferred form of communication is writing. I like to write. So if you ever ask me a question, what I can do is write you a wall of text. And what's great about text is I don't necessarily have to remember what I said, because I can refer and reference what I said when I'm written. So those are the advantages of words over spoken. So when someone's having an IRL conversation, it's very difficult. I talk a lot IRL, let alone remember what I said. But if I'm writing, I write even more, because one of the benefits of writing is you have accountability for what you've written. And you can cross-reference, you can be more precise and whatnot. And also, you might be thinking, well, writing could lack body language and emotions and ambiguity and whatnot, it's like, yes, you can also leverage that to your advantage. You can also ask someone if they're okay and let them interpret how you're asking them if they're okay. Based on their response, you can evaluate how you go about it. Ambiguity can be wielded as advantage. The idea is, how do you know how to apply and be appropriate to it? Sometimes being ambiguous and lacking subtext is advantageous. And then sometimes it's not. Writing can give you a flexibility of being ambiguous, right? Oh, do they mean you know, as in they know I know, or do they mean they're asking me a question about you know? And I tend to use that to my advantage, because if I don't explain it, it stays ambiguous. And the nice thing about that is I want to know where their headspace is. You can still do that. It's not like you can totally do that in IRL too, right? Like, and then you're wondering, well, what if your body language doesn't agree, like it's incongruous with your speaking language because you haven't done it a lot, or your writing language? Like, well, there's a learning curve to that. But when you learn that, you can also intentionally not do that. And that's where humor comes in. That's where comedy comes in. When you say something egregiously negative, but with the smiling face and using positive words, that is the dynamics of wielding more potential in your communication. It's not that you have to. You don't have to do any of this. You don't have to be a specialist in communication. The idea is, are you aware of all the opportunities that you have to improve other things? And you can do too much too. Like when I type, I have a habit of typing way too much. In fact, the crutch of speaking and using body language is keeping my brain, my hands from becoming a keyboard warrior every single second of my life. Like when I'm typing, it's egregiously like rapid. My thoughts are incredibly rapid. Sometimes it's disjointed, lots of typos, grammars are missing, like, grammar is missing. There's not the crutch of, or you can see as a crutch, or the advantage of, right, of body language, eye contact, shifting eyes, looking away, looking at the camera. This type of thing substitutes and can slow someone down. But slowing someone down might actually be something advantageous over time. It allows me to choose my words a lot more carefully, utilize other types of technique to create emphasis without needing to subtextually explain it. So if you understand the nature, the connection between having to explain certain things that are otherwise absent because of body language and tempo, you can elongate the emphasis and do it in a different way, right? Convey it alternatively, right? And that, in my opinion, means that when do you hit the ceiling? I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm not a I don't teach, I don't coach communication. I do spend most of my life writing to myself all the time, because the way I can manage my thoughts is to unceremoniously become a keyboard warrior to myself all the time. So if someone comes up to me and say like, you don't understand, like they just they make excuses as though like I'm different, like I'm built different, or I'm significantly like a mutant or something. It's like, oh, you say you're an introvert, but I don't see you having all the same introverted problems and whatnot. It's like, well, you have to understand the condition. I didn't choose to stream and then excuse myself for being an introverted person. When you're streaming, there are advantages and opportunities you can use. So are you using them? If you don't, that doesn't necessarily mean you don't suffer it or you don't share the same things. Not utilizing potential and speaking about as though you do are, in my opinion, very, very apparent to someone who actually takes advantage of it. Now, hear me out. The nice thing about communication people or people who are empathetic or a public figure is they can choose to be polite about it. They can choose to try to use that information to encourage other people. At least that's what I chosen to do. Otherwise, you could be unlucky, it's possible, to meet someone and say, you don't know what you're talking about. You need to get out more and talk about, like, there's tough love people, there's other types of responses. For myself, it is very clear to me when someone is in a different space, in different headspace. But it's not me to determine or gaslight them to saying what they should or should not do. I think the one thing that I try to mitigate the most is self-harm. Like, if I have indication that this person is constantly self-harming, like, and I'm not talking about, sometimes I'm talking about literal self-harm, but we're talking about mental self-harm here, where the solution to their discontent about their stuff is also the thing that they have to start doing, but they don't want to. Like that cycle where they say they're antisocial or they're incapable of IRL communication because they're introverted. But to be a better introverted person at communication is to do the thing that they say they can't do because they're introverted, right? So that is the stuff that I typically talk about, because I don't think that is going to be a healthy way, a sustainable way to live the rest of your life. I think that is a negativity pit that doesn't deserve your attention. It shouldn't deserve more time. Like, you're negative, like those things are frustrating. They're horrendous. It's kind of like whenever someone says they have OCD, right? Whenever they say they have OCD, they have ADHD, they have ADD, they're introverted, and then somehow those words, those categories are used conveniently as excuses. It's not to say the validity, I'm not questioning necessarily the validity of their self-diagnoses. Oftentimes they're self-diagnosed. It's the idea that, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do with it? Because there are pros and cons. There are things you can do knowing that. And yesterday, I literally had someone who tried to explain to me that they're against, or like 2 days ago, they're against a categorization that prevents them from doing something. And then they say it's not important to them. It's like, then why bring it up? Why aren't you doing anything about it? Like, a person who truly is compulsorily diagnosed and observed, that stuff sucks. It really does suck. And you don't necessarily have control over it. And the nice thing about, or the one thing that it teaches you, not nice, but the one thing that it teaches you about a truly compulsive problem, like ADHD, introversion, like if it's dysfunctional, like it's become so dysfunctional, usually I would like to think humans get a call to action, and they usually talk about the things they do about those things, not make excuses as though it's optional and that it makes them convenient to avoid things. You don't have a choice in it. So when someone says like introversion, when people say like, oh, you're introverted, so I have to recharge, right? Like, I have to recharge my batteries because I was out all night. It's like, you don't get to choose that. You like what I mean is, maybe you have OCD, like maybe you're introverted to some degree, but the exhaustion that you're experiencing might be the very similar average exhaustion that most, if not all, people experience. when you're talking about introversion, like true introversion, it is, and obviously I'm trying to make it sound like there's like it sucks regardless. The intensity of the suck can be the reason why people are moved to do something about it. And then the presentation of the symptom is often how well they are moved to think. There's a paradox here. There's an inverse correlation here. The individuals who you think might be very well adjusted, and you might think, oh, this person's extroverted, they might actually be compulsorily even more introverted than you think. But the thing is, past a certain threshold, it is dysfunctional and not possible to operate that way. So they are moved to action, to betterment of themselves, because it sucks. Like, I still don't know if I have a problem, right? I didn't go to a physician or a psychologist or something to get diagnosed about anything. What I think is, if I'm against labeling, like for example, if someone is against labeling, my first thought is, if I don't want the diagnoses to take power over me, then my first thought is, well, I'm not dysfunctional right now. So if there are things that make me dysfunctional, whether I have a diagnosis or not, the goal is to make them less dysfunctional. And if I can't find to better myself, then I would seek a professional, which is all this stuff that I'm talking about. Seek a professional. If something is making you so dysfunctional that you are in a living cycle where the thing you have to do is also the thing you've convinced yourself you can't do, that is dysfunctional. So I've been on the brink of dysfunctional things before. The idea is, I found a solution for it. If I don't have a particular solution for it, or like a sustainable thing, I go seek professional help, right? That type of response, in my opinion, is a consequence of truly being dysfunctional from something. So whenever someone says like, I have OCD, and they don't give me any indication of management of the OCD, that to me is a low spectrum self-diagnosis, if not an erroneous self-diagnosis. Yeah, and medication usually will mess you up. That's like that's like last resort, right? You're doing last resort. So online let's see what is that. Online communication being an option could push one to become even less experienced in body language by seeking out online. That's what's happening, in my opinion. You saw a video on how the newer generation are having problems. Yes. That is one of the current narratives, right? You heard people with OCD like donuts, and you like donuts. I definitely have OCD. Yeah. So confirmation bias, right? Based on correlation. Self-diagnoses are so disrespectful with people who have compulsive disorders, especially considering how horribly disease can. Now, it's not a competition. It's not a obviously, we're trying to not make a competition about who's suffering more. All those people suffer. So the reality, in my opinion, is oftentimes when someone's pushed to the brink, they have to resort to things. And those resorting things, if you meet a successful person, you might want to ask them, what did they overcome? Because sometimes you'd be surprised, one may be humbled by the idea that last resorts, individuals who are successful overcome a lot of things. And that's kind of the message I'm trying to give here. Realizing your potential and operating on your potential are two different things. And the question is, are you operating your operating potential versus your max potential? And I think the internet has warped this idea. You are aware of your max potential. A lot of times you're thinking and talking about what ifs or what could be. you are not necessarily being able to ascertain what your operating potential is. So when someone says, oh, I lose focus all the time, right? I lose focus all the time. We can have a discussion, like right here. How many times did I change the subject? I changed the subject a lot, but they are kind of related to each other. But I'm talking about different things. So it can look very different, right? So does that mean that I can't seem to get a task done despite having multiple conversations while within a conversation while not even talking to anyone? Not necessarily. The idea is I'm trying to do something about it. You got to get people to try to do something about it. Again, I'm being very specific. I'm talking about people who are upset about the excuses that they make, not individuals who are perfectly happy and accepting and like tolerant of their compulsions and whatnot. That's a whole different story. Like, there are things I can tell you that it can be upsetting, but I'm tolerant of it. What's one? I don't like being responsible for people's health. That is a compulsion. I retreat. The moment I'm very precarious about my responsibilities. So if someone trusts me to do something, I can be compulsively burned out from doing that. I do not exercise restraint when it comes to my fear and predilection for disappointing someone that I trust or that someone trusts me with. So that is, you might be thinking, well, that's a good compulsion to have. What's wrong with that? Burnout. Like, if you haven't seen me burn out lately, it's because I haven't been in that position yet. Run myself ragged, stop making money, or stop taking care of myself. That is a compulsion. I was a yes man. I talked about this like 3 days ago. I say yes to everything, right? That was something I must learn, but I also need to know how to manage without putting myself in that position. So those are, and it's terrifying because I start losing my way. I start dumping everything for that one obligation. That's my personal vice. So I manage it in other ways. The main reason for never being tested for mental disorders because unless there's any medication, you can't see any. Yeah, it's a last resort. To me, my thought is it's a last resort. So because side effects as hello there smoke, it has been a while. You've caught me in a interesting discussion that might be related to a lot of people nowadays. Yeah, your dad always told you to use medicine as a last, especially for mental health issue. Yeah, quality of life is what I want to encourage people to have loved ones, friends, learn to express yourself. That's why I think communication is however the form. Like, we're not evaluating. People are like, before you start evaluating how good your communication skills is and writing it off like, oh, I'm hyper focusing on text and people don't like naturally talk in text, they like to interact IRL. Before you do that, first, in my opinion, understand where your operating potential is yet, because there is a lot to be gained despite believing you are limited in communication skills. Have you explored the nature of your comfort zone yet? Like, I understand this sounds very like on its head when someone tells me they're like a digital artist and they say like, oh, I always operate in my comfort zone. Have you even explored the potential max of your comfort zone? Right? And my first thought is, when someone says that to me, like they openly say things like, oh, people just like their comfort zone and this is their comfort zone. It's like, what do you mean? There's so much depth in that comfort zone. Why didn't you mention any of that depth in that comfort zone? Like, for example, oh, lots of people are really good at texting. I'm really good at texting because I do a lot of texting. And I'm like, okay, can you demonstrate that to me, that you have explored the depth of even your comfort zone? Because when you're saying things in juxtaposition, you are suggesting that you have capped out, you have maximized your skill. And the reason why I'm saying this as well is because when you seek mastery in a skill, the depths of that skill becomes almost unfathomably deep. And that's one of the human conditions. The moment you start dealing in the depths of any particular thing, like you start reaching for that mastery, the pit gets deeper. That's one of the classic human indicators. I'm not saying everyone presents this, but that's the classic human, one of the generalized classic human indicators that they have indeed achieved a high potential max. When people stop generalizing and say, oh yeah, you know, text messages, yeah, like it lacks this and it lacks that. Like, you didn't tell me anything that it has. You didn't tell me the ceiling of language. You didn't explain to me how the ceiling of language cannot be circumvented by the ceiling of the thing it's lacking. You didn't demonstrate that you already understand all the potentials of a medium. So assuming that something else is lacking is also demonstrating that you do not have competence in the medium that you're using, right? And for the record, I'm a communication hobbyist. The reason why I say I specialize in this skill is because I spend more time relative to all my other skills. So I'm not comparing myself with other people. I'm comparing myself, saying what are my other skills that I spend time with. I'm not a first-person shooter guy, so that skill is really low. Where is my relative in that, right? Like, is my writing skill relative to my speaking skill? That type of thing. And then when it comes to comparing with another person, large sample size, right? Or even self-selection, like do a selection process, pre-selection process before you start comparing people. And usually the more correlating self-selection factors, the likely you can make comparisons, as opposed to apples and oranges, right? And you've known people on meds? I have too. I actually still currently do. And I also am very familiar with someone who's not particularly on those type of meds, but I have a friend who is, but you know, that's discretion. And but the thing is, there's a pro and cons to those stuff, right? As spoken before. That reminded me of a conversation with Dad years ago. You said that you think you have ADHD because you have trouble focusing. He told me to just practice and help improve your attention span. That sounds amazing. And hear me out. If you asked, I bet he would love to help you as well. Like you say, it sounds like you have a very supportive father. Like for example, if my friend come up to me and they say, I have an OCD. My first question is, what are you doing about it? And then the next question is, how can I help? That's it. Like, can I join you? Can you explain this to me? Can you include me in this? Because once you include me in this, I can be more helpful. It's not what you can't do anymore. Like if one of my friends say like, oh, I found out that I have OCD. Now I can't do this, can't do that, can't do that. It's like, okay, so what can we do about it? Let's go find something that is either a facsimile or something, or maybe even change that and say you can do that. That is, in my opinion, what creates someone who's able to manage and maybe not even show those side of them when they can kind of like choose to end, but that's usually not happen. Like the thing that I'm doing now when I'm talking excessively and yapping and reading text, that's keeping me in line. I think the less I talk about, the less I write can end up being a unmanageable problem. Yeah. As someone who is in therapy now, the discussion is very related. Yeah, I was just feeling down, so coming to hear you talking about mental health is kind of funny. That is quite a funny coincidence, Smoke. I hope you're doing well. I hope you find or you are having like indicators of progress, Smokes. Yeah, meds are devastating. It's something that obligatorily imposes. You know, it's unpredictable. And most definitely the goal is often to become less and less dependent, and then utilize whatever idiosyncrasies you have. Like have someone point out things you can use, right? The content creation world is so fascinating because you can use some of those things. You can even talk about your experience sometimes to use that. Obviously, it requires a level of skills that may be important to have, like discretion and whatnot. But yeah, I talk about these things day in and down. Dealing with health issues has become so polysemous. What does that mean again? Polysemous, and the definition almost being antonyms. Dealing with I think I get it from the context of that. Yeah, you know, you've sung his praises so many times, but he is emphatically good of a person and mentor. He's your highest value in your value hierarchy. That's fair. Medication seems disgustingly too under researched given how many and how intense. It takes time. One of the darker sides of things is it also takes trials. You know what I mean? Like one of the darker pragmatic realizations is that not only it may be too understudied and have intense side effects, it also requires samples, as in like trials. Like what I mean is, in a really privileged and grateful way, those who are taking those medications are also the people that will be contributing, or hopefully also contributing to the body of evidence and research for future posterity. Like if you think of like the most grimmest situations about experimentation and treatment and whatnot, oftentimes terminal patients, patients who have no choice, so last resorts, one of their catharsis, like one of the lasting final catharsis of patients like that, is voluntarily contributing to the body of samples for that. Speech makes you thirsty. Thanks. But that's one of the darker sides, or like the unfortunate sides of wanting that. To want adequate data, right? To want adequate data and research also involves the very thing that is making it not as prevalent, and that is human samples. And that is, in my opinion, one of the things that I will ever be gracious and gratified, and like I can't discount ever someone who is in fact involved in taking medication and also actively using that as a way to contribute, right? Like, yes, you're really, really suffering, and you're trying, like, it's hard to know these things, but if you are willing to do that, I think one of the silver linings that I would like to remind those people is that you can also make it helpful for future generations, right? And that, to me, I hope one day most patients and individuals will also remember that is also one of the biggest contributions to science. The moment when you're both at your lowest, but also you find value in being part of that, right? There's a few stories and shows and TV shows that I'm thinking of in this, that That is one of the final catharsis when it comes to people who do deal with compulsory problems and dysfunctionality, like pure total dysfunctionality. And unfortunately, there are even individuals who can't even appreciate it, aware of it, because of their dysfunctionality, like the stuff that they can't change, right? So, again, this is not here to talk about who has more guilt and who has more problems. It's not a competition. I think people who suck life's up, like life's energy, right? Like just in the pits, feeling sucky, that's a lose-lose. Everyone's losing. So the people who are losing, it's always a loss. It's not a competition for who's at the bottom. It's an appreciation for what they have, and then trying to make it less suck, right? Constantly trying to encourage people to have life suck less, right? I don't think it's the same as someone who waves those things around like it's a convenient excuse. I think that, in my opinion, is a little bit disrespectful, right? So instead of focusing on that, I typically push harder and say, well, what can you do about it? Can you do something about it? Can you learn something from it, right? Because the last thing I want the person that is making like a wall of excuses, every time I say something, they just throw down the excuse train, is that one day maybe I can say something in which they don't have an excuse. And that would be a win. That would be a great win for me personally, as a confidence boost, if you will. But I can tell you, online it has been the tribulations are great, but I am ever grateful that I get opportunities regardless. Like I can indirectly try to nudge someone in a way, and the moment they say like, you know what, we're just gonna do this, I'm like, I'm really happy for you, because what's happy for you also means that I can be happy too. It doesn't bring me pleasure when someone is like disgruntled, unmoving. There's no righteous indignation in it. Like I really despise, in my opinion, there are a few things there's like 10 things that I really dislike. I really dislike righteous indignation at the expense of another human being. So when someone says like, oh yeah, this guy, I tried to help him, but they just made all that excuses, and then now they're like suffering for it. It's like that, good riddance, because I was right. That type of thing, among the top 10. Like, knowing that person suffers, being right only makes it worse, in my opinion. I often, the first thing I think about is, man, there are a lot of red flags here. But wouldn't it be awesome if those weren't red flags because I was mistaken? That's usually what I think about. Like, oh, just tell me. Just tell me that this person isn't going to tell me tomorrow that they didn't do anything about it. Just tell me that I'm wrong, because I prefer I win out if that person gets their life together and starts improving, because then I feel better. Because all I can think about is the sheer guilt of not being able to help. And that's why I wanted to frame around it's not a competition about people who suffers more. Because if you make a competition out of who has it worse, you will start, in my opinion, you're more likely to start thinking in that manner instead of thinking who has it less worse. Like, who's aiming to be less worse than yesterday. It's awful. A hot take, sort of. Ethics have been the biggest thing that has retarded the development of science. From a pragmatic and objective standpoint, it is one of those. It's a big conundrum. It's a paradox involved in research, right? Not that is a good thing, but as a sort of get back to those people, is knowing that using an excuse will only hinder their self-improvement. Yeah, like get it out of their heads, right? Like, in my opinion, that's for individuals, and we're specifically talking about individuals who are suffering from the awareness that they desire self-improvement. It's very different when someone is ignorant of it and they're perfectly fine. Like, they're blissful in their ignorance of their lack of desire for self-improvement. I'm not talking about those people, and I think that's a very touchy subject, right? You can't impose a will for self-improvement if that person is perfectly satisfied with their own extent of self-improvement. I'm talking about those who have a double whammy, those who know they want to self-improve, but they have a wall of excuses that they believe are to be true that hinders that self-improvement. So the person themselves will also have to be aware of their desire for self-improvement and the awareness that they are making excuses of it. Because the other side, it's way too difficult. Like, for example, how do you help a dementia patient? Like, if you think of it in the opposing way, where if you're aware that they need self-improvement, but they can't appreciate it, that's imposing will. That's like taking liberties away from them a lot of times. It can get to a sticky situation where being kind is also being manipulative, and that's a touchy subject. So specifically, I'm referring to someone who is aware or able to see that. The other topics, that is a sticky situation, and I think many people have their own thresholds. For myself, I put the bar very, very high. Life and death, abuse, neglect, physical harm. Those are the things that would like push me to intervene when, despite if they know it better or not. And it doesn't, in those situations, I always come out more damaged than going in. And what I mean by that is not permanently damaged. I mean, those situations when I get involved, there's no win for me. It's always, I'll always feel like I lost, because those are situations that are way beyond, in my opinion, what are more common situations now, which is the excuse hindering the awareness, the already existing self-awareness of wanting a better life. Like someone who knows they are bored, but they can't seem to find enough motivation to remove that boredom. And that boredom is associated with their neglect and poor health. They are aware of it. However, when someone approaches them, they have a wall of excuse that prevents them from addressing that. But they only feel bad because that's what they do, and they know that they are doing that. Those are the individuals that I'm talking about, because I feel that is far more common than the extreme cases. I'm not saying they're any less important. I think the extreme cases require people that are willing to take on damage. There's a lot of damage. Like, collateral damage is everywhere when it comes to a person who is deteriorating and doesn't know that it's happening. That stuff is really tricky, and obviously that's where professionals come in. Professionals assume those liabilities as well, which I am not a professional or a licensed I do not have protection or things that offset the damage that comes involved. So if I wedge myself into those situations, I'm completely liable. Like, what I mean is, if it destroys my life, then that's what I deserve. That's kind of the situation. So I don't usually wedge myself into that. It has to be something big. Otherwise, professional, right? You have to seek a professional. Your message came off as a lot more evil than you meant it for you. I thought it was, I think it was genuinely useful. I'm not sure if my interpretation of it was what you intended, but I tried. Your You'll enjoy someone getting karma for something like someone who uses the excuse engine, but only if they ended up changing their ways. Always best when there's a happy ending. Exactly. So like, for example, here's a karma argument that is weird. Like, say someone hates me, but if that hate for me precipitates their ability to see how much they hate themselves and then ultimately change the way they are without, like, you know, mitigating whatever damage I had, I'm willing to do that. Like, that is a win, but it's a loss for me, but it's an overall win that whatever involves me no longer involves me. You see what I mean? Like, ultimately you win because the person you become associated with no longer has that problem. So that's great. In the long run, if you're playing a game of chess, you want the person that knows you, that already involved you, right? Like, if you got involved, to succeed despite you losing. If you lose, it's a gain if that person is no longer a problem that you are associated with. I think the short term thing about, like, exercise of this can be problematic in the world of the internet, where, like, oh, this is not my problem, let's just burn the bridge very quickly. You can burn the bridge, but that person might not want to burn the bridge, and that becomes an ever associated potential future recurring problem. So, and that happens on the internet because there's traces, paper trails, all of that. So I much rather, when I choose to interlope on someone's thing, I have to know that I can assume the damages, especially the damages that will incur to my image and my mental health or even physical health. Those are the responsibilities that professionals are compensated for, right? That was the idea behind professionalism. Professionals are stating their reputation and integrity, and as well as all the liabilities and compensation for taking on and assuming that type of liability. A non-professional, the most courteous thing they can do is saying, I'm sorry, it's beyond my means and I don't necessarily want to become associated with it. You're technically burning bridges still, but the idea is when you become involved and then you choose to burn the bridge, that bridge is burned one way, but that doesn't mean the other person won't come back, right? Like, so that's and when you have people who are desperate, damaged, or they believe they're damaged, desperate, in a bind, that is incredibly vitriolic, right? Like, it's a volatile situation. And not only do you burning the bridge will escalate it, it might actually come back in a point where if you're not a professional person who have safeguards and protection and ability to assume responsibility, that will destroy you. Then you have two people destroyed, not just one person, right? And then all the people who are destroyed by that one person, all the other people who are related to that one person is also destroyed. And then the other person who took the responsibility and liability, that spreads more negativity, right? They're destroyed, and then everyone they affect is destroyed. So it's a lose-lose. It's like a catastrophic loss. So oftentimes when I ask people, you like helping people, right? The question is, are you willing to take the responsibility? Because being able to help or being available to help isn't the same as being able to help. Being able to help also means that you are able to assume the liabilities of the fallout of those things. And I don't necessarily think this is taken seriously enough most of the time. People throw around advice that leads cyclic behavior that practically obliterates the odds of doing things. And they take no responsibility because they're just being nice, right? They're being kind. And it's more so on the internet because like it's hard to like run away and do things on IRL. So that's kind of one of those stopgaps. You're good at not making excuses, but that can trick oneself into believing they're in better position when overcoming their problems than they are. Yeah, that would be the opposite. That would be a cynical way of looking at a silver lining, Brokaw. That's like taking a good thing and looking at the worst thing, and that's perfectly fine. The counter argument to that is, if you're good at not making excuses, you might actually end up being in a better position than you actually think you are. That would be the opposite. So you could also make an argument in that when you are good at not making excuses, you might be better off than realizing that they're overcoming you might be in a worse position than you really are. Because in no way is one person sufficient at doing that. But the odds are that if you're good at not making excuses, you are more likely to be in a better position than being good at making excuses. That is probably a more reasonable comparison, because the opposite can happen. Being in a better position than you actually think you are. And a lot of times people who don't make excuses, they often think they're in a worse position than they really are. Cue my like 3 or 4 hour digression about imposter syndrome. Sorry, have I talked to you personally about mental health? I was mentioning it just as part of the convo. I didn't want it to come across as me asking for help. Oh no. No. That's perfectly fine. Like you're fine. The things I'm talking about, it will become very evident. I haven't really behaved in that way. Most of the time I tell people that this is going to happen. Like I tell people that this is what, like I explicitly say these things. So if there was any doubt, there shouldn't be doubt. Like what I mean is, if you're ever concerned that there's a problem going on, that's when I remove all doubt. I do not make guesses and subtexts and beat around the bush if there's a problem. So at least that's the agreement I have with myself. Now that doesn't mean that I'm omnipotent about my own faculties. So I do rely on other people who I know personally to see these things. So if I have a problem that I don't recognize, I like to think that I have a network, right? I don't think I did ask or hint at asking you for advice, but I just wanted to check. Yeah, okay. I don't view it as replacing a good thing with a bad thing, but rather those things being steps for improvement. Yeah, the making excuse thing. Yes. Sometimes when you talk about people doing this or that, I sometimes worry that it's your attempt to give me a hint about something. Oh no. I like to... I'm sorry, I should make this clear. When I talk about people, I'm talking about statistical averages. Whenever I mention people, it's some like nebulous term. When I talk about someone, I will try to describe that someone discreetly without mentioning their name. Right, to preserve their identities. But I would use anecdotes when I say, like, in my opinion, or this is my... And when I say people, I don't want it to sound personal. That was the whole attempt. It is functionally very specifically used to not be specific. So, because I'm not a professional, so I'm not necessarily bound by confidentiality, but I do have a professional integrity to not, like, publicly liberally take advantage of what people share with me. They have to be meaningful. I can say, hear me out, this might not sound as great. I'm okay with using my stories, the stories that I have, my life, jokingly and in a non-serious way. And you can argue, well, it could be fun to other people. Generally, the information that I'm ever given by someone else, I don't ever joke about them. Like if I'm mentioning you or someone indirectly or something relatable, it's largely because those things are important. Like they are in a serious nature. I only typically joke and poke fun at myself or together with the person. So when I mention people and it might be relatable, there is a chance. There's a chance, but hints are not what I do with serious things. If it's a serious thing, you're probably just gonna get a direct message. Like there's no beating around the bush. I don't take the stuff lightly. Like playing games is how I feel about that. When like people start talking about, like I'm saying people again, right? Like in general, like for example, when you try to get subtly, subtextually emphasize someone's message, right? Through some things, I think it's reserved for when it's very obvious. I know this sounds like it doesn't answer the question. It probably doesn't. I like to think that I'm being very obvious without being obvious. Like Procol, if you have a suspicion, like if you're saying like, he could be referring to me, then no. The answer is no. The answer is no. If one day we get to know each other really well, there's a chance that I could say something like indirectly, but you would know it's obviously you. That's it. Like when I get to know people, I don't take the Japanese, like I don't take like the Asian non-verbal communication route. I full-heartedly go and make it very obvious. So the one thing I suck at, though, I would say, here's a personal admission, the one thing I suck at is sometimes telling people that I disagree with them. That's probably the worst. I think subtextually that's one of the things that I don't like being direct about. So if it's of that nature, then I concede. If you think that I might be disagreeing with you and you're not sure if I'm disagreeing with you, that's probably one of the more common things that will come up, and I don't think that feeling ever changes. Is that an excuse for not being better at it? Not really. I try. I try to like know how to be obvious to someone, like I'm disagreeing with you, but I want to be polite about it. That type of thing, I think that would be the time when you have to be worried. If I'm talking about like health and people's stories, you'll know when I'm talking about you, and you'll know when I'm not talking about you. So if you ever have suspicions, like that sounds like that's probably a coincidence. It's largely probably a coincidence. When you talk about these things, I focus on the thing that is collectively what I think is normal or like very common. So if you feel that I might be talking about you, even though I'm talking about like a general trend, I'm gonna make a joke, but this is at your expense, Procol. I'm sorry in advance. You're normal. Like normal in an abnormal way. You're statistically, it means there are a lot of people you might be able to relate to, which is what I would look at it that way. That's how I would relate it. You're a normie in a closed off way, in like a microcosmic way. Like in a microcosm of people who have certain characteristics that line up, it means that I believe there are many people you can interact with that can share those things. If it's a coincidence, like for example, if anything I describe now when I talk about buffer zones, time management and stuff, if that kind of sounds like I'm talking about you, what I'm implying is that I see this very often, and it would be really good, it would be really insinuating or subtextual that I'm encouraging people, you should share this with each other. Because I observe these things, but if I don't have these problems, it's very difficult. I can tell you what it's different, but I can't tell you what's the same. So raising awareness is probably the phrase, the catch-all phrase for this. The moment you raise awareness, you can enable someone to know that that awareness can allow them to be aware of other people. I was talking about King of the Hill earlier today, but that's a different story. But we're talking, and there's a specifically talk about aware adults. This is not to be misconstrued as any age. It has to be age appropriate. So self-awareness comes with age a lot of times and life experiences. So we're not talking about kids. Like if you're having a 13-year-old who's saying this, it's like, oh, I should go and relate to my limited life experience and my limited life experience with solutions. That's not age appropriate. So we have to keep in mind that the stuff I'm talking about when you say, oh, this person sees a lot of this, I should relate to them. Adults, people who have a reasonable level of self-awareness. If you're a kid, if you're young and you're inexperienced and you're still saying, I think he's kind of talking to me, your parents, friends, professionals, because we have to keep in mind self-awareness and actualizing that self-awareness is very dependent, and it correlates really wildly with someone's lifespan. Like the younger you are, the lower chance that you're going to actually have the self-awareness, right? With every passing year, exponential amount of things can happen to a young person. So we're talking more about adults, right? Adults that have self-awareness. And hey, is this guy really talking about me? It's like, where can you see these people? It's like, hey, if you want to know, I can attempt to point you in a direction and say, hey, you should check out these people because I think you can make a great friend there. A great friend that is self-aware, that can relate to you, that I can't. And I think that's the best thing a friend can do, or an acquaintance or a stranger can do. Point you in a direction where you can have people who you're able to express and talk about these things and exchange, things, like kind of a matchmaker, but not in the romantic sense, more like a platonic matchmaker, right? If you're excellent at communication, you like human resources, you like interacting with humans, what is a great way to apply your ability? Bring people together, right? You see something, these are obvious patterns. It might not be obvious to the people that are being observed, but if you bring them together, they can make magic together, right? That's what a manager does. At least you hope that's what a workplace manager does. You handle the employees, right? You move them around, and you hope that the way you reorganize the management, you maximize their synergy and mitigate their dissonance, something like that. Thank you. I think there may have been at least one time where you're very obviously indicating telling me something. Oh, okay. Your ego has a terrible time accepting that I'm not really that special, but hear me out. This might not be it might not come off as a consolation. I oftentimes think that if I let my ego win, it also means that I have less and less people to relate to or attempt to relate to. If my ego wins, I spend less and less time relating to other people. right? So there is a bright side of things. If your ego wins, more self-esteem, right? You're like, all right, go tackle the world. If your ego has to give, that means that there are more people that you can find interest in. Because largely, when you're less special, it also means that there are more people like you. If you're super ego, if you have a super ego, then that's a lonely place. It's a very lonely place. It's in my opinion, it's a paradox of the human. It's a poetic human condition problem. The more special and awesome you are, the lonelier you become. Oftentimes. So looking at the glass half full in both situations can often be a little bit brighter than looking at the glass half empty in both situations. Do you think it's possible to completely rid of your ego of believing you're the main character? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's like saying, in my opinion, that's very similar to saying, can you go through life without ever having to care about yourself? Maybe there's someone out there who is a living example of it. I would love to hear a living example of it. For myself, it destroyed me. In fact, whenever I think about like imposter syndrome, that's losing ego. Like obviously we're using like Freudian terms, but we're like using neo-Freudian terms, not like how Freud depicted, but more like if you always think you're not good enough, that's losing ego. So if you completely rid yourself of ego, you also lose the satisfaction and become completely dependent on other people. It's kind of humorous because when we're talking about completely ridding our ego, what is a symptom of that you might be able to pick out? Most of the internet generation. In fact, a little ego would help them with their self-esteem. Right? But the irony here is there's cherry picking. I'm cherry picking an example. On the one hand, the internet is trying to make you feel like you're the MC, right? Right? On the internet, everything is to your liking, right? You're doing this, you're looking at it. It's like, oh, I'm the main character. The internet targets me. It's all individualized. Yes. So at the same time, you can have the glass half empty both ways. You can have the ego to make all the excuses of not following advice from anyone else. That's echo chamber, as in you become blind to everyone else who have a different value because your ego has been inflated to the point where you only see what you want to see, right? So there's a mechanical barrier to being humble. There's a mechanical barrier to having a wider view. And at the same time, the very solution to create self-esteem is protected by the thing that was supposed to provide the self-esteem in the first place. Isn't that crazy? Like, I think the internet, it's not intentional. I think this is a coincidence. It's a massive coincidence. Then doing a lot of psychedelics will smash the glass altogether. Yeah, exactly. A change in environment or change in cognition will smash pretty much everything, will fall apart. And like maybe you'll be built back together differently. It's wild. Like, so this is crazy. Like, think about, sorry, you just mentioned that because I learned about something called ego death. Oh yeah, I see. I'm not familiar with the exact concept, but I'm familiar with the concept of removing, like, trying to adjust selfishness. Like, is there like all or nones, right? All or none questions happen a lot. And without, like, ego produces that, but on the internet, it's vicious. Like, what I mean by vicious is I don't think it's coming from anyone. It's coincidentally vicious. Let's just say it's happenstance. I don't want to be too demonizing. the ego is protected by targeted marketing, by targeted programming, right? So the ego can't be challenged, right? The ego can't be challenged. That also means that the ego also becomes fragile, right? If the ego doesn't get challenged, then you don't practice defense. And without ego challenges, you do not diversify, right? But the thing is, with strong ego and strong targeted programming, that fragility, when challenged, can become a problem. But what's often the solution to that problem? The defense that is lacking already. Isn't it? Like, it's unfortunate. I in my opinion, this is very reductive. But the thing is, the symptoms are being protected from like, the solution to the symptoms is what like perpetuates the symptom already. So it's kind of in a really weird place. Like, most of the time, customers and people online, they should not be discontent, right? Marketed targeting is a way to remove all discontent, right? But at the same time, it also means it's void of all challenges. And then because of all challenges, then whatever you're targeted is going to be the thing that defines what you are. So how would you diversify when the thing doesn't work anymore? Like, if it stops working, right? You need to challenge it. But the problem here is, when you're young and you might be limited, like in life experience, challenging it means you will have an ego that will fight back. But it's fighting back due to its fragility in how limited it is, not necessarily because you're diverse, right? Like, you have limited ways to fight back. So when the ego gets too reinforced, the solution is to break it, which is awful in my opinion, because when you shatter someone's ego, like completely deconstruct it, it's hard to know if, and I'm guessing that maybe ego death is related to that, like a phenomenon called ego death. But oftentimes when you shatter someone's ego all at once, it will take a lifetime to build it back up. The ego that I was talking about, the example, the antidote, that's not coming from this situation. A lack of ego, anecdotal, so I'm gonna share a personal experience. A lack of ego means that people step over you. They step on you. They take advantage of you. You do not stick out. You never put yourself first. So there's a complete lack of self-preservation. And I don't think that's natural. It's not, like, what I mean is, I don't think that's sustainable. I don't think it's humanly possible. Unless you're somehow incredibly lucky. This is an outlier. Like, I can give you an outlier example where if you're incredibly extraordinary, then you hope that everyone else panders to your ego and keep you bolstered, right? But that person is as fragile as the ego is preventing people from challenging you. So, like, if you're a super smart kid, you're probably and you're been discovered, right? You're being discovered because there's no self-preservation. Sometimes super smart people don't pay attention to their ego. They pay attention to other things. So they don't have an act of self-preservation. They have their drive from their intelligence. So what do? You covet them like national treasures. The downside is all the other skills that they don't have, which they don't necessarily have to have, makes them fragile. But it can work out, is what I'm saying. It can work out. The thing that I'm talking about now is how often does it work out? well, it's a rare case that you have a genius. It's even rarer when that genius is not fragile, right? Because of like the exchange of undeveloped skills in the exchange of that personal focus. Human condition is weird. You want the cake and eat it. Obviously, if there is a utopia, you want the cake and eat it. In fact, you want the cake and eat it and acquire all the skills without actually even making it. Would that even apply in a weird way with targeted ads? Yes. Targeted ads mean that when you get targeted, you will only be convinced of the things that you buy, and those things that you buy will genuinely be more favorable than the things that you have to consider when they're contentiously presented. So like, hear me out. I have this narrative. I'm not sure if it's true. It would be kind of fun to mine this. How often have you seen the increase or the decline? In my opinion, the personal narrative is targeted ads no longer make comparative statements anymore. They make relational statements to you. So ads that are targeted, right? They're telling you what you want. They're not telling you what they're compared to. There used to be a time when, in my opinion, comparative and contrast ads are more proliferative. Like, hey, don't settle for a 3.6 APR like all the other. Like, there's still ads that do this. I don't know if you have one in UK, but Geico commercials, like, save 40% on car insurance compared to the other things. They still, some of those ones, they do quite well. Actually, their clientele actually do quite well. But the targeted ads, they no longer do that. What they tell you is what you want. So they don't have to tell you about the competition anymore. They don't have to downplay that they have to compare to something. They can just tell you over and over again that their product is great with no relatives, no standards. You know, I'm not going to name products, but buy our nutritional blend. It does all these things. End of ad. And my first thought is, all these things compared to what? Like, what are you comparing it to? Like, what am I buying? It's not standardized. Where's my standards? I don't understand. What do you mean by better? Better than what? Are you saying, like, if I don't eat this, it's better than nothing? Like, if it's better than nothing, what's the point of buying it? Everything's better than nothing. Or some things are maybe possibly worse than nothing, but what happened? So that's what targeted ads get me to feel. When someone says, like, oh yeah, this is the best game ever with all the unprecedented features that you love and like, and I'm like, okay, but as opposed to what? Like, do you have a game to compare to? Like, do you even know what the game, like, what is your data based on? Like, ads don't even tell you what is it that they think you like. So they're targeted ads, but they don't inform you about what you like. They're assuming based on your patterns, but what is it that they're assuming? Like, for example, it's so literal now. You look up shoes, right? You look up a specific brand of shoes, and then you click on a different web page, and it's that exact brand of shoes you're looking for and something really, really close to it. I'm like, okay, but are you going to show me an ad about what my alternatives are? Like, not like super similar stuff. I'm talking about, like, it enrich me. Tell me what is an alternative approach. But it's not that anymore, because targeted ads also, in my opinion, led to saturation of the same in business. So the products now are not only not diverse, they don't need to be diverse anymore. They just need to be a little bit different and a little bit better. And they don't have to tell you that it's a little bit better. They just need to tell you what it is with no reference at all. Like, hey, iPhone, this is the best iPhone ever. Compared to what? The last iPhone? Probably. Like, this is the most powerful iPhone ever. And I'm like, okay. That means it's the new iPhone. You're saying it's the new iPhone, right? I mean, I would be a little worried when you say this iPhone is not as powerful as last year's iPhone. I think that's a little bit more concerning. But what are my alternatives? You remember the days of Google, like Android and iOS ads where they try to punch each other and try to one up each other, and then it caused them to explode and like innovate aggressively. Well, if businesses don't compete directly with each other, they make more money. In my opinion, they don't have to spend so much money countering each other, right? Less friction, less competitive. Targeted ads circumvent that. Commercialization of echo chambers, exactly. Like non-competitive practices, right? You might be thinking, oh man, anti-competitive practices, that's pretty cool, right? That's a great concept, right? That's a great concept, anti-competitive practices, because there was competition. In my opinion, there was competition, so anti-competitive practices seem very lucrative. Nowadays, it's mostly non-competitive practices. Instead of having to waste money competing with each other, let's find as many sources of non-competitive practices. Let's patent all our things. Let's own all of our intellectual property so that it's a non-compete. Like, oh, hey, we got this. You can carve out yours over there. Like, I think our game, this concept, this belongs to us now. So now we're just going to keep making these. And then we don't have to fight you. You can go and make your own IP patent and stuff. And then now we're just gonna harmoniously target ads and explain to the consumer that this is what their product does. It's so, like, again, I don't have firm statistics and mining for these types of patterns, but I'm pretty sure competitive ads are diminished. They are very rarely in existence. Now hear me out. How is this even important or informative? I typically like trusting products and trusting services. Not to say that it's foolproof. I like it when people serve me an ad that shows what their competition is doing and how they are doing it. Because in my opinion, that to me tells me that they are willing to let that sink into their consumer because they are that confident in their product. So the ones that are kind of winning right now, like in a second wave kind of situation, are individuals who can stick by their competitions. Like what they would say is like, oh, okay, instead of saying this is the best ANC ever in an earbud, they would cite who they're comparing themselves to. They would even take on their main competitors. And that used to be a thing. That used to be what ads, in my opinion, that's what ads, a lot of the ads do. The most aggressive, large scale competitive businesses do. But it costs them a lot of money. That's like a lot of money. Like it takes a lot of, HR, human resources, research to do that. You don't have to, in my opinion, do that if you're gonna say, you're gonna paint yourself the hero and say, we're gonna make an environment, a metaverse that targets everything to your preference. Then you'll never know what is good or bad anymore. You will only know what you want. But the problem is it can be anything that they want it to be. You lose agency of your choice. And the younger you are, the more and more consistently successful it is. If you start young, then you no longer have the capacity to develop, no longer have the capacity, I misspoke. You no longer have the opportunity to develop self-awareness and agency over your choice. And that's where we come to the present day. And that's where the world is starting to think about when it's too young, when it's too much exposure, when is diversity hampered so hard that you no longer can solve problems or make decisions out of self-awareness. You make decisions based on prescription, targeted ads. That's one of the symptoms anyways. Being a nice and generous person has similarities with having a low ego. That can be confusing. Yes. And not corollary, right? We have to make clear that what I'm saying is it's not corollary. Like, it's not causal corollary. It's coincidental. There are parallelisms of someone who prioritize secondarily themselves or have a tendency of prioritizing themselves secondarily with a not chronically low ego. It's more the momentary days that they do it can reflect someone who have a low ego in those situations, right? So the act of generosity is correlating with ego, but we're talking about the act of generosity. Someone can be egotistical about their self-esteem while being lacking in ego when they're talking about helping another person, right? We're like, it's not a blanketed statement. We require the idea that I'm talking about a specific cherry-picked aspect of a person's actions, like the willingness to help someone can be seen as a association with the self-preservation, the balance between self-preservation and open generosity, right? And that goes with true altruism. I think some people have one time argued and accused me of painting myself as a saint, and I'm like, that is pretty asinine to think that, at least in my opinion, that I hope I don't give people the impression that I'm a saint, because I don't actually believe that true altruism can coexist with someone who have needs. So if you're a human being who have needs, food, shelter, love, friends, family, goals, aspiration, like desires, those type of desires too. You know what your desires are. If you have those things, the idea of saying that you're a saint is weird. Like, I'm streaming and someone says, oh yeah, there's no way you're just streaming for fun. Of course you care about the views. It's like, yeah, of course I care about the views. What do you like? The idea is how much of it, like what is the balance? Like, what is your distribution of your care? Like, am I so fragile that views mean everything? Right? It's the extent. No one's free of something. Like, you're not free of self-preservation. If you're free of self-preservation, in my opinion, in reality, what does that look like? I'm not even sure those people are here with us. I would love to say that I'm wrong in the sense that a life of not caring about yourself and taking pride in your own work somehow leads to, like, yeah, they're probably, like, if I have to be super dark about this, they probably either are dead or they didn't live very long. Because it would be super tough to convince a human being like that to want to love themselves, to, like, want to do something for themselves. I don't even know if they have a will to live. Like, what I mean is, I can't even think about, like, just thinking about the idea of getting up and saying, I want to live because it's fun. I don't know what happens when you lose ego. Like, how does that process? Like, how does that work? That's almost like sociopathic, right? Instead of outwardly, instead of inwardly, it's like you have no abandon for your own self. Like, so do you just lose the will to live? Or you lose the will to live unless someone is dependent on you, right? But that means that the moment anyone disappears from your obligations, you are saddened. And I can imagine there's an extent of it. There are individuals who experience hyper empathy, right? They're incredibly dependent, but they jump from dependency to dependency because the people that you're going to interact with are a mix, right? They're both independent and dependent, like a mix, right? I go to sleep because I need to sleep. When someone is void of ego, they sleep when other people sleep. Imagine growing up on the internet. That will absolutely destroy you immediately. That's like taking what we're trying to prevent, what people are trying to prevent online right now, which is making your whole worth as a human being dependent on other people's opinions, but being born that way, compulsorily being born that way, that everything you do is dependent on the affirmation of other people. That's absurd, in my opinion. That's scary. I think that's a really terrible life, if I had to be selfish about it. Right? You got an ad on Instagram that said, James, buy this. That was horrible, and the lack of privacy is the biggest problem for you. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I don't know why I found that really funny. And it's like a laughter, uncontrollable, scary, funny, all at the same time. And yet still the other consequences of targeted ads have this many problems, yeah. You know, Pepsi and Coke, non-competitive. Car brands, yep, non-competitive practices. But you doubt anyone like that has ever existed. Yeah, I really don't. They probably died a long time ago, and it haven't weaved out. Have you ever watched the show Sense8? Just for the record, guys, it's gonna be pretty obvious. I'm not gonna do my Inktober prompt after this. It's gonna be a back shelf. We're not drawing today. I've already delegated that because I haven't started my HanziHero session yet. But you doubt anyone like no one's brain would have to be so severely damaged for one to have no self-preservation. I'm not sure if there's a let me see if there's genetic mutation. Genetic mutation for self-preservation. Is there like a polygenic? Is there there are no single cell? Yeah, I already know that. Heck, in Gemini, I'm talking about a phenotype. Is there a phenotype for lack of self-preservation? No, we have a toxicity. We have a toxicity mutation for toxins, right? Various toxins. Another protective gene. Another protective gene. Okay, we have structural abnormalities. Appetite. Yeah, lack of appetite. Okay, that can... I can see why they put that. Fear. Ooh, removing fear. That's interesting. That's another way to think about lack of self-preservation. A lack of fear. So you start doing reckless behavior, which is a lack of self-preservation too. And then autophagy. Okay. So not that, at least Gemini did not list Gemini is not saying something obvious like, oh yeah, there's a person, there is recorded that someone had like a combinatorial polygenic disposition where their brain functions well, right? Like it's perfectly developmentally normal, right? Or functional, and they have like just a severe deficiency and a lack of self-preservation. One of the mutations is pretty good though. There's a mutation that apparently dampens fear, which like phobias and whatnot. So that's an interesting angle to tackle the lack of self-preservation, but it's not related. You know, this is not related to our conditional case of being generous, the perception of being generous, taking and giving. It didn't say anything about that, but fear is scary. Fear is pretty scary. Like, imagine having no inhibitions of knowing what danger is. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure there was a case study. There was probably a case study for someone who had a very dampened experience with fear, and they would have to, you know, be guided foreseeably for the rest of their life in order to not be a danger to themselves and others. Possibly, I'm not sure. Because if the person's cognitively aware, they can connect principles still, despite having the absence of fear. It's a component of intuition, but not necessarily a component of competency. You haven't watched Sense8? Oh, you haven't watched. Oh, Sense8. Yeah, Sense8 is the name of the show. Oh, if you want an exercise, Sense8. It's from the writers of The Matrix. What are their names? The sisters. They had a Netflix show called Sense8, and that Wachowski, with the Wachowski sisters. They talk about like what happens if like empathy was telepathic. Like telepathic empathy by genetics, by birth. And there's a very real world, there's a very like cruel thing that deals with like they're probably dead, or they would probably die quite quickly in a world dominated by selective empathy. It's a very sobering thought in a science fiction show. I really liked it. Also, what do you have time to left in terms of study? I have 2 hours. This is going to take 2 hours. So the cutoff is coming up soon. We have to... Phineas Gage couldn't feel fear after he got a metal tube through his head. Oh. Why does that sound familiar? Have I seen a picture of this person? Oh, no, I haven't. No. That's an interesting thing. I'll read about it later. Yeah, it would be terrifying if you had that. Like, so hear me out. So that means that person has to conceptually understand that, like for example, fast. You're going fast, right? For example, going fast. So they would have to construct the idea that if they see a number, for example, like an indicator of speed, they have to like literally consciously construct that this can be dangerous, right? Instead of thinking of it in this way, it's like, oh man, okay, all right, I'm not feeling so sure about this, right? So most of the fear constructs, they would have to like learn it like a kind of like a language situation where like they would have to spend an excess amount of their time literally, or I guess figuratively, constructing the relationships between them. It's kind of like when someone lacks empathy, or like is significantly dampened in empathy, they have to instead learn how to almost like act in that way. Like the reason why I'm bringing this example up is because I often wondered when I was a kid if I had a lack in empathy. Like the idea is am I just an unfeeling person? And what I do is I typically just pretend, right? Like, I know when to laugh when people make jokes. I know when to smile when you need to smile, that kind of situation. But really, in my opinion, it was not because I'm like developmentally challenged or something like that. It was more that I grew up in an environment that I can't associate with. There was not a lot of associations, right? So that's kind of one of those childhood stuff. If you have no form of association or belonging, you have trouble forming your identity, like a lot of identity things early, and empathy is one of them. Fear can be that too, where you can like kind of construct the relationships, but the thing is you no longer feel those things. So oftentimes before, I still do this, by the way. I don't know if people notice this or not, you know, on stream, but I still reflexively do this a lot. I laugh sometimes when I'm speechless, or I laugh, I like chuckle, but it's not funny. Like, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm practiced in understanding how to diffuse certain things. So when I'm speechless, like I'm trying to like, oh man, that is, wow, like then I would laugh. So those are like your like learned patterns, right? But they can be misconstrued. And I've done this for some time. So whenever someone cracks a joke, it's more like observing the person telling a joke. Like you know they're telling a joke. So the obvious thing to do is to laugh when they're done telling the joke, whether you think it's funny or not. And that, to me, at an early age, is different from an adult who's choosing to be polite. If you know what I mean. I'm not sure if anyone can relate, but that's also very similar to the internet generation where they can't read faces, right? Like, and then they can't project faces. Like, I do have firsthand experience with this when I'm talking to someone. Like sometimes, like I look at the person, and I as a kid, I had this said about me all the time. You know, when I'm thinking, someone says like, "Are you upset?" I'm like, "No, I'm not upset. I'm just thinking." Right? And the idea is that you didn't see an example of what a thinking face is, like what the social norm is for thinking face. But the problem is there's also an inherent, or not the problem, but the difference is sometimes there's an inherent intuitive thing. Like there's an intuition as well. But I don't know how much of that is genetic. Like there's often an intuition, and there's also learned behavior, and it's tough, obviously, the nature versus nurture thing. Most of the time early in my life, I had one face, and that one face is everything. So in my context, I basically get asked if they know I'm upset, that's all they know. And now the word upset is not really the face that I usually have. It's not upset. It's often, like in the modern age, it's often associated with being stoic. So when you're stoic, you tend to look stern, right? Like you're always looking like you're stern, as in a bit serious. So whenever you're thinking, you simply like, it looks like you're looking through things at a distance, and you make no face. Like, there was a time when someone said, as my personal anecdote, when I was like 15 or 16, "Man, you must be really good at poker because you have a wonderful poker face." I'm like, what is a poker face? Like, what, like, how do you know what a poker face is? It's like, oh, you know, like, the face where you don't give anything away. It's like, I don't know what that means. Like, what am I not giving away in my face? Like, I don't understand. That was around when I was 16. And then when I was 23 to 24, you know, like, okay, maybe like 21 is the earliest example I can think of, a very specific example. Someone said that my face is really animated. Like I talk with my face, like I think with my face. Like it's very apparent when I'm doing something, I make a face on it. So that's what happens when you start like interacting with people and learning stuff, and turns out that the whole I'm gonna call you out on this. That's when I found out that I'm really normal. And you know what? My ego didn't get shocked from it. My ego got boosted from it. Like it was nice to know that I'm normal. Like I could do things. Like I could tell people that I'm happy without having to say I'm happy. Like I can laugh. I can comfort someone by just looking at them. I can comfort them by looking into their eyes. That is one of the things that I felt that was completely missing in the first like 18 years of my life. I wasn't even sure if I was happy. Like that's kind of it goes back to that whole genetics thing, right? Like I'm not even sure if I'm happy most of the time. When I'm playing video games, I'm not actually sure I'm happy about playing video games. I knew I played lots of video games. Like I played a lot of video games. I know I learned a lot from video games. I learned how to win, how to be successful in video games. I couldn't really tell if I enjoyed video games, or I liked or had fun with video games. What does this sound like? I kid you not, I think this sounds like young adults today who are compulsively online. They, in my opinion, I'm kind of making them into a victim, but in my opinion, they still have all the capacity to do this, but not the opportunities to test these things. You don't have to ever feel sadness if everything is being told to you is what you want. So how do you deal with sadness and boredom when it happens? Or how do you navigate it? How do you know you're even bored? It's difficult for me. Like, this one is a little bit confusing, but hear me out. Someone says they have no time. They have school, they have to eat, they have clubs, they work, they have many skills that they're working on, and then the next sentence that come out of their mouth is they're bored. And my first thought is, help me understand what you mean by bored. Because I heard you have so many things to do that you feel you have no time, and then the next sentence comes out is you're bored. I need to understand this, right? Because I can't see that as boredom. It's hard for me to see someone who just listed a bunch of things and they're anxious about running out of time, and then they say they're bored. So that was me back then, where when someone says, hey, did you like it? And I'm like, yeah, I liked it. But you don't look like you like it. I'm like, what do you mean I don't look like I like it? Isn't this like I had to explain myself all the time. Like someone would say, you don't look so excited. I'm like, well, I am excited. But my face didn't say I'm excited. Like that's how I relate, in my opinion, to when I was younger. I just coincidentally are like the internet, the Gen Z kids today when it comes to communication, like in target language. Like, for example, when you're speaking Japanese and you're speaking Chinese, there are specific face motions that happen, right? When my parents speak Chinese, a specific like native speak, like a lot of times people talk about native speak, they have certain inflections, certain mouth animations, like certain context things. Those are the quote-unquote natural states, right? The native states of things. It's lacking empathy and fear and stuff, it's kind of like learning a language, but remove the context of the humanistic part. And I can kind of appreciate, I'm trying to correlate this back to language learning, because language is part of communication. Your face is nonverbal communication. So oftentimes the reason why I say, okay, the earliest 19, I think I was 19. I use this example all the time. I heard from one of my best friends today that my academic advisor noticed that I smiled more after the first year of college. And he told my best friend, who are my new friends, that he observed this. And that was the first time. But it was told to me like a year later. So I was like maybe 20 or something. And that, in my opinion, was how I knew that I might be normal after all. Or at least I'm not void of joy. Right? And hear me out. Hear me out. The first year and a half, I wasn't miserable. Like, what I mean is, I like, it wasn't like particularly bad. I still felt emotions. I just didn't express them properly. So I often thought maybe, I started thinking to myself, maybe my academic advisor might have the, I always wondered, I never asked him, like, did he think I'm upset most of the time? Like, I had so many thoughts after those situations where, I don't know, does that mean like the first, hear me out. Did the first 18 years of my life, because I appear a certain way, but I'm also confused in a certain way, did that change all the opportunities, all the potential outcomes and interactions that I had? Did that greatly affect how people interacted with me? And that's what the question I asked me today. Every single day when I talk to a stranger, when someone says they have trouble making friends, they have trouble speaking, they have trouble expressing things, why are all my friends liars, and why do they always bail on me and ghost me? Why do everyone I know lie and are untrustworthy? The question is, how much of that is associated with someone's inability to communicate values and express values and also appear in a certain way, right? If you're constantly walking around saying you have a good poker face, who are you going to be associating with? Who is going to find you more approachable? Probably other people with poker faces. What type of personality is associated with someone who has very strong poker faces? Probably some people who might have a little, likely, not everyone, likely have a problem empathizing. So was my loneliness and my inability the problem or the cause of my inability to form an identity? Well, it's all of the above, because I was born into an environment in which people can't culturally interact with me in the first place, right? So in some way, I don't have anyone to blame other than life happens. It's kind of a cop-out situation, but you know, good that you touched upon boredom. We are so overstimulated that we're no longer allowed ourselves to be bored. Yeah, you can't be bored. Without boredom, there's no seeking for stimuli. There's no self-reflection. In my opinion, there's very minimal time for self-reflection. In fact, you can do this with language learning. You can do this language learning very, very easily. Duolingo. Sorry, Duolingo. But it's Duolingo's successes are also its double edge. You are so bored, or you are so overstimulated that you have not been bored enough to ask yourself, what have you learned? Have you consolidated? Are you finding value in the thing? And then without those like periodic checks and whatnot, for the sake of overstimulation, your motivation is non-existent. But since your self-motivation is non-existent, you can be provided with the motivation. So Duolingo can do that. Duolingo can completely circumvent and compensate for the will to be consistent. Without practicing that, once that's taken away, boredom sets in. And boredom can lead to withdrawal, which is where you go back to the thing that overstimulated you again. And that can happen with anything in my most things online. It doesn't have to be language learning, but I'm kind of making it about language learning. Both strength things are double-edged, basically, in my opinion. In the ends of the blade, the middle of the blade is pretty like smooth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna expand this. Like imagery. No, I'm not. This is supposed to be a sword. Sorry. So this is sharp. This is sharp, right? But the middle makes up the majority of the stuff, right? That is where the balancing point comes in. You kind of just need both, or like you kind of want to encourage yourself to do both. However, echo chambers, targeted ads, and all this stuff, it's not malicious. Pragmatism, objectivity, maximizing, idealism, those are the things that make for efficient things. They are also, wait for it, void of human emotions. What is one of the quintessential inclusions that are required for objectivity? A complete lack of emotional subjectivity. That is how you achieve objectivity. So if we spend and accelerate with technology for like 2 or 3 years at a breakneck pace on trying to remove subjectivity from human experiences, you know, like things that you interact with, then you kind of, everyone can point at anyone and anyone can be responsible for the consequences of our actions, because, I mean, it wasn't a balancing act. It was trying to optimize. So now I feel like whenever I talk about my childhood, that's where I get like pro calls saying, yeah, I get asked, are you upset too? Or I have the same thoughts. I'm not surprised, because earnestly, it's a huge coincidence. Again, like different conditions, but some fundamental human condition stuff is common to the different contexts. And one of them is forming emotional awareness in a diverse situation, like creating friction when there was a developmental period. And I really hope, like, fingers crossed, like, you know, 2 generations from now, there isn't like a clear defined window in which you can do this. I really don't think that's the case. There's no data to support that, because it would be unethical to do that to a human being. But hopefully there's no such thing as, like, you know, language learning often has this like critical period. Like, people talk about critical period because of like case studies of physical neglect, like abuse, right, where children are held in captivity, and they perform the case study, like for the case of Genie, right, where there was a critical period of language formation, and no matter how much like education and stuff posts that in the critical period, there's a developmental permanence to developing that. I don't know if this is the same for emotional states. So that is what I'm scared of. Yeah, the quote unquote the critical period, right? And it's yes and no. It's kind of like a sort of. It's always a sort of, right? What about emotional states? So when you're saying, like, I spent the last 2 or 3 hours saying, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to improve it? But hear me out. In 3 years or 4 years, when Gen Z comes out of like this into advanced adulthood, right? I could be entirely mistaken. I could be presenting something that, no, it's true. They will be forever not be able to communicate in a facial, intellectual way. I don't know. That's the scariest thought I can possibly have. It's a nightmarish thought because my first thought is technology conditioned empathy out of humanity. That's wild. That's a post-apocalyptic level of scariness. When imagine that a new generation of older adults who are going to take, generationally take my place now, and what are the messages and type of topics and stuff that they are going to share with the progenitors, the next generation, if there was such thing as a critical period, like maybe like not a mandatory period, but more like a very strong period of emotional development that is completely circumvented because the world was coincidentally hyper optimizing for none of that. For none of that, right? When was the last time you had a discussion with, hey, maybe we're just like really predictable, so is there a point to having a will or agency anyways? When was the last time you had a conversation like that? Now, you might be thinking, well, I've never had those exact words. It's like, I agree. But if I'm going to try to gaslight you a little bit, just a wee bit of gaslighting. Think about all the things that kind of sound like that. Like targeted ads. Well, if it's a targeted ad, you don't have to compete for the ads. It's just the ads that you want to see. If you're buying something, you have a laundry list of things that you want to buy, and you don't get to have to see anything else that you could buy or don't want to buy because it's all the things that you want to buy. And if you think that each and every day, and you log into your computer each and every day, and you only see what you want, then when is it that you'll ever have to make a decision? Can you even navigate what it's like to disagree with someone anymore in that way? It's wild. Like, when you're learning a language, one of the wonderful things, now I'm going to plug language learning a little bit. Now, if you're learning a language, you're going to have to go through all of that again. You're going to have to learn how to disagree. You're going to learn how to say hello, you're welcome, are you happy? You're going to learn what the social norm is to say you're fine, 大丈夫です, right? Like, 元気です, right? You get to explore all that again, at least in theory, in like conception. So because of that, that's still more than spending... I'm plugging language learning a little bit hard here. I'm sorry. It could be video games, it could be other things like interacting with people or touching grass and stuff like that. But for language learning, if you're doing that for your spare time, you have to explore all those things again. You have to explore why Japanese people and Chinese people decided that they can't agree on what monkey is. Like, for example, things like that. So to me, that's cool. These things still exist, and that's what makes me think that in 5 years to 10 years, when Gen Z becomes 30 and 40 years old, there isn't a longitudinal study that demonstrates in a large meta-analyses and self-reporting that for whatever reason Gen Z is lacking empathy compared to millennials, which is like me, who's on their deathbed in their 60s. Because I don't know, I had a stressful life. Maybe I'll live longer than 60, but hear me out. Like, I'm out the door, right? And there wouldn't be like a really significant comparative analysis of a lack of emotional awareness, right? So like it Gen Z would not become the self-fulfilling prophecy that they're inept at solving their own boredom, knowing when they're overstimulated, knowing that they can appreciate smaller things and not macro things, right? Deriving pleasure from things you have to do, becoming interested in things that weren't interesting at first. Developing that last point is the one point that if I had to say something that I will always, I genuinely 90% of the time have to be able, like I can say it at any time and people will be interested in it because they genuinely don't know how to process that, is trying to find interest in something that is not interesting at first. Personal friends, online acquaintances, collaborations, the random time when someone thought I was maybe a good person to speak to on a whim, for some help or encouraging stories or encouraging conversation. Quite all of those types of conversations have hit on this one point, which is the idea that can you create interest despite things not being interesting? If you are unable to do that, this is one thing, in my opinion, is a wonderful skill to have. And I don't think it's exclusive to like how you're born. I like to believe it's not exclusive. And it's also not developmentally dependent. The American pronunciation is sorry, that threw you off. The American pronunciation is wait, hold up. You gotta help me out. What was it? What is that word? Pie, but with a F, not a P. So Ben? Oh no. Pie, but with an F. Phi? Oh god, you gotta help me out. What does the what is the fine? Oh, like fine as in like daijobu, like fine as in I'm okay, it's fine. That's how you pronounced Ben? Bean? Ben? Fine. You're gonna have to help me. What is the word fine? What is that? I might have lost now I'm just really invested. Fine. What is the word that I was pronouncing as fine? Someone help me out. I need help. Oh, well, let me try to complete the thought. What was the last topic? Feign. Oh. Wait. But when did I say feign? I don't remember when I said feign. Like feign ignorance? Okay. So last TLDR before I do my lessons and then somehow renegotiate the Inktober thing. right? I hope that in the future, most people are able to find, like fine as in, I'm saying fine like this. Find interest where there is no interest. This find. This is feign. Yeah, I would say feign here. But I think this was the closest. Yeah, I was saying fine and fine. Oh, well, I haven't said fine a lot, but I was saying find with no like D. Don't know, but in context, feign is the only word that fits. Yeah. So, feign, I would use feign, like feign ignorance or something like that. Yeah. So fine. Yeah. So if you guys are having trouble finding like not feigning ignorance, like feigning interest, finding. Sorry. Oh, now I get it. How it could be feigning interest versus finding interest. Yeah, and I meant the act of finding something. So if you're having problems finding interest in things that are not interesting, I think, in my opinion, that would be a great, wonderful thing that internet's stuff, I don't know what to quantify it, but apps and stuff would be great way to start, because I genuinely think there is an over-representation of not having to make those decisions anymore. You said that HanziHero would take 2 hours and you have 2 hours left a while ago. I had 2 hours afterward, after my buffer, yes. So I have 15 minutes before my buffer. I have to finish before 3 a.m. my time. It's 12:44 a.m. right now. I've been looking at the clock. Don't worry. We got this. So we're gonna do this, and then I will like maybe do like a special thing. This is totally worth it. I'm telling you. I'm look forward to looking back on this and doing it all over again. I can't emphasize enough. I think one of the most disheartening things that I can see, or I maybe have the privilege of witnessing, is how boredom, the word boredom, is born out of being unable to find interest because there isn't anything interesting presented to the person anymore. There isn't enough things to convince the person it is interesting intrinsically. Finding interest has ultimately become purely a passive response. So passion and interest has become passive. And if you're wondering, this is connecting the whole day's discussion, by the way. Bree came by and told me that she's a bit tired, but she's okay overall. And she's not up to much because it's on YouTube, the YouTube message. And she couldn't find any shows or games that grabbed their attention. And the first thing I mentioned was, is this like, can you explain it a little bit more to me? Like, are you saying something doesn't catch your eye? Like they're not convincing you it's interesting? Or are you looking for a specific thing? Do you know if you're looking for something? Or there are different ways to go about this. Like if you can't find something that interests you, perhaps do it the other way around and ask yourself, what are the things that you find interesting? And then use that as a way to find that interest in the things you're looking at. That is a way in which it's part of your identity, right? You can end up turning something that wasn't interesting at first and create a whole interest out of it. Like the absence of something is a source of interest to the person. And that is one of the things. We are talking about the difference between directing our attention and merely allowing attention to be captured. Exactly. That is exactly what I feel. In a really weird way, like not to, again, I'm trying to be very politically correct here. There are people who have more power to empower consumers or users. However, it can cost them autonomy. And if it costs autonomy, it costs money. It costs money or potential money. It also requires constant R&D if their consumer has autonomy or agency. But hear me out. There's a silver lining. There's also a silver lining to this. When consumers have agency, one of the old school ways of providing consistency is loyalty. Right now, since most people are directed by capturing their attention, there's no longer loyalty. Loyalty is a emotional response. So when you think of how Gen Z is reacting right now, whenever something removes that power, like they show you something that you don't like to see, right? There's no loyalty that gives benefit of the doubt. Like, it's like, oh, okay, they were trying to experiment with something, but I trust them because they provided a lot of information. I chose to use this platform because they have my best interest in mind, right? That type of empathy is not really strong anymore in an entire generation of people because they don't need to make emotional responses and loyalty. They get fed what is important, right? So it's a double-edged still. So do you want brand loyalty? And I'm not saying everyone and all the people and all the business, because there are consumers and there are agencies who are not. There are consumers that have agency, and there are companies that still rely on loyalty instead. And the profile of their clientele rarely overlaps, like substantially, that makes the business react differently. Like what I mean is, a business that's built on loyalty doesn't have to necessarily exercise the same principles and business practices that a business that was built on optimization, on cost, and enforcing autonomy. So now we have the coexistence of these two things. The question is, does the consumer pick first, or are they ensured to be pre-selected? Like, do businesses have the responsibility? Like, are they responsible for making that choice, or like removing that choice? I don't know. That's an ethical and moral dilemma right now. So right now, to me, single platform things that are very strong, they do have some onerous and some liability, in my opinion, some responsibility in order to encourage consumers to have directed, to allow them agency of their attention, and also be able to capture their attention. Because otherwise you're not making any decisions anymore, which is weird. Yeah, these have been very interesting, intriguing, fascinating conversations, so thank you for that. Also, you've been keeping me engaged when I wasn't gaming, so I can hopefully stay awake until the afternoon to finally fix your sleep schedule. I hope so. I hope you got what you need, you know? What you want anyway. You think the frequency of massive trends coming and going is a nearly ubiquitous example of lack of loyalty? Exactly. There's no persistence. No longer persistence. The rapid nature of hyper-optimized content has removed the ability to create long-lasting emotional Heathers. This is in my opinion, there are wonderful essays on this. A far more, like, this is not my area. Like, I don't do this as a content creation thing. I'm extracting, and definitely if you're curious about this stuff, there are wonderful essays that are through data mining and meta-analyses that can shed light on the corollary coincidences between the lack of emotional integrity and emotional, like, stunted agency, like all the skills revolving around making emotional decisions have been dampened, at least I think temporarily dampened, by a coincidence of spending most of your time not having to make decisions. So because of that, reward systems are done differently too. Now you're rewarded, and you can feel rewarded without feeling happy. My mind is blown. Like, the first time I started realizing that, I'm like, wait, how many things fit into this schema? Duolingo, WaniKani, HanziHero, video games, Steam, Xbox Game Pass, like completing games, like difficulty challenges, like it's gotten, in my opinion, incredibly questionably pervasive that now I don't even think reward is construed as something to be happy about. And how does this, what does this mean? I like your frequency of massive trends coming and going, because people, when someone does something, they are immediately saturated and no longer happy with that thing because they know how tenuous it is. So most of the things now are like, oh hey, I got a lot of progress today on my language learning. Oh yeah, but tomorrow it'll be different. That's why you've been disliking gamification. I think that is one of the root causes of one of the root hyper use of gamification that shares the commonality with most people. Share the most commonality with people. Now, gamification mixed with other things, that's a different story. But oftentimes the hyper optimization of stuff, it's more like do this now and think about the stuff later, which is fair. Like from a business standpoint, you know, from like a objective standpoint, it works, right? Quote unquote, it works. When was the last time you heard a objective statement and say it works and do not consider the idea of what the emotional consequences are of those things? It's messy. It's a messy business. Like loyalty is a messy business, right? So like if you're someone who's self-aware, very emotionally inclined, and you're running this business, like there's a role reversal, right? It's very difficult to know how it's quite messy. So optimizing things make things great, and it appeals to the human condition. Simple decisions, might as well, how simple can a decision be? Never have to make them. What you want is not the same to what you need. Yeah, and that goes back to the thing I was talking about with Procall. I'm not that kind of person who would be comfortable in saying what, like trying to communicate and force someone to say that they need something if they are unable to realize what it is that they want or desire. So for me, I think that's up to professionals, people who make money or have lots of influence and resources. It's a diffusion of responsibility. I'm gonna take that criticism. Like I don't think I'm responsible for this. You know, psychologists, those who have lots of abilities to create this chain of interaction, right? What I can do personally is continue to encourage people to seek and participate in activities that would likely encourage them to do these things, right? gamification, if you learn language and you encourage someone to go through their language journey, some of the offshoots and trade-offs of gamification on their way to achieving a certain level of proficiency will become likely obvious enough that they can see balancing the two, using gamification for its motivational bent, for reinforcement and like affirmation, while at the same time drilling, like doing the hard stuff that can be draining and lacking motivation. Combining them is the routine, right? It's the balance approach, and that if there's a gold standard that likely will hit middle ground for most people, a balanced approach to language learning is probably where we're looking forward to going towards, as opposed to an all or none statement. I feel like a lot of the all or none statements tend to be a consequence that the majority of the people who are doing these tasks have an all or none perspective, and that goes back to our internet echo chambers, right? And it's like a constant wheel of self-feeding things. When a new trend comes along, it's an all or none of the new trend. So in the long run, you're bouncing from all or nones, but even then, in my opinion, it's creating a chance to see a bigger picture. I can't really speak for those who don't know what they need and don't know what they want, because I think that would be breaching, that's breaching a very touchy spot. So I'm not a person who would go around and saying you're miserable because you're making excuses for the very thing that would make you less miserable. That's not my place. I think there are people who do this far better than I do, and it is their profession, like their goal and their life's calling. My life's calling is get people interested in themselves, ask them what is interesting about their life, and do it over and over again. Share what you know, make it sound exciting. Like, I'm genuinely try to sound exciting about the things I do, and always like trying to buffer myself, right? Like, for God's sake, and hope that that is sufficient. In my opinion, hope that that is sufficient to encourage other people for self-exploration. Otherwise, I'm a very depressed person, because, and I don't want that to win. My depression keeps, like, what I mean is, I don't, sorry guys, I don't want to give the false impression. I'm not depressed, but I do go through periods of disappointment. And the disappointment is when I don't get many interactions online, but when I do, 90% of it is similar. And then those people talk to me as though I shouldn't behave that way because they're different. That's different. That's very similar to the idea that when someone is not realizing that they behave very similarly in a very superficial way, I don't think I have the ethical right to like try to convince them otherwise. I want to know if they are able to entertain and want to talk to me about it. Like, the first thing I would ask you is, what are you doing? What are you interested in? What have you been doing? And how is it different from other people? Do you know what other people do? And do you know what I do? And how they are different? Because if you can't answer those questions, there's no agency in the way you feel, largely because you are likely believing what it is targeted to you. Like, when someone tells me something like, oh yeah, no one can ever learn something doing this. And I'm like, okay, who's no one? Like, can you describe these no ones? And who are the ones that learn something? If you can describe those things, I think there's obvious self-awareness flags where someone can describe the information that is important to them, not the decision that was made for you. When you can't explain your reasoning behind the stuff you're telling me, you have lost, in my opinion, the agency of making decisions based on information that is important to you. I had someone that literally told me 3 days ago that they shared a bit of information, but they said it wasn't important, and they thought it might be important to me. And my first thought was, why did you share the information if you think it's not important to you? For me, if you were sharing information, my immediate assumption, and that might be my ignorance because I don't interact with enough people, if you share information with me, it is important to both you and me. If you're telling me information and you're saying it's not important to you, why share it with me? Like, one has to be able to explain that, right? In a manner that is empathetic. Like, I don't understand. How can you share important information if you don't find if it's important? So there's no internalizing that type of information. Like, hey, did you know that monkeys are not primates? I just thought you need to know that. I don't think it's a very important information, but I think you just need to know that. It could be helpful to you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Why do you, like, I don't understand. Why did you use, why would you share that information? I'm not sure. And if you look at video comments, it's hard to unsee it. It's very difficult to unsee that behavioral pattern. Like, hey, oh, did you know this is very interesting, but the following things are this? And I'm like, I'm not even sure. Are you human? Like, is this an automated response or is this a ChatGPT response? I don't know anymore. It's void of the human contact. Like, there's no human idiosyncrasies in it. Like, oh, you know what? You know what the craziest thing is? Like, monkeys? I always thought that monkeys were primates, but turns out that they aren't. Like, things like that. The way ideas are constructed, it's almost as though if you think AI is hard to distinguish now, who's to say that the reason why AI is hard to distinguish from humans is that the humans that are using the AI are the ones that believe that that's what humans sound like? Very interesting topic that there's no way I'm going to go into for now, but it is a super interesting topic to talk about in the future. Where is it AI that's more like humans or humans more like AI each day? Like, which things are getting closer? Because from my perspective, it's very difficult for me to think being my objective self like that. Have I started running over time? Oh yeah, I'm 6 minutes over. Stop it, Proka. Stop it. Okay. In language learning, it is very common for people to find something that works for them and later present it as the one true method. Yeah, exactly. And that I think hasn't been true prior to the algorithm. Like, I can't tell you language learning when I'm talking about like Chinese with my family and how my if I ever ask like a relative or some second gen what their way of learning is, it has often rarely been that, and it's so rapid too. Like, it's so quick, it's so rapid. When I talk to someone, it's like, oh, where did you learn your language? And we would spend hours talking about how we learn the language, like how we retain the language, what our motivations are, and contextualize most of those things. nowadays, when someone asks, how do you learn Japanese? Oh, it's easy. Step 1, pick up a grammar source. Step 2, find your choice of immersion. Step 3, profit. Okay, okay. Oh, and don't forget, extra points. Step 4, have a plugin that explains everything to you on the click of a dime because you don't have time to find motivation or ways to process why you even want to know that word in the first place, right? But hey, they forget that each person has their own context and wants, and so one method does not work for the same for two people. Exactly. And it's no longer that paradigm, in my opinion. The vast majority of people do not have the paradigm of the person first, the human first, because hear me out. A great counter argument to this is, well, what if AI just does live translate through your lens, through your phone, through your speakers, through your ANC? What happens if they real-time translate? Is there a point to learning translation anymore? If your answer is no, there's no point to learning another language anymore, then those are the people that I'm talking about. They are the people who believe that learning a language has no fundamental value outside of the person. It's about the results of the language and not the journey. So if a technology can displace the goal, then it's an easy no. There's no point in learning another language for your own benefit or your own identity or anything of that matter, or your context or your appreciation for the process. If it's instantly translating, it removes any other objectives that are incentivizing your motivation, which is an objective one, which makes sense. It's objectively the one that works. That's fair enough. For myself, man, I kid you not, I would totally trade off my fluency or whatever, what have you, for a bunch of friends who speak mediocre Japanese to each other. Because then I would know that there are 4 or 5 different ways to speak mediocre Japanese to each other, and somehow we all understand each other. Because I wouldn't give my human connection up for anything beyond a statistical, technological crutch, right? Like, what is the point of doing art? What is the point of writing a letter instead of having ChatGPT write it for you? There are very human responses. That could be me. Yeah, I diffuse. That's how I do it, Protocol. You think the frequent let's see, XQC is often praised for his streaming career due to how rare it was for a streamer to hold on to that many for as long as he has. That also shows that loyalty is not only lacking but expected to be lacking. Exactly. That's a great example. That is a really wonderful example. My personal example is John Green and Hank Green. One of the more recent, I don't even know how to spell it. Nerdfighteria? Maybe it doesn't have an H. John Green and Hank Green's community has an entry in Wikipedia. Like, obviously FGC has one, like the fighting gaming community. But John Green and Hank Green has been doing this for more than 15 years. And not only has the community not shrunk, it actually became an entity of itself. So now John Green and Hank Green are part of Nerdfighteria. Like they're like, it's an entity on its own. So this is what's fantastic about individuals who understand, who build their things on. Of course, it's a grass is greener on the other side thing. You can do both because like Hank still manages like other things, right? And John is an author, right? But you can do both. That's the idea. And I'm running over time, yes, for sure. You love bringing up people saying vague statements and then think about the possible things that statement could mean. That's great. Yeah. I it's good to practice that, at least in my opinion. And sometimes when I say something, I don't know if you guys, I don't know, JC or Procar, if you ever do this, where when you start to explain something, right, to yourself or to anyone who's willing to listen, in the middle of it, you're like, wait a minute. It could also mean this. And you're like, oh yeah, that's a good point. So you start talking, you start like talking to yourself in a way, and you're like, yeah, you know what? That's something to look into. That's what I do. That's how I keep myself company, by the way. I know that sounds a little, I'm not sure if anyone finds that a little sad, but again, Procar, I'm gonna harp on your MC thing. When you're the main character, when was the last time you watched an anime where the main character is so unique and special? All they ever do is monologue to themselves and talk to themselves, because no one else would be able to understand them. And then they spend the whole duration of that show. I know you don't watch anime, but when have you watched a show where the existential crisis of the main character is that no one can relate to them? And then they spend the whole time realizing that the people around them can relate to him. They just choose not to. And then eventually they find out that, oh, hey, look, I have friends. I think that's a really great story archetype right now, because it's one of the things that are relatable to a lot of people. Which is, if you monologue to yourself, yes, you could be special. It's also very lonely, and it can be manic at times. And I do this all the time. So you can kind of call me cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, sort of, in a way. It could be sad. It is a coping mechanism. Making vague statements and then thinking about the possible things the statement could mean is one way to occupy someone's mind without deliberately being dependent on someone else who can read your mind, right? What is the toughest thing to do? Share those statements. And that's why I occupy my time. All right. I'm absolutely 100% done now. I'm done. But yeah, we're 14 minutes over. UK study is also a good way to occupy your mind. UK study. YK study. Oh, are you talking about UK study or YK study? YK. Oh, you know. Oh. Vague statements is something I really don't like. It caused me physical discomfort. Like, please elaborate. Yeah, I love doing that. It's my favorite thing. I usually pick a vague statement of your choice. Explain it. I do this to keep myself occupied at all times. The moment I see someone drop a hot take, right? Vague statements are hot takes most of the time. And then I spend the day going like, okay, well, from this angle, that's interesting. From this angle, that's interesting. And when I practice that, that forms the bulk of my digressions. When someone says something, I have something to say about it. Because, and it's in a way that doesn't necessarily conflict with their interest. The idea is to embellish the vague statement. Oh, you're having a nice day. Can you explain, please? Like, did you walk out? Did you go for a great walk? How were the trees? You're all right. Is that like on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being I'm horrid, 5 being average, and 10 being excellent? Where would you put yourself on that scale? And can you give me a defining weighted description of why you chose that number? because I would love to know. I think diffusing the world or some world in pocket ways of vague statements create more granularity and interest in the world. So for very last take, right? When someone says, "Oh, how many kanji characters?" or no, sorry, we're in Chinese. So how many Hanzi are you up to? Right? Right, when someone asks me, how many characters am I up to? Well, I'm up to like 1645, right? Even this is a vague statement. Like, and it's a vague question. Like, may I ask, why are you interested in the number of Hanzi characters? May I ask, like, it is, you know, and they would say maybe it's based on performance or they're comparing. It's like, oh, have you considered other things? Like, I can explain to you what this number, this 1645, means to me. Like, I can break down and highlight some stuff that makes this number significant, right? That's, I think vague statements are a really wonderful icebreaker that you can start to relate to someone. Like, hey, you know, I'm an introvert. Tell me about it. Can you explain to me what you think an introvert is? And then may I contribute, like after they share, may I contribute something to that vague statement? Because I don't think the world needs any more vague statements for people. I think they stop being interested in their own lives because everything is vague. Or like, wow, that's a vague statement on a vague statement. Most things are perceived as very simple, so vagueness is all that is required. You only require vagueness when things are simple. They're reductive habitually in nature, in the sense that, oh, okay, this is the best method. That's a very vague statement. Can you explain to me what that means? Like, what are your metrics? Like, what constitutes as the best method? I want to know. The more, and in my opinion, the more interest that person has, my secret agenda is that they are practicing the thing that I usually preach. They are expressing their interests. They are telling me, or they are being forced, sort of. If they don't, they just leave. Most of the time, for the record, like 7 out of 10 times, the person just leaves. They don't actually say anything. They say, "Hi, how are you? How many, you know, characters you learned?" And I say this much, and then I'm like, "Oh, so what brings you to being interested in Chinese?" They're already gone. That's like kind of my meme when I talk to people. Like, the vast majority, they're already gone. So what happens is what Prokal said before. I continue to chat. I continue to talk. I want to complete the idea because I do not want to get into, in my opinion, I have no desire to get into a pattern where when someone asks me a question, I give them a vague statement back and have no way of qualifying it, no way of empathizing, no way of contextualizing it to tell the person how that might be interesting to them and how it is interesting to me, and maybe we might not see it the same way. That is, bear with me with a very strong language. I think it's a necessary skill to preserve human connection. And it might not be for content creation. Like, you don't have to be a content creator or streamer, whatnot. Your friends, your family, that willingness and normalization of not using vague statements. You don't have to sacrifice I understand cultural norms. You don't have to sacrifice your masculinity. I'm not talking about, you know, necessarily spilling your guts about your feelings. I'm talking about, like, if you have a hobby and you like trimming bonsai trees, you want to be able to express that interest of bonsai trees, how it makes you feel, not necessarily, but like the act of the bonsai tree to your significant other, possibly, right? At least your significant other. Or you can end up like me when I was a teenager and people kept asking me, am I happy? Am I excited? And all I can say is, I'm excited. Oh, I don't know what you mean. I'm happy. And my face is like no indication of like there's no reading. So what happens, it's kind of, this might be a little fatalist, but I'm going to use my own example myself. It means that you have very few friends. If you're lucky, you can have friends. And then if you're unlucky, you learn first to have dialogues with yourself. Hopefully you reach a critical state, but not irredeemable state, where you become interested in looking at how other people interact with each other and figuring out what is deficient there before the world shapes the normal. And I think the internet has shaped the normal for people. So you no longer have examples of what it's like to talk to a friend until you fall asleep, because there's not enough of a time in the world to share experiences with them. You met a really good friend, and no matter how tired you are, you kind of just want to keep talking because there's so much to share. That type of thing, I'm not even sure how often people experience this. I didn't experience this until I was in my 20s. So hats off to individuals who have this experience when they're like in their 20s now. I still remember tireless hours where it's not the interest, the lack of interest that caused us to stop talking or sharing experiences. It's literally having to go to sleep. Like your voice gives out, things are harsh, we have jobs to do, we have to go to class. That's when you know you're forming a human connection. And it can be purely platonic, obviously. You could imagine it as an intimate thing. There's physical attraction too, obviously. You can have physical attractions. Sometimes one really hot take. Here's a vague statement for the sake of rhetoric. De-emotionalizing things have become so strong. Like the barriers to establishing emotional vulnerability and trust has become so dampened that I have witnessed consistently that intimacy is optional because of those social barriers. I know that sounded very esoteric and verbose. To more summarize, people rather have connections with inanimate objects and unfeeling things than having a connection with humans, with other humans. It's easier, perceptively easier, and have less downsides by having an artificial relationship with something that cannot reciprocate that relationship, that emotion back. And it's on the uptrend. Crazy. Our lives are like, it's really weird. To me personally, it's hard for me to understand. I wouldn't trade a human connection for pretty much anything. Not like back before the internet, usually the argument is like money. Like, would you trade human connections for money, food, family members? Nowadays, it's more like, can you handle emotional baggage or handle emotional conflict of interest? If you can't, then yes, you will most definitely rather have relationships with conceptual constructs and things that do not have emotions versus having to deal with the potential drawbacks and rewards of interacting with another human being. It's easier to hit the dislike button than spending the 30 minutes explaining why you dislike the content, either to yourself or to the person. It's so much easier. Like, that's pragmatism, right? It's pragmatic. There, you don't learn anything by trying to express your discontent in a polite way to a human being. You can just hit the dislike button because that's polite too. That shows that you dislike them. It takes minimal effort for you and alleviates your ability to needing to converse and practice conversational skills. When you're learning a language, it's easier that way. You can continuously learn language in a way that you never have to talk about how the language is difficult, how the language is easy, how the language has really funny things. You can learn the language statically as is and model yourself after someone parasocially without ever having to interact with them. And then expect that somehow when you do go and interact with them, that day may never come. I interact, like, for me, the first thing I think about is if I'm learning a language, how do I share this experience with other people? Because I sure as heck, there are going to be downs and ups of language learning, but I sure as heck are going to rally people to language learning. I want to feel a sense of belonging, right? Whether it's belonging in a different group or having one or two people hang out and be interested in it. No vague statements here. Only inside jokes and making Prokal insecure about his ego. Sorry about that, Prokal. Okay. Alright, I'm done. We can save the 30 minutes. We're good. Inktober will just have to double up. Also, thanks, guys. I really appreciate the commentary. JC and Prokal. You're always welcome. You can diatribe as long as you have professional, as long as you have discretion, right? If you're comfortable in diatribing and monologuing, I certainly am up for that, right? I wouldn't be online or streaming otherwise. Again, this is not a reflection of other people's motivations. I personally made myself available online because the first and foremost is human connection, not how fast I can go through an invisible, like a list, and that list somehow like pats me on the back and say, oh, congratulations, you're level 56. It's good, it's fun, like I like it. Like, to me, I'm a little biased. Like, if someone I know is doing this with me and they gain a level every 7 weeks and I gain a level every 7 weeks, like, no contest. Absolutely no contest. And still, vast majority of people prefer to see this number go up than talk with another person about how they make the number go up. What did they do when they make the number go up? Right? The human experience is gone. It's like, it's depreciated when people share experiences. I'm level 23. You're level 36. Neat. End of discussion. That's it. That's as far as the discussion goes. Unfortunate. And you guys are more than welcome to like pick up your own language of choice and tell me about stuff. I've certainly met quite a few people who are incredibly enthusiastic about what's going on in their lives, and it's very hard to not get caught up and be like, it's very contagious when someone is very excited about what they're doing in their lives, and then you have two people who are very excited to do with their lives. Basically, like me and Gecko nerded out to things that we're both separately doing, but somehow we are very enthusiastic because it doesn't require exact interest to overlap to be enthusiastic. The human spirit comes through in that situation. If you're watching someone and they just make you want to do what they're doing, That's it. Now put two people in that room together and magic can happen. Be one of those people. Or try to be one of those people. This is not going to make you a millionaire, but it's going to make you feel awesome. I like to think 60% of the time you have better odds at feeling better or like excited than not trying to do that at all.
捕捉
One last joke is I often tell people when I became 20 years old, most things are interesting. The joke is I think paint drying can be interesting. I've actually quite literally watched paint dry in a time lapse. It was very interesting, or at least it made me reflect on something. So yeah, I did in my older years stare at a bug try to get across the street. What's my plan for study now? I'll complete this. I'll complete the session and then I'll move the over thing to tomorrow. If this is the first year I break my streak of completing my prompts before October, I'll blame you, Procon. It's all your fault. And guess what? I'll probably also thank you for doing it. Because that guy earlier asked me like, oh, you're doing Inktober, are you improving art? I'm like, I'm doing it for fun. But hear me out. If I could do this for 4 years to 5 years straight, and someone makes me break the streak, what does that say about the person that made me break the streak? It's way more important than if Inktober was important to me, right? And then someone came along and gave me the reason to break that streak. That's something to be grateful for, in my opinion. Especially if it's a positive thing, right? A synergistic thing. I say this again and again. The only way I stop doing something the way I'm doing it is because something more interesting and important came along. I do not quit and stop doing things because I was bored or not motivated or depressed, or at least I try not to be. Sometimes that stuff happens, but I try not to make it the reason. I drop things for other people. I'm still gonna get this done though, Procon, no worries. We're just gonna bend some rules, sort of. Okay. 捕捉, so we have catch. Catch and catch. Well, I'm just gonna walk over the reading part. It's fine.
捕捉
If I don't need
嘉
it.
宾
嘉宾. 嘉是 drums. 嘉是 嘉宾. Guess plus 嘉 X 嘉 drums, announce, commend, guess, honor guess. Okay. Or visitor. Distinguished guess, something like that. We're fine with it.
嘉宾盗版
Daoban. Right? This is Dao for thief and thief ban. Thief publication. Death of publication. Pirated. This says printing plate, but it's kind of like anything that deals with something that is like published or like owned in a way. I wonder why they chose printing plate, really, honestly. Printing plate. Daoban.
盗版武道
Oh. Wait, are you still playing? Oh, you wrapped up on Pow World, right? Pow? Procon? Wudao. Wudao is dance plus Doll. Leap, dance and leap. Oh, dance and tread. Oh no. Yeah, this is tread. I have a problem with tread. It's like Dracula on stilts. Okay, okay. 舞蹈.
舞蹈
If you do dance and leap, that might be dancing too, actually, now that I think about it.
贯穿
贯穿, 贯, and then pierce, 穿. Like, it's where, but it's also through. Yeah. Through something. So pierce through, yes. There we go. Alright. Which one? Oops. 贯穿.
贯穿
Sichuan reminds me of a Szechuan. Sichuan, like the cooking style. Sichuan. Run through. Here's a sobering thought. Imagine that the way I can get someone to be interested in their life is to encourage them to explain why they hate things. And not in the sense of like, they say like, oh, I games aren't good anymore. Like, okay, then play a game and tell me everything that the game does wrong. It sounds crazy. You might be thinking, oh, doesn't that just make them hate the game even more? They're learning why they hate the game. And there's something very important that's being done when they do that. They at least learn the nature of where their hate or their dislike. So in the future, when they know that, they might be able to be encouraging enough to themselves to learn to work around it, right? Or maybe even a change of mind. Cool.
捕捉
Hot take. When I was a kid, I thought flashcards was a waste of time. Sorry. I thought I'd share that. Like, and then now I'm almost 40 and I'm having a blast with flashcard related things. Life is weird. Jia Bing.
嘉宾
Here's another fun news flash, or like a fun thing about my ignorance. When I was 18 years old, I thought smartphones, I didn't need smartphones. And I thought I couldn't use, like smartphones is a waste of time. It's a little bit of a mixed example now, but yeah.
舞蹈
Dao is kind of weak.
盗版
This Dao, both Daos actually. As expected. What? Oh, Guanchang. Guanchang. Meeting. Over.
贯穿
Also, there was a little bit of like maybe accessibility. I thought whatever smartphones can do, I could do because I mean inherently I couldn't afford smartphones. Like I couldn't just willy-nilly like, oh yeah, let's just pick up the smartphone. So there's a lot of coping. And young person. If you don't know how to bottle your emotions or manage your emotions, you try to cope. At least that's what I was trying to do. 罢了 cease 了 that's all. Cease did. We say 罢了 that's all after we say all that we did and want to cease talking any further. 罢了. Thanks for the chat. You're off to do your Anki? Good luck, JC. Good luck with your Anki. Best of luck. Thanks for chilling.
罢了
Okay.
宏观
宏观 for microscopic. Hoang great one observation. Okay, great observe. Interesting. Macroscopic. Macro. Alright.
宏观宴会
Yen hui. Wait. Oh, just yen alone is banquet and then meeting, yeah. Yen hui.
宴会马后炮
Ma skull ho after the bubble bursts or firecrackers. So something bad happens. So belated advice. I like this one. Ma ho pao. Like after something, maybe after you notice or have something happen, then you provide like a scolding, but it's more like advice after the fact. Ma ho pao. I think this is fine. Oh wait, not even scolding. This is just horse. Yeah, horse. This horse works too. Ma ho pao. Belated. Imagine you want to scare a horse that's walking by. You get a firecracker and set light and run away. The horse walks by and far past the firecracker. That's a very large view. Eventually it goes off at a place that is so far behind the horse that the horse does not even notice it. That's okay. Maho. So after the horse, firecracker. I wonder what the proverb is for this. There's got to be a proverb for this, right? What up? Ma ho pao. Excellent. Horse after gun is an idiom. There it is. Ma ho pao is an idiom that describes a belated action or giving advice in hindsight after the opportunity to act has passed. Hindsight's 2020. Or locking the stable door after the horse has bolted. Okay. That's so good. Ma ho pao.
马后炮
Ma ho pao. Yeah, it's like advice after the fact, right? Well, thanks for mentioning it now kind of situation. Like, oh, gee, thanks.
年薪
It's like, no kidding, Sherlock. 年薪 annual salary makes sense. Okay.
年薪
Whoops. I missed the 5.
马后炮，罢了，年薪，
Ah! Alright, I screwed up. There. This one's kind of difficult. Oh, no. Yeah, it's kind of difficult.
宏观，
Ugh. It's a little tough.
宴会，
There's some questionable ones.
强
there.
盗，
强盗. Strong. Steal. Strong thief.
强盗，
强盗.
罢工，
罢工. What is that? 罢工 cease working on strike. Just the act of striking.
罢工，宏大，
宏大. Great big, grand.
宏大，踢，
T for kick. Wait, why do you look so familiar? What do you look like? Oh, 踢足球. Is this the same T? Yeah. 踢足球. To soccer. Right? Yeah. Here it is. 踢足球. Not 球, but 踢足球. Oh, I could kind of say it a little bit better than before. I remember struggling with this a lot. The 足球, like really quickly. 球 was like really rough. Right. 踢足球. Let's see. 踢开. 踢开. Kick open. Nice.
踢，
Let's read this. So Timmy is in front of the house, sure, where he is playing with his pet guinea pig under the bright sun. He kicks a wooden leg across the lawn for the guinea pig to fetch. Once he gets it back, Timmy kicks it across again. Oh, okay. Alright. Kind of reminds me of Jimmy Neutron still, though. Okay. I'm okay with this.
聘，
To engage. In what way? Like to involve? To hire. Engagement. Pinocchio is in the bathroom of the English manor with a handle. Sure. Stuck in his... That's supposed to say ear, not hair. Ear. Okay, he has a... Okay. He engages the services of the butler there to help him pull it out. He sits relaxing in one of his luxury bathtubs. Pinocchio? As the butler used a vintage English device to yank it out. It removed, it is revealed that Pinocchio's ear also has sprouts in it. Ooh. He engages the butler once more to help him remove... Oh, okay, alright, hold up. Yeah, to hire, to engage in that way. Interesting. Yikes. This one is rough. Handle, sprout. Maybe I can still, he's engaging, yeah, that's fine. Maybe he's engaging the butler on how ears function, right? How ears function. But I don't know how to grab the sprout and handle situation. That's really rough. Yeah, the sprouts. Sprouts is what's rough. Maybe I could use reason. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna pivot sprout to reason. Reason might be really useful here. So we'll try to do things with reason. So Pinocchio is in the bathroom. English manner, right? English manner. And he was trying to engage the butler to hear from him with his ears what the purpose of the handles are for the bathtub, because, well, Pinocchio is not a real boy yet and he doesn't take baths. Oh boy, howdy. Engage. 聘请 invite, engage, okay.
聘
Ping. Oh, excuse me.
强盗
讲到
宏大
宏大 Help! Help! Guinea pig, right? Guinea pig. Yes.
踢罢工聘
Did I lose the meaning in this? Engage. Ooh. That's a rough one. Sauce. The sauce. The sauce. Okay. Jiang. I see a jiang in it. And then there's just a bottle on top. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the chapel, where he finds the general holding a bottle of sauce. The general is trying to sell his sauce to the priests that are washing their hands. Jimmy Neutron buys some of the sauce and uses it as styling cream for his hairdo. What the sauce? We're gonna flip it. So Jimmy is in the bathroom of the chapel, soliciting for his scientifically approved super sauce, right? He thought if he could, which he has a bottle of, he thought if he can convince priests about it, and just so happens a general, it may be a resounding success. Hard to please people. Well, that's the narrative I'm painting anyways. 果酱. Oh, that's jam. Oh, and then 酱, what? A what? 酱油? I didn't know what I was expecting for soy sauce. I didn't think it was 酱油. Huh. I didn't think it was 酱.
酱
It's something, I think there is something else, but I don't remember. Like, show? Show-yo? Something with show? I mean, that is the character. Oh, no. No. Interesting. What was I thinking?
Gong
Gong. Oh, mountain goat again. Gandalf is forever tied to the mountain goat. What the heck's a hillock? A mound or a hill? Wait. What is it? What is a hillock versus a hill? A hillock. A hillock? A hillock is a small hill or mound, while a hill is more a general term for a natural elevation of land that is lower than a mountain but larger than a hillock. Oh my gosh. First, I needed to learn what a ravine, a valley, and there's something else. And now I'm learning hillock and hill with relation to a mound. Gandalf is in the basement of the chapel, where he's sitting on top of a small hillock. A mountain goat comes up to him wearing a hood. Silk mountain goat. And Gandalf takes the hood off the mountain goat and then wonders why it is on the basement hillock instead of a mountain. Probably due to some scheming by the priest. I'm not sure how I feel about this. He is tied to the goat, though. Gandalf do be goating. Just chilling. Sure. Maybe Gandalf is in the basement of the chapel. Being requested once again by the hooded monks or priests. There is a random mountain goat that found its way through the hillock and now is in the basement. Requires some magical solution to relocating the goats. Sure. I think this is a little bit more on point for my thoughts. Xianggang. Dang. Gang Wei. Host? Post. Really? Stand. Serve. Hills. That's a weird one.
Gong
掏 to draw out. All Tarzan is top three hit and misses. Tarzan is in front of the barn where he's trying to draw out a clay pot that is stuck in a large transparent container. He sticks his finger into the opening to grab hold of the clay pot handle and slowly draws out the clay pot from the container. The cows moo and congratulations have watched the task from inside the barn looking. Okay. That's fine. He's trying to learn how to use a clay pot, you know? How Qian to pay. Interesting. Tao Qian. Tao Qiang. Tao Qiang. No, Tao Qiang. Draw a gun. Okay. I was thinking this is like Tao as in like steel. But.
Tao.
Oh.
挖
Wa. Wa. Sure. Wa. Wa. Sure. Wa. What the heck? Wa. Wine. Whiny to. Oh my. Walter White is in front of the auditorium waiting for a play to start. One kid keeps on whining wah, driving Walter crazy. When the parents aren't looking, Walter jams a brick of sedative drugs into the kid's mouth. Okay. Making him alright, sure. Wah 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 da ku. Oh my gosh, wah wah da ku. Alright, okay.
挖
I'm actually kind of curious if this was a retronym or not. Like wah wah as in like is this like wolf situation or it was in fact what people did.
醋
Cu, oh, cu, to, cu. Vinegar. Cupid. Oh no, Cupid. Cupid is in the bathroom of the house where he's making vinegar. He stuck some turf into a bottle and puts it in the bathtub so the sun can shine on it through the window. Some hours later, it turns into vinegar, which Cupid uses to clean the bathroom. I made a new component for this, right? It's like garden. Earth and sun is like garden. Vinegar. Ooh. Let's see. Cupid's bathroom. Vinegar. Hey. I kind of like the idea of making vinegar. To clean the bathroom, to spruce up the place. Alright, we'll stick with this. Hello there, Jeff.
醋
Ooh. We'll think if I need to rewrite that or not. Okay.
酱
Wow.
挖 醋 港 掏
Okay. Alright, we had a really long digression, so we gotta need a quick break before we do our reviews. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Oh, hopefully this doesn't reset while we're doing it. I just realized that HanziHero is gonna reset soon. So we'll see what happens. And then we'll call it a day. We'll try to do a double prompt day soon for Inktober.
公
What HSK is this? 6? We're at 6. But this is review, so it's 1 through 6. Where our pool includes 1 through 6. Rip. Can't think. Mouth guard and ill. Oh no, that's 全部. You're at HSK 2 to 3? Oh, how are you going about your stuff? What are you doing?
焦虑
他为考试感到焦虑。
I'm like overthinking. How do I overcook thinking? Wei考试感到焦虑. Like pondering with an overcooked nature. Like really pondering. I don't know what the word is that they're gonna do. Anxious, apprehensive. Oh, overthinking. I think overthinking is much quicker pivot for that. Just a mock test for HSK3 and then you do the actual test. I see. I mean like this only includes the vocabulary, so we're really just talking about the vocabulary.
扭
No. The sentences are not graded. sentences examples are not graded, so there's no way to know what HSK. I think most of the time this is HSK 3. So if you're between HSK 2 or 3, most of the sentences are fine. The vocabulary you can figure out from the the 2 and 3 can make it a little difficult to know what the vocabulary is sometimes. But since this is from 1 to 6 in terms of vocabulary, most of the stuff should be context clue fine. Or friendly. Excuse me. Oh, wait. That's not it. I'll have to come back. You can practice this too, right?
咬牙
Oh, yeah.
你不要咬牙。
Kind of like grinding teeth, grit teeth. Okay. Hmm. The heck? I didn't realize how
医
complicated
生
医生要
he
他
is
减肥，
until I looked at it again. Huh. No. Yes? No? Come back to it. I said it was sure. Oh. Huh. Sorry, you shouldn't be writing answers. Like, you can keep, like, you can follow along, but it defeats the whole purpose if I'm not, like, figuring through the things out. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Let's see. Original. 他对中国文化有着 original 强 something 强 This is deep, right? Maybe we can use the spray is not helping. That's a guess. try again. Did I use machine or do I use elbow and mouth?
扎全部
他们全部是学生。
Immediately I went to it's probably fine. Oh no, it wasn't fine. Something 国的方法有很多种。Every part of me wants to write a tie. But I don't see how that links to Oh, wait. No, that doesn't check out in the mnemonics. And the characters don't look like that. Think. It's gone.
会晚实惠
实惠不是唯一重要的事情。
实惠不是唯一重要的事情。Preference? Favor? Real favor. Oh. Like, material benefits or something like that. Basically materialism. I thought this was robust. It's not robust. Oh.
装奔允许
请允许我提出一个问题。
高潮
那个进球是比赛的高潮。
高潮 All wave climax. Ugh. Okay.
能耗，
这台电脑的能耗很低。
What in the world is that? Is that a factory? Dang it! Probably a shredder. Okay, real, maybe like... Okay. That's fine. A crest is a climax. The crest of a wave is a climax. Let's see. Can I lose this? Is that supposed to be a goat? No, I think that's supposed to be...这个玩具是用 something 料住的，料做的。So this toy is used, or this tool is used for cooking. Something with cooking. Spoon. Not twin. I thought it was twin. I think the soil is throwing me off more than anything. Yeah, this is gonna have to be a registered thing. Hold up. Let me write this down. Su. Su. Oh, right. Dang it. Plastic. 塑料的。塑料做的。Okay. It's made of plastic. Not cooking, but made of plastic. It says shredder. So it's his pet goat. And he made a moon tray. Or... yeah, out of dirt. That's great, huh?
塑料，
这个玩具是用塑料做的。
Let's go change this. So... yeah, that's supposed to be a mountain goat. A modified mountain goat. Oh, on a slide. It's supposed to be a slide. Okay. I think that's fine. I think I missed the slide part. I see. Interesting. It's actually pretty good. I thought it was good. Originally.
扭伤，
我扭伤了脚踝。
Okay. So, what is this again? Overthinking? Why are you overthinking?
期刊，
这期刊有很多有趣的内容。
这期刊 periodic. 木什么？木 that is a cricket. 木偶。
木偶，
孩子们喜欢看木偶表演。
若是，
若是你不喜欢，可以不吃。
奶 what？
奶粉、
奶粉。
你不应该吸入奶粉。
How are you? What are you using to learn Chinese, by the way? Yeah. If you're still here, what are you doing? How are you studying? 感恩节。
感恩节、
我们在感恩节一起吃饭。
Heck. Oh, 感恩节 Thanksgiving. Oh, kind of losing this a little bit.
郡、沿海、
沿海地区的风景很迷人。
沿海。It's along the ocean shore. Maybe ocean shore is better.
平凡、
这是一件平凡的事情。
赶、山腰、
我们在山腰休息了。
住、手枪、
他被手枪击中了。
And I know what deep is. Oh, maybe it's not deep. It could be. Oh. Spray. Dollhouse. Definitely the tree again. Oh, yeah, that's dense. Deep. Thickness. Let's do no. It's deep, profound. Dang it. I forgot deep. Oh no, I forgot Ho actually. Thick is not Jimmy Neutron. That's definitely a repeated mistake. I shouldn't have been too complacent. I was complacent.
行、
Don't know what that is at the moment.
扰，深厚，
他对中国文化有着深厚的了解。
Propound. Huh. Hmm.
皮，
What happened there?
久仰，
久仰您的风采，
久仰。Oh. Whoops.
治国，
治国的方法有很多种。
Got like political systems, politics, how to govern, yeah. Government is fine. There are many ways to, there are many types of government, or ways to govern the country.
盟友，
日本是美国的盟友，
面貌，
这个城市的面貌在改变。
东奔西走，
他每天东奔西走，非常
Oh no. That's supposed to be...
治，
But what is that? Is that supposed to be a pope? Or, oh no, it's just supposed to be straight. Hmm.
仰，猛虎，
猛虎是森林之王，
狸，
That's very weak. Very weak. What the...
鼓，
What?
逛公园，
我们去逛公园吧。
On the park. Yeah, that's fine.
劳
Ah! Wait. What? Oh, wrong tone. Okay.
鸡 夺目
这件衣服颜色夺目。
撒
What? Hmm.
荤
Heck. It's like seacoast, coastal, ocean coast.
粉
What? I really thought it was Jie.
糊
Huh.
.茶壶
他喜欢用这个茶壶泡茶。
Oops, that's all. Oh. I really thought this was like the hand generator thing, right? Oh.
使劲
他使劲地跑上了楼梯。
Or use.
笋 抵抗
他试图抵抗诱惑。 诊断 他被诊断患有肺病。
Oh, rip. Oh, wait, no. Just kidding. 无所谓。无所谓。
验
What am I thinking about?
详细
请提供详细的资料。
Oh. Uh.
臭气，
他的健身带有一股可怕的臭气。
礼貌，
请用礼貌的语言。
寒冷，
世界上最寒冷的地方在南极。
英雄，
我的英雄会弹钢琴。
What is? Oh, just kidding.
暗杀，
暗杀任务成功完成。
Okay. Oh no, Japanese.
接触，
请直接接触客户。
无所谓，
我对吃什么无所谓。
It's whatever. To be indifferent. Whatever. Don't care. Whatever. 无所谓. I missed the G. Dang it. I wrote Chucky. Wrong character. Oh, that's Jun. It's like exercise force. Like full force or exert force? Something like that. Close enough. Hmm. Hmm. What? YOLO. What? Oh, I think this is a crown. Thought this was done. This is not done. What? Dang it.
鸡
How do I not know what daybreak and dirt? I thought it was on. Or oh, could be. Ah, dang it. Okay.
身影
纤弱的身影，
准
I at a loss for words.
理由
你有什么理由不来上班？
Or logic, I guess. Reason. Reason is good. Wait, did I say excuse? It's kind of an excuse. A reason. What's dawn and soil so difficult? I really thought at first it was ton. Oh, it is ton. What did I type the first time?
时
Oh, that didn't change my mind on anything. Huh. Well, that's upsetting.
차
So rough. This is kind of like rub or scrub. We'll use scrub.
忙
Oh my goodness. This like ah. What am I missing here? What's going on? I don't know what's missing.
连年
连年丰收， 走到环场。走到宽环。It's not that. It's not that.
Oh.
随着
我随着人群走到广场。
It's a bit leftist. Oh no. It's a yeah. Dude, that allowance. So my bad. It's fine. The thing I was looking for was leftist. The component was leftist.
香肠
What?
反应
这部电影反映了社会问题。
反应。反映了 like reflect or represent 反映 Do I not know what fire and page is? Maybe like
反
wow. I pulled that out somewhere. Heck.
福
Wow.
预计
他预计明天会到达。
循环
血液在全身循环。
查询
我查询了航班资讯。
Heck. Oh, it's gone. Dang it. Oh, wait, it's back.
暂时
这只是暂时的解决办法。
Yeah, that's fine.
咱俩
咱俩找个地方说说话吧。
肥
I was kind of on a roll. Oh my gosh. 悬处什么？悬处究竟 what？
传真，
我发了一份传真给他。
我发了一份给他。Right? True pass through. I have no idea what that is supposed to be at the moment.
循序渐进，
我们应该循序渐进地解决问题。
屏幕，
电视的屏幕很大。
Yeah, I mean that part, I think the one part is correct. The left part is not. Oh, 盼望。
盼望，
农民盼望丰收的一年。
它是一个我什么？它是一个伟大的领什么领袖？
领袖，
他是一个伟大的领袖。
劝说，
他劝说我参加他的公司。
Persuade, that's fine.
土堆，
他们在公园里看到一个巨大的土堆。
荣幸，
我荣幸地参加了这个会议。
It's kind of like glory, but I don't know how to express it. It's glory and happy at the same time. Like enjoy, gratify, honored. Okay, honored is fine.
变迁，
历史变迁。
What happened? Go along with you. Like transparent? You're giving her like the straight. Oh, confess? Turn into. Oh, facts. Yeah, there's no way. that. Facts. Let's write this down. This isn't the first time. Done. 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 I don't know. We're gonna have to think about how I'm gonna remember facts. Just don't use facts anymore. How the heck does spade and dress work with judge? Oh.
才 间 劝告
他的劝告对我很重要。
It's still something like advice. Whoops. I totally misspelled that so hard.
差劲
这家餐厅的服务真的很差劲。
Lacking energy? Short energy? Differ energy?
污
What? What?
端
Ah, I missed the G. Send the truth? Pass through the truth? Kind of explains itself.
慢吞吞
他说话慢吞吞的，让人有些睡意。
佛
That's advice. Interesting. Okay.
引
I have no idea why this is. Oh.
破碎
他的心破碎了。
What? 这家餐厅的服务真的很差劲。It's bad. Lacking energy. Just like lacking energy, no good. Bad is fine. Lacking energy is pretty. It's bad. Bad is fine. No good. 长老会 no？ 嗯。Oh, not 强。
头晕，
你为什么看起来有点头晕？
猛，静，
Heck，
侵害，
上升的海水侵害了海岸。
rip， that's 包。Oh, that's a misspelling.
皇冠，
这顶皇冠是用钻石做的。
I don't know what I typed the first time.
包，隔壁，
他住在我们隔壁。
线索，
他在书中找到了重要的线索。
线索。I think I missed the G.
敲门，
他听到有人敲门。
逼，
What's another word for force? Press.
展览会，
我参加了一个展览会。
展览会。我参加了展览会。哦。
玻璃，
玻璃是沙子做的。
Heck. ？What? Oh, that's Yao. Oops.
飞跃，
这是一个飞跃的发展。
Excuse me? Oh. Just kidding. What is going? Oh, wrong tone.
醒悟，
我希望他能早点醒悟。
灯泡，
这个灯泡坏了。
特邀，
我特邀教授来参加。
Does that not help? I respectfully. What? Hmm.
感叹，
老人感叹这些年来的变化。
Special welcome. What the heck is a special welcome? What 特邀要 sick. Like I don't know what you're trying to say. Especially invite? I mean, that's fine. I'm not gonna bother with the semantics on that one.
吊环，
我正在学习如何使用吊环。
相撞，
两车在路口相撞。
签证，
我的签证到期了。
Special welcome. Oh, I should write special welcome. That's fine. What?
侧面，
房子的侧面有一棵大树。
活跃，
他在课堂上非常活跃。
邀请，
他们邀请我吃晚餐。
Oops, I wrote the wrong thing again. Hmm.
过剩，
市场上的食物过剩了。
That's surplus, unneeded, excess.
突，贫困，
那个村庄很贫困，
贫穷，
他的童年很贫穷，
磨，采，
What? It's gone. Oh, wait. It's back.
废，叹气，
他总是在压力下叹气。
I don't understand what I typed wrong the first time. Now I'm pivoting. Let's just write the same thing again.
蛇，
Unless something...
气泡，
气泡慢慢的上升了，
两侧，
街道的两侧都是树木，
领悟，
他领悟到了问题的关键。
妈，
Okay, hold up. Oh, what? I thought it was either Shrek or... Is this not what I think it is? Oh, it's not. It's not. Right, I got the two mixed up.
债务，
他必须
I told myself don't mix up Jai and Heckin Chung, and I did it anyways. There's some weak ones in there, for sure. In facts. And plastic. Plastic, thick, and facts. All recurring disappointments. Definitely all recurring disappointments. Jiang. T. King. Wa. Two. Ao. 嘉宾 味道，告诉你味道。盗版。贯穿。马后，马后炮。罢了。年薪。Heck。宏观 is macroscopic is gonna be a problem. 宏观。宴会 Ian's pretty weak. 强盗哦。宏大。罢工。Okay, we have Jimmy Neutron going to the bathroom of the chapel. Have her shilling around some sauce, bottle of sauce, to the churchgoers, the hard to please churchgoers, and a general. Special scientifically formulated sauce. And we have Timmy Turner in the front lawn of his house, playing with his special wished guinea pig, super special guinea pig, where he tosses around a wooden leg like a stick. Or kicks it anyways. Kicks it. Get the guinea pig to fetch. Special, wishful, intelligent guinea pig. And we have Pinocchio in the bathroom of the English manor. Trying to engage the ear of the butler, explaining the reason behind the candles in the bathtub. Yeah, Walter White, who's in front of the auditorium with a kid that's constantly whining. So he stuffed a figurative brick, a literal brick, into his mouth to get him to stop whining. Then we have Cupid. This one's probably one of them. Cupid is in the bathroom trying to do some cleaning, right? Trying to clean up the bathroom, make it more hospitable for guests, because he's Cupid after all. So he decided to pick some turf, put it in a jar with some alcohol, or put it in a bottle, right? And let it, I don't know, ferment or something. Ferment under the sun to make vinegar as a cleaning agent. Okay. And we have Gandalf, who's been asked to come to the basement of a nearby chapel, where the hooded priests, hired him on getting rid of a mystic mountain goat. Mystic mountain goat that somehow ended up in the hillocks of the chapel and end up hiding out in the basement. Okay, then we have Tarzan, who's in the bathroom. No, who's in the front of the barn, where he's trying to learn how to use farming equipment. So he was trying to pull out or draw out with his fingers a clay pot. A clay pot out of the container in order to use it to, I don't know, water the crops. Sure. And then I miss Sue. Sue was what? The cliff is probably the thing that's making it weird, right? Sue had a cliff? No. Just kidding. It was like the dirt was making it rough. And the weird mountain goat, right? So mountain goat and slide. I missed the slide. That might have helped. Slide. The moon was unhelpful, of course. And the dirt. So plastic. I made a like a moon-shaped playground. Fill it with dirt and a slide for his pet goat. So oh. Unfortunately, I jumped the gun on this and thought it was Jimmy Neutron. It's actually Harry Potter. It was a cliff with the sun. Oh, I should have known it was Harry Potter. I'm supposed to paint the scene of Harry Potter and his parents under the sun when they were a child. Oh. It's like thick. And then Chuangzhen to pass along something real. Facts. It kind of writes itself. Why? Was it? Whoops. Did it have a caliper? No. Is it heart? Oh no. No, it's caliper. Dang it. Wait, I don't think it actually has a top stroke. Cicada and cricket. Cricket are rough. Oh no, it has a top stroke. It was caliper. And Jung is. Oh, that's straight. Right? Or does it stand at the top? Oh no. Heck, it's a cross. Okay. I screwed up again. So it is kind of like straight, but okay, I see. I see why. Sometimes I get those mixed up. Facts. Alright folks, so we kind of yapped it up. We entered the Yap Nation. It was fun. Haven't yapped in some time now. So pretty good. Obviously we didn't make it to Inktober, so I'm gonna have to find some way to abbreviate my my prompts. I still also have to make time for some of the updates. So now what are we up? We're up to 8 days. I need to find 8 days to do a double prompt day. So I'll do some planning accordingly to try to focus on different aspects of the Inktober prompts. I might cut some time. Right. If I can get it to 2 hours, it's pretty nice. For now, as always, this is the end of our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. And as per usual, for those people on that occasional commentary and stuff, you are more than welcome to come on by, yap, talk about things, about the human connection. I kind of stand by what I say, you know, this is secondary. The things I have to do are secondary. I can make time for them without having to do this, obviously. The whole idea is one person at a time, I guess. Encourage people to explain things, express things. I genuinely do feel that some of the stuff that I said, I like to believe there may be narratives that I painted and maybe part of the truth, maybe not part of the truth. Perhaps in another year or two, everything will change. But it's discussion about this nature that creates interest in life. Rhetoric at the end that I mentioned about being unable to find interest when there is no passive way to draw your interest, right? That's a different type of skill. Trying to find interest in things that are inherently interesting to you, as opposed to having people trying to interest you or capture your interest. These are very two different things, right? Having people show you and tell you what's interesting is one way to go about things. Being interested in things and looking for them, another entirely. And one is definitely far more useful, pragmatic, lucrative, profitable than the other. So, and it comes as not necessarily a bad or good thing, but they have their pros and cons, right? Their trade-offs and their emphasis. And a balanced lifestyle with communication is where it all started. hopefully learning another language, picking up another language, that it kind of forms the foundation of revisiting all these things. Hopefully, that's what the points were available. For those who are who are interested and sat through some of the yapping. Until then, more than welcome. So next time, right? 大家下次见. See you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Until next time. Bye bye.